Hey, howdy ho, Lions fans. Welcome to the Detroit Lions podcast annual St. Jude Spectravaganza. This is 24 hours kicking off for St. Jude for the kids. Let's go and do this. Kids, their families, we're here to help them out. I am your dashing host, Chris, and with me is my good friend and freshly showered co-host, Jeff, the Riz. Riz, and get your screenshots now. We can do the before and after comparisons. Riz, how you doing, brother? Good to have you, man. It's a good one.
I'm excited to do this, man. I'm ready. I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning, all excited to do this, and then I had to wait till 9, and I'm gonna regret that later. But
yeah, I did something.
No regrets, baby. No regrets.
I did some regrets. I did something similar. I got myself a good. You can't see it; it'll show up. My face hides, but 5 hours of sleep. 5 hours of sleep. So Woo-hoo! That's all you need. That's all the fuel you need to do something like this. We've got a lot of great guests today. We'll have a couple surprises. We're working for some, and it's going to carry over to next week. The Detroit Lions are off through Sunday. Well deserved for those guys. And we'll talk about their season a lot and what's gone into it this year. But they're off until Sunday. So they've committed.
Nobody's in the building. Well, that's not true. Some people are in the building. The players, especially, are all off. Most of them are taking little sabbaticals where they don't even have their phones with them.
Yes. So that's okay. We're going to continue this a little bit because we've got some real awesome stuff next week with the Lions going on. So it's just an ongoing thing. It's 24 hours plus, we'll say. But beyond that, we've got some great guests. I mean, right off the top, we're going to open here very shortly with a gentleman who has been with us for the beginning of the show for many years running. It's a tradition now. Justin Rogers. Love Justin Rogers. You guys know he's our favorite of all the journalists, of all the beat writers for the Lions, and he does great work and high quality stuff. We're going to have Dan Miller. We've got Dean Blandino, Herman Moore. We've got a very special doctor coming in. I don't want to give anything away yet. We'll get more into that as we go on. A couple other real special guests coming in. Good stuff going this year. That's like just scratching the surface. I can't even read. I got the whole list of guys sitting in front of me. Mark Schofield's coming up, who I absolutely love talking to. He's got that funky Boston thing from Sports Blog Nation. A lot of good stuff going on, Riz. A lot of fun stuff. Let's just do the thing we always do. We have a great show lined up. You ready to go?
Let's do it!
Let's kick this off and break it down.
All right. Good morning from Arizona. Good morning, DLP. Good morning. Boy, thank you all for joining us. Now, we have to start out doing our thing like we do. stjude.org/DLP is where you can give. And your name pops up on the show. Everyone gets to see how awesome you are, what a great person you are. And also, we'll read the note. You can put a note in there. We'll have some giveaways throughout the show. I've got a couple good things here. We have some great milestones, as they're called, along the way for what we're doing. Just so you know, our goal is $50,000. Riz has graciously been voluntold that at $45,000 he will don a dress. This is
There's some logistical issues with that. I'm quite a bit bigger than the women who live in my house.
Just don't get it zipped. It's that much sexier, my friend. So
I hope this is a problem that we have to tackle.
Yes. We have something pretty amazing too. Mitch from Australia he's a really, really good guy. Al 10, thank you, sir. $50 right off the top, man. Woo, good stuff. We have a gentleman from Australia who was on a couple years ago. I'll just really quickly play this to kind of open, and I gotta make sure I have it because I think I do. He did something really special for us when we raised the money. He'd lost a daughter recently. He's a big supporter of the show and the St. Jude show and what we do. He's going to follow this up, but let me just really quickly share with you folks what this gentleman went through. Mitch, what he went through just a couple years ago for the show. As a result of us raising a good amount of money. staff daddy.
Wow.
Called that the staff tatty. There's my guy. He went all in on it, man. He went all in. This year, when we get to $25,000, he's committed to Goff father as his tattoo. Right underneath the staff daddy, where you can see it for everybody. He's here for it. And I'm here for him, man. Mitch.
That's great.
Love you, brother. That is really awesome to do that. So Goff father tattoo coming up at 15 grand. That's a really cool milestone. We've got a couple other milestones along the way where Chris eats beans till they're bad. So we've got this idea because sometimes I get lucky and get ones that aren't bad. So we'll just keep going until I suffer. It's just make Chris suffer day. We've got this spin the wheel of gross beans. We've also got this 6th annual Bean Boozled, and we've got the 5th annual Bean Boozled here, all lined up for me to suffer from. Thanks, everybody, for caring.
Just as a disclaimer, I did not receive any, so I will not be doing any of those. In the last 2 years, I'm not going to miss that.
Yeah, we hurt Riz last year, and we don't want to hurt him, man.
Yeah, it wasn't even. Actually, I had a medical issue at the end of the year last year. I'm really hoping that I can go 24 hours this year without something in my stomach erupting, because after we were done last year, I went up in the hospital for a little bit.
Yeah, that was ugly. That was
not fun at all.
Oh man, Lions Troll. Welcome. Sup, y'all. My first 24 hour. Love the show. Love you too, man. Love you too. Gonna be a lonely night for Chris. Best of luck for the stream. Nostradamus. It's gonna be a long game or day. Yeah,
Yep.
That is.
You know what though? We've got so many guests lined up throughout the time that I think it goes really fast until so we have Doug Farrar coming on at midnight again. Doug lives on the West Coast. He works for Touchdown Wire. We're going to talk a lot of football, Lions stuff specifically, but also probably some Metallica because that's what we do. And he gave us a massive shot in the arm of energy last year coming on when he did. And then after that, that's when we get a little tired.
Yes.
And then tomorrow morning we have Kyle Krabs coming in. TBD on the time because he's got an infant at home. And you can't plan things around infants if you've ever had an infant. You know that. So, Kyle Krabs will be joining us as well tomorrow morning at some point. And
those infants.
that carries us on. And we'll soldier on.
Those infants. All right, I'm looking for something here really quick. We got Justin joining shortly. Not that Josh Allen donated $50. Thank you, not that Josh Allen. Appreciate you.
So are you the Jacksonville one? Or are you the Buffalo one, or are you neither?
Dun, dun, dun.
Wow.
That's, Riz, you're always so, you've got it.
I'm awake, baby. Got my coffee.
Yeah.
Got Smoothie King coming later. It's all good.
Just lit up. There we go. Okay. We've got everything going now. Okay. Good morning, my brothers. Welcome. How you doing, Malcolm? Question, 2 seed, 4 seed. Justin McLean all the way here. He says neither. He's a whole different Josh Allen. Let's just start off with a football question.
Good on you.
Do you get the number 1 seed with 13 wins?
I think it would be a tiebreaker situation. I think Philly's going to lose 4. I think Seattle's going to lose 4. Detroit could lose 4. And then you're dealing with tiebreakers.
Yeah.
And we don't have the tiebreaker with Seattle. We can't get the tiebreaker with Seattle. Philadelphia, we don't play. So hope that they keep losing conference games. You'll need Dallas to beat them this week. That. I think they play this week. With the Lions on a bye, I tune out of NFL. I'm aware that there was a game last night. I don't know who won. I didn't watch a second of it. So I really don't know what's going on this weekend. To be frank,
I'll tell you that game last night was kind of
the Titans lost, right?
Yeah. Treylon Burks went out. They said he had movement when he
That's what
left,
he
but he
does.
went directly via ambulance to the hospital afterward. That was tough. That was really bad. He's a big,
That's not
big
good.
tough guy, but
Man, he's had a ton of problems.
yeah,
That stinks. Guy I really liked in the draft process.
yeah. The Steelers won.
It's too bad.
It was kind of a stinker of a show, though. But there we go. Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot one of our big incentives coming up at $15,000 raised. Chris will do his very, very best Alex Ancelone impression, and you'll love it. You'll love it. You will absolutely love it. I promise you. It's good stuff. Foundericious, thank you, sir, for the $50 for St. Jude. Let's get it done, baby. We are up to 2480. We're halfway to the first Chris eats beans until he barfs. No, not until he barfs. Beans till they're bad. So we'll get that. Staff Taddy in the chat. Let's get me tatted up. Let's get to that $25,000, and we'll get him that lovely tattoo, that Lions tattoo. It'll be fun. It's going to be great. Where can we see the auction schedule? I'm trying to get my meetings around it today. Don't have the schedule. It may be even a little fluid as we go. Let me get just kind of one example of an item we have that we've talked about. I don't think I've actually shown it yet. This is fresh, brand new. Here you go. It's a little wrinkly, but get it up there so you can see. This is the Hank's Tank shirt.
Hank's Tanks.
Hank Fraley there signed that. And I'll get this up here. Each, Panay, Vaitai, Ragnow, Jonah Jackson, Decker have all signed their spot on the tank with the whole guys. We got this up for everybody. That's going to be a big deal.
Sweet.
That will be pretty cool. Chris with the corporate speak fluid. Yeah, I should be working right now. Well, I shouldn't be. I took the time away, but Hattori Hanzo usually tries to ride with us for all 24 hours, and he's already in meeting a monster. We have somebody, a very special guest. He's here. He's early, but I don't mind if you don't mind, Riz. Are you okay with
he's
taking
punctual.
our first
I love
guest?
it.
He's pre-punctual, but pre-punctual is a
if you're
good way
on
to be.
time, you're late.
All right, let's get that man, the gorgeous, the beautiful, the finest of all the beat writers, Justin Rogers. He's joining us right now. Hey, brother, how you doing?
I don't know the last time I was late to anything. It's not me.
Not you.
It's not me.
That is definitely not you. I will just say, granted, I don't get into Allen Park very much during the season, but you're always there when I get there, and that's a credit to you. That's
Probably there when you're
I love
leaving
that
too,
about
to be
you.
honest.
Oh,
Most of the time, yeah.
Shots fired. How you doing, Justin?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Yeah. I want to ask you a question, just a little bit of a work question. This year, covering the Lions,
Yep.
It's a different team than you've been able to cover probably in the entirety of your time covering the team. What makes it different for you having a team that's done this well in a year versus other years of covering them?
I would say 2011 wasn't all that different at least this stage of the year. I think expectations are probably a little bit higher given the way last season ended. But probably the biggest change is everyone's easier to deal with, and that, it's not just the coaches, it's the players, it's people in the building, it's fans, it's people on Twitter. Like, everybody's just in a little bit better mood, and look, that kind of stuff rubs off on you on a day-to-day basis, right? Like, when you're dealing with negativity from every direction, it doesn't matter what you do, that has a way of grinding on you. So positive record results in positivity all the way around, and makes life a little bit more pleasant.
That's nice. That's nice.
Absolutely.
Pleasant's good. How
Pleasant
were
is very
things?
good.
How were things after the Seattle game? Did that feel more like the old days?
No, because look, I think this team's expectations were what they were, but they were also real. And so, look, nobody expected this team to go 16-0. They just didn't, or 17-0. I guess they play 17 games now. I'll get used to it eventually. Where are the Chargers located? I can never remember. But look, that you look at that game, and there were some sloppy plays by the offense that put the defense in bad positions. Um, it wasn't their best game, but there were still kinks to be ironed out. There were still new pieces being implemented. So, Seattle not so much. I would say Baltimore probably more so. To have a standard now set, and then you go into a heavyweight title fight against a very, very good opponent, and to get smashed the way they did. I think there was some uh, negativity that percolated through that week. But look, they're on their way up. They're not at the top yet, and there's still work to be done. There's still probably pieces to be added. It's I'm not saying they can't win a Super Bowl this year, but there's still probably a little bit away, and still trying to figure out their way. It's a build. They're in year 3 of the build. They're ahead of the curve in the build, and so it's. I just think some of these things that are happening, some of the losses are to be expected with a young team still figuring it out.
Let me ask you about the reaction between the loss in Baltimore and then how they played against the Raiders, because they absolutely destroyed the Raiders, but they didn't really reflect that on the scoreboard. What was the reaction in the locker room and in the coaching staff after that? Did they treat it like we got to do a lot better than this, or were they feeling it pretty good?
Yeah, look, the locker room following the Baltimore Ravens loss was the message was pretty consistent. That wasn't who we were. We're not frauds. They were trying to implement this thing that we got to get back to doing what we do. That's for lack of a better word, being a gritty football team. And look, the Raiders win was kind of ugly, particularly from the offensive end. Right, you have 5 trips to the red zone. You punch it into the end zone just one time. You turn the ball over 3 times. Goff has had some sloppy moments this season. That was, another one with his interception that resulted in a pick 6. So, look, the Raiders are a bad football team, as reflected by their recent decision to fire their coach and GMs. But I say this all the time: like, you can only knock down the pins the way they're set up, and to come out of that game with a double-digit victory while playing as sloppy as you did, I think still reflects that this is a good, not great football team, right? Like, you did enough to still win handily, but I don't know. Like, let's just pretend that was the Chiefs versus Raiders. That might have been a 50-10 game. It just might have been, and I think that's where the Lions need to be. Is they need to more consistently execute on both sides of the ball. The defense played pretty damn well in that game, but the offense, it's stumbling a little bit right now, and they've got a bye week to kind of maybe figure some of that stuff out. Who knows? Maybe Donovan Peoples-Jones will be the answer to all their woes. I don't know, but look, they've got some things to iron out during the break here.
DeAndre Swift was the answer to Philadelphia's woes, it seems. Well, not that they had a whole lot of woes going on, but he did find a resurgence when he got home. So maybe coming home is a little special.
I mean, just, I know we're not talking about Swift here, but that is a guy that everybody wanted to see carry the ball here more. And I just kept saying, you can't. He's going to break. He's going to break. And every single time they did give him the ball more, he broke. And to see him stay healthy, I mean, God bless him. Good for him to be having this run. But that guy did not exist here. Just no. That is the reality of it. And I'm sure Saints fans in some way, shape, or form feel the same way about Anzalone, right? Just some guys are injury prone early in their career, and they can't get out of their own way with different conditions. It's not their own fault. It's like they're putting in the effort. But look, Anzalone's played a lot of snaps here and had very minimal injury issues. So just sometimes that's the way it goes.
Yeah, for sure. I want to go back to something you were saying about the team being on a rebuild. It's something that you're relatively unique amongst the writers, because you've got a very balanced view of the team. a lot of fans were up in arms and shaking their fists at the sky and yelling at clouds, the whole thing about not making the big signing at the trade deadline and all that. And the kind of the place where I'm at mentally on this is very similar. No one expects us to win the Super Bowl. Is there a chance? Heck yeah, there's always a chance, because we're very, very likely going to make the playoffs. I think second most likely in Vegas right now to make the playoffs this year. Very likely to make the playoffs, and we've seen a 9-7 Giants team mumble their way all the way into the Super Bowl, right? Who knew? But so sure, there's a possibility, but the expectation isn't there. What this team has been able to do, what Brad Holmes has been able to do, is to continually have, Dan does this, but the arc's really been like this over the course of 3 years for the team, and the improvement in play, in record, and in all of those things. And he's done it almost solely through the draft. Even the guys he picked up in the offseason, you got CJ GJ injured, you got Mosley out injured, right? It's mostly and almost entirely through the draft. The idea is the window's open, and you can set a time for that window to close by signing some big onerous contracts, which always are the ones from free agency. If they continue on this track, and Brad with his history can continue to draft this way, it seems like, unless you lose Brad, the scouting department, Dorsey, whatever combination that they have there, it could go on in perpetuity. And I say that because they can manage the cap completely, have the cap completely managed throughout this period of just through solid drafting, through great drafting. Really, Brad Holmes has shown an incredible ability amongst GMs to find talent.
Yeah. Look, I did a pre-trade deadline article, and I just said, look, there's 4 paths for the Lions to go here. There's the home run swing. It's going out and getting a Brian Burns or I guess Chase Young, if you want to throw him in that home run category. There's the solid starter route, so you're still probably paying a premium draft as with just Cortland Sutton's the first name to come off the top of my head. A receiver or a position player that's got a lot of production and starts under his belt, but not a superstar, right? Unsexy depth and do nothing, and they kind of certainly with the way Peoples-Jones is playing this year, probably checks more under unsexy depth. But if that happened in the offseason, maybe goes under solid starter category. So he's somewhere in between there. But with the home run swing, that's what we're focusing on here, right? Like,
yeah,
you look at the multiple factors, and I know people say, oh my God, the 49ers gave up a 3rd round pick for Chase Young. And yeah, that's not a whole lot in terms of a rental, but you listen to the words Dan Campbell says, that it's got to be right on multiple fronts. It's got to be personality. It's got to be cost. It's got to be everything. And so if I'm trading for a big time player, I'm looking for him not to be a stopgap. This is not a team that's looking for a stopgap and just trying to get to one round further in the playoffs. This is a team that's looking to build something long-term. It's always been about building something long-term. So any superstar I'm trading for comes with the idea that I want to sign that player long-term. And so now you're talking superstar level contract. For Burns, maybe it's $24 million a year, or Surtain if he was available, which I'm not sure he ever was. But now you're paying 2 first-round picks, plus you're paying the highest end cornerback contract, and that's fine. That's what you pay for an elite player, but you recognize that within the framework of where this roster is, and that the fact that they're going to pay Jared Goff sometime soon, that they have to pay Amon-Ra St. Brown sometime soon. Penei Sewell is not that far off from getting a contract, and certainly would fall within the window of whatever extension you give one of these players you acquire. And so it just adds up to some complicated math, because there's only so many guys that you can afford to pay 20 plus million a season. And they've kind of already declared, whether with words or actions, that St. Brown and Sewell are the foundation of this franchise. I think we all recognize that at some point Goff's going to get extended. And so it just goes back to what you said, that this GM's bread and butter is the draft. And you find that a lot of the great franchises do an excellent job of building through the draft and then supplementally adding not superstars, but solid pieces, starters through free agency to fill their voids, their holes. And so, would a third round pick have been a devastating loss for the Lions to go out and get a Chase Young? No, it wouldn't have. But it's just not the way this GM has gone about his business, and he's not one to deviate from his plan. I'm going to figure out how to shut off this email that I got open, apparently.
Everyone said, please run, get away.
You talked about like Cam Sutton is the ideal of what the free agency, how this team is going to use free agency. A good starter, not a huge name, but a guy that comes in. He's really smart. He loves football. He gets along well. He's coachable. Has some leadership skills. Has some initiative on his own, and has played very well. And
a contract that is probably 65% of top of market for the position, right? You're not paying a guy $25 million. You're paying him, I think it was 3 for $39. I can't remember off the top of my head, but
yeah, I believe so.
A far more reasonable cost that kind of shoehorns into what you're doing big picture.
Yeah. So you brought it up, so I'll ask. Goff extension. We're going to see it by the end of the bye week.
I don't think so. But who knows? I really thought there was a decent chance they got it done in training camp. That's been kind of the framework for the big extensions for the. It's not that they don't do extensions midseason. Fox, I think, was one that they maybe did in the middle of the year. But those really, really big franchise-altering budget extensions typically get done in the off season. We've seen that with a couple players already, and so they have a full season to get it done. And so I think that probably the more likely thing is that it'll get done sometime between next end of May to end of July.
Okay, makes sense. I'm going to throw back a little bit, and I assume you remember this. This is one of my favorite all-time articles, Justin, and I've told you just personally, person to person, you're my favorite of the writers out there. You put incredible work together, and I said, for the idea of like the 1950s fedora wearing guy with a little press card up in the top. That's, to me, is when journalism was the real deal and did great work, because people did investigative stuff. They did ask their own questions. They found ways to talk to people and go to get items and really develop news based on the information out there. And you do a really, really good job of presenting the facts and presenting things that you're thinking about and things that you've kind of chased down in a way where you're not, none of your headlines ever end, and this is why you should be angry, or this is why you should feel whatever. It's all just very well presented, balanced stuff. But you put together a longer form piece back in March. I'm just going to read the title here. Chris Spielman embraces the background role with the Lions, where the Super Bowl win is the number one goal. That was a spectacular piece of work. And I just want to kind of go into, and I ask people, go check it out. Go Detroit News. You can search it. It's in there. It's a great article. But what went into putting that together? How much time did you spend with Spielman? How many times did you go back to talk to him? And what was the thought process as you rolled through that, putting that piece together?
So I think people that know Chris Spielman over the years is, he's largely been a pretty accessible guy through his post playing day careers, but after he took the Lions position, that accessibility just went to zero. And that's fine. Occasionally you'd see him walking out of the practice field to the practice field, and you can have a really quick casual conversation, but in terms of on record interview stuff, no. It went completely to zero. And I first reached out maybe 6 months in, like midway through point of his first season here, and got the kind of the feedback like Chris would prefer to hold off any interviews to the off season. Okay. Tried in the off season, radio silence. Tried again, maybe training camp or early season the next year, and kind of the same thing. Like there was no interest. And so finally, I think it was probably January, I reached out and I was like, can we get something set up with Spielman? Anything, like when's a good time? And they said, we'll work with them. We'll look into it. We'll talk to him. And I think I talked to him the day before I left to the combine. So that tells you like it was still a good 6, 7, 8 weeks. And so like at that point, it's a one and done. Like that's how I have to view it. It's a one and done. So I went in there with a really long list of bullet points that were kind of all over the place and organized, but like just something that I could have as starting points. But the way these things work, like I'll just give you another example. Like I got a chance to interview Sheila Ford a few years ago, and I went in there with like 15 bullet points of questions I wanted to ask. I knew I had a really limited window, 15 to 20 minutes. I got to two questions because she talked a lot, and it was a different interview than I expected. It was a different topic. The story idea that I had going in changed, and so I don't know if I had like a set time to do a Spielman. I know we went a little over an hour. I hit a lot of those bullet points, but a lot of things he said changed the direction or added follow-ups that naturally went into the question. So it was probably 70, 80, 90 minutes. I don't know. But it really was. It was just one sit-down interview with the research on the front end and the research on the back end to make sure that it fully formed a story. But I kind of knew the questions. I mean, I had 2 years to think about it, right? Like I knew what I wanted to know. I knew what fans wanted to know because I was getting more emails about Chris Spielman than just about any topic. Like, what is this guy doing? Like, he is a beloved icon here. I mean, like a tick below a Barry Sanders, right? Like he is beloved. And so, look, when he got going and when he agreed to do this interview, he slipped back into the Chris Spielman of the old, right? He's a good talker. He's an interesting talker. He has well-formed thoughts and interesting stories on all kinds of topics. And so the story itself was very easy. It was just pinning him down to be comfortable to talk about himself within this role.
I think the one quote, and you opened with it, was, "I just want to be all things to all people." That's the goal.
Yeah, I think that might have been the last thing he said to me in our full interview.
Yeah, that's really incredible because you can read that a million ways, but when you look at him during training camp, for example, out there with the sand filling the divots, that really puts, I think, casts a pall and belies the meaning behind what he was saying when he said that. Like there's no spot below him to help this organization be whatever it can be.
Yeah, and I mean, like, look, I went in there, thinking I was going to hear about him doing some of the stuff that I knew he was doing, helping out with the linebackers or studying linebackers in the draft. And you really realized how much bigger his role was. And I would say nothing is bigger for Chris Spielman than breaking down the walls that the previous regime built up, that Sheila basically said, "You are my wrecking ball, Chris. You are my..." And I mean, a wrecking ball sounds destructive, it's not that, but there were these walls of secrecy and division put up within the organization. And look, Matt Patricia's not alone in doing this in the NFL, but it certainly is reflective of the Patriot way, right? Like I think you saw it recently, actually, in the Bidwell article. If anybody read that on ESPN, like with women being forced to use different staircases, right? Like, but it wasn't of by gender or race or anything like that at Allen Park, but there was that wall put up between football and non-football sides. And I had another player I sat down. I won't say his name because I'm pretty sure he didn't want it on the record, but he said, "I hated walking around the building because you were always on eggshells because you didn't know whether you could say hello to someone without getting them in trouble." And like, that's a ridiculous thing. You don't know if you could say hello to the janitor or you could say hello to a cafeteria staff, or you can But that was the culture that existed in the Patricia Quinn era. And so, Sheila really was intent on breaking down walls, not only in the practice facility, but the lack of a bridge between Ford Field and the team headquarters in Allen Park. Like, there were so many people, she told me, that like had never been to Allen Park that worked at Ford Field, and that includes sales staff or security. Like, and so she wanted Spielman to be that bridge. She wanted him to be that wrecking ball of those walls, and to hear some of the things he was doing with teaching the football 101. And he says 101, like we're talking probably 201, 301. Like he's getting into coverage rotations and stuff like stuff that is beyond 101, but then also going into Ford Field and opening up a meeting to anyone that wants to attend. Well, he will answer any question honestly about the previous game, with the only rule being you can't talk about it after. That's an unbelievable cultural thing, but what it does is it gets every single person in the organization to feel like they are part of the team, that they feel like they're part of the team success, that the boat is being rowed the same direction by all, however many employees are under the Detroit Lions umbrella. And look, when you deal with people in that building, whether it's, again, custodial staff or people in the kitchen or, people that are running the video equipment, like there's just a lightness to their being now. Like nobody is walking on eggshells anymore. Everybody's friendly. It's happy. It goes back to that positivity that we started this call with. And, it starts with Sheila. It absolutely starts with Sheila, but a lot of credit goes to Chris for helping her execute her vision.
Yeah. Let me ask you about Dan Campbell. What's the biggest misconception that people have about him? You spent a lot of time with him. You've been able to get to know him a little bit. There's a general consensus about Dan Campbell. There's the national media kind of kneecappy thing and that, but fans kind of have gotten past that. But what's the one thing that people misunderstand the most about him?
I think most of those things are fading away, but the one thing that almost everybody that works with him behind the scenes, particularly on the coaching staff, the players, is he's really smart, and I think sometimes that gets lost in the, what do you want to call it, the meathead persona, right? Mm. And look at, like, I think he probably wears his meatheadedness as a badge of honor. I mean, that was the type of guy he was the gritty, physical, smash mouth football player at a position that is naturally all those things if you're doing it well. But I think he's progressive in the way he thinks about the game. I think he's we give Dave Phipp and the special teams all these credits for these fakes and this execution of fakes. It's all Dan Campbell. Like, obviously Phipp's out there executing it, but the philosophical reason they're doing it, the man that's pulling the strings on the decisions, is Dan Campbell, because he just hates punting the ball. And he's like ahead of the curve on analytics. And you think of like coaches that would be ahead of the curve on analytics, and you think of the Mike McDaniels of the world. Exactly. But it's Dan Campbell is ahead of that stuff. And he while he still embraces the old school mentality of football, he's applied it to the modern game and grown and changed and evolved as the game has evolved. He doesn't reject new ideas. And I think that is a unique thing. And it's particularly a unique thing that for a guy that was a former player who played for Bill Parcells, of all people, right? Like, one of the, I guess, most stereotypical pictures I can think of as a coach is Bill Parcells. Yeah, he fits directly in the silo of fictional coaches. So I think that's probably the biggest misconception of Campbell is just his intelligence and willingness to evolve that make him really above and beyond a good coach, more so than just the motivational tactics.
I got a little question to spin off of that. You talked about how Dan is behind a lot of the special teams creativity. how much influence does he have with the offense and Ben Johnson's creativity? How much of that can be attributed to Dan? How much, and also like how open is Dan to? It's pretty clear that he's open to letting Ben do what he wants to do with it. But how much fingerprint is of Dan on Ben's offense?
It's definitely there. I think the unique thing about Ben's offense is it's got fingerprints of everybody on the staff, and that's kind of the cool thing about it. I got that chance to sit down with Ben this summer as well, and that was my sole purpose of that interview, right? Like I talked to him last year for a season feature, and it was more about the Goff relationship in year one, and like how is he going to make Goff a better quarterback. And I asked something kind of like offhandedly, like what's the foundation of this offense? And it's where I realized for the first time, like there wasn't one. Like it's this, we hear all the time with defenses about defenses being multiple, and you don't hear it as much with offense. Like most offensive guys are set in their, I'm a West Coast guy, or I'm a Air Coryell guy. And like Ben Johnson's a little bit of everything. And so I said, well, we can't get into that now because that's a big conversation, but I would like to come back to that. And then I thought he was going to get a head coaching job and we'd never have a shot. So, that's what we did this year is we sat down and look at, there are bases, are foundations to what he does. There's the Darrell Bevel West Coast offense. There's the Mike Martz digit system. There's a lot of Gase and Peyton Manning. And if you want to even go back all the way to Tom Moore, former Lions offensive coordinator that helped Manning build that system in Indianapolis, like those are kind of like the biggest parts of the pie. But what makes Ben Johnson really unique is he's always mining his coaches around him, former, current, for ideas from schemes that they came from. And, a good example of that was Steve Hyden shows up as a tight ends coach. And what is Steve Hyden's background from Arizona? He's got Cliff Kingsbury and he's got Bruce Arians, two really high-end offensive minds. Ben Johnson's like, I don't know much about either one of those systems. He goes, so I'm like, I cannot wait to like just dig into Steve Hyden's brain and find out what things can we incorporate into what we're doing to make this thing even bigger and better. And so, look, there is plenty of Dan Campbell in that offense in terms of what he learned from Sean Payton, what he learned from Bill Parcells, and they definitely run plays. And I don't have the example all the time, but Ben Johnson gave me one where he's like, this play we ran on this critical situation that scored us a touchdown was 100% a play that Sean Payton ran in New Orleans that Dan Campbell said, I think this would be a good fit. And Ben's like, yeah, let's find a way to work it in. So, the fourth down aggression is obviously a big Campbell thing, but like, there is his fingerprints are all over everything in the organization. But offensively, it's so big. I mean, anybody and everybody in that room can offer up ideas, from Seth Ryan to Steve Oliver. Like the lowest level assistants are coming up with some of these really creative plays that Ben Johnson puts in. I think that's probably the greatest thing about what he does as a coach.
Yeah, I think that kind of goes about how they fit together as a front office staff, because what we had, and this is probably a reaction to the previous regime, and one of the things we've seen, if you go back to from Marinelli on, it was always a wild pendulum swing from one side to the other as to how we wanted our coach to be, right? And this is why we went, oh no, Jim Schwartz, crazy, like everything's off the hook. Let's get Caldwell, right? Completely different personality. Okay, let's get Patricia. And Patricia really left a mark. Bob Quinn really, really left a mark, and it was red, swollen, and bruised.
I think scar is the word you're looking for.
But this bounce back was one, and I think this is what has really led to the result. Because of those walls and those barriers that were built, they recognized the value in working across, between the rooms even, of players, across the coaches, up and down, vertically and horizontally across the organization. And they've really sought to create an organization and keep people that are able to work that way. And hearing how all these folks, I've heard a lot about Ben and Hank and Tanner and Coach Campbell, how they work together. Steve Hayden heard a lot about some of the input that he's been putting in, but there's somebody that everyone seems to have been really, really quiet about, and he was hired at the same time as Hayden, and that's Dre Bly. Big name, big Lions kind of name from a long time, and had a huge impact on the team. What have you seen? What is it that he's brought, and how does he fit in on that defensive side of the ball? What do you think his impact has been? Because there's not been a lot of put out there about Dre and his impact.
Yeah, I think probably lesser so on the guys that kind of established who they are, right? Like I don't know if he's changed a whole lot about who Cam Sutton is, and probably even to an extent like how much impact he's had on Jerry Jacobs, right? Like that guy is very clear in who he is, and has a good relationship with Aaron Glenn in that regard. But Bly's good for the younger players, right? In teaching confidence, in teaching technique. Look, I mean, this is a guy that had a very long career, but not only that, a very productive career from the ball side of things,
Right.
making plays on the ball, and he did it without having the ideal frame or athleticism. A lot of what he did was instinctual, and you can never discount the value of confidence in cornerback play. And it's not just having that down in and down in confidence. It's not letting your confidence in your ability be rattled by the mistake, because look, the NFL rules favor receivers. The receivers are getting better and better and better by the year. They're going to win. They are going to win often. And so you have to have the mentality to know that I'm going to lose sometimes, but I'm still confident in my ability that I'm going to win the next snap. And so that's where a guy like Bly comes in. It's almost like a life coach as much as a football coach, right? Like you need to get them mentally prepared, and I think he does a good job with that.
There's a new coach this year that doesn't get a lot of run, and I think there's some fuzziness about what he actually does. John Fox has been in, and I think I have an idea of what he does, but I would love for you to tell me if I'm right or wrong on that. So what do you see John Fox? What's his influence on the defense? How's he helping Aaron Glenn and integrating into the Lions land?
It's been a long time since we talked to Fox. I think we talked to him during training camp, but when I see him, his primary focus is the defensive backfield, right? And so obviously that was a major point of emphasis this offseason. They overhauled the personnel. They made some changes in the coaching staff, and Fox is really part of that. And so he's working with them on the whole of working together, the communication, the being in the right position. He's helped for Bly and Brian Duker, I don't even know if like safeties coach is the appropriate terminology for him, because I think he's more than that at this stage. And you hit on it a little bit, right? Like he is a veteran sounding board for Aaron Glenn. For as much as Aaron Glenn saw in 15 years as a player and a handful of years as a position coach and in third year coordinator, John Fox has seen more. And he's seen just more personalities, more players, more schemes, more football. And so, as Aaron Glenn is constantly working to evolve and get better, and I think he's really shown that ability to adapt both big picture schematically, but also week to week or in games. I think Fox's influence is there. He's the sounding board to kind of work through some of his ideas and to be more efficient overall in that process.
Awesome. That's great insight, Justin.
Definitely.
I want to just really mention, because we do this thing. We're here for St. Jude, and you're here for St. Jude as well to help us out. Imploring folks who love the content and want to do something good. It's getting to that season of the year where giving is a big highlight for folks. But we're here 24 hours. We're here the first hour again with Justin kicking it off, as is tradition now. stjude.org/DLP, fully tax deductible donations. Great way to help families, kids that are sick with cancer, research against cancer to help cure some serious things. I know we've all been touched either by someone we know, family members, friends, multiples in many cases by folks who have suffered from cancer. It's not just the kids and their families that benefit from the research that these guys do over at St. Jude, and but it is a wide-reaching benefit that comes out of what's done there. So we really ask everyone, as you're watching, just it's great to talk Lions. It's great to get the insights that someone like Justin can provide with all his time he spends and the professionalism that he brings to his role. But we don't want to lose sight of trying to get those buckets of ducats into St. Jude. So stjude.org/DLP. Thank you everyone for doing your part along the way. Justin, I know we've only got so much time with you. As much as you would just want to sit here for the entire 24 hours. I recognize you do have a day job, and you do it darn well. So with that, I want to thank you for joining us. Appreciate it, man. It was great insight. As always, love talking to you. Love having you on, man.
No, I appreciate you guys having me, and I appreciate you guys what you do here. It's a really great thing.
All right, awesome.
We thank you for being first every year. We count on it, and it's awesome that you do this. And one quick parting shot question.
Yep.
How much has Jonah Jackson's injury, if at all, impacted his potential contract extension?
I don't think so. I mean, I almost chalked this up to another turf monster injury, like these high ankle sprains, like all the injuries we talk about with the turf causing. Like it feels like that's the one we've seen the largest increase of over the last 5 or 10 years, and maybe we're just learning about high ankle sprains, but this is another one of those. I don't think that influences it in any way, to be honest with you.
Interesting in that Big V, his injuries obviously will, but his age too, are going to influence probably his future with the team.
Yeah, back is a little bit different there, right?
Yeah.
Nobody ever used to have a back problem.
Yeah, look at Jeff and I are both over 40. We know all about back issues.
I didn't realize you guys were that old. My goodness. All right. Appreciate you both joining. Thank you so much for the insights, Justin. Thanks for everything. Always, you're a grand dude, man. Be well, and we'll talk again soon. All right.
All right, fellas. Have a good one.
All right. Thanks, Justin. All right.
Justin Rogers.
Justin Rogers. He's such a good.
He's great.
I keep telling people how
I love how unflappable he is. Like, and I love the way his mind can move between disparate subjects throughout an interview, because not everybody can do that.
Yeah.
And we've interviewed some people that can't do that, and it's nice when people can.
Yeah. I love how smart my watch is. It's asking if I want to start my day. Buddy, I'm an hour into a broadcast. How are you not into knowing what I'm doing? All right. Yeah, a lot of Achilles this year. It's weird how injuries kind of move in streaks of the types of it. The ACLs, they're kind of almost at a steady rate now, but there's times when they seem to fly up. I would bet that there's something about this, the kind of, there's an ebb and flow of kind of fashion, if you will, with strength and conditioning. I remember HIIT training was like really, really big for a while. Mm-hmm. And I think they all have their benefits, and that's why people really flow to them. But I think it takes time to see where some of the detriments are, some of the weaknesses, or some of the areas that might get missed are. And I think that's where maybe some of those injuries come from, or it could be pure luck, quote unquote luck, bad luck about Achilles injuries. But man, I have to think that as the human body continues to get tuned the way that these players and these athletes do. I mean, talking to Jerry, 7% body fat, that's just unnatural for a human being, right?
Got that in my left leg.
And then putting your body to the absolute athletic limit regularly and straining these pieces. You have muscles that maybe some of the softer tissues aren't ready to, they're just not big enough or strong enough to handle some of the torsions and what they, what they're put through during these games, man. And it's just something. It's something. I think I'll remember what a mind blower it was for me when a friend who had an ACL problem, a big soccer player. What she learned was, your hip strength. That's what protects your ACL. I was like, what? And went through it. And I was like, wow, that's really crazy. So her whole life since then has been focusing, don't miss hip day, right?
the interconnectedness of all the systems, the kinesiology behind it, fascinates me. And we're going to have a guest later on tonight, Dr. Jimmy Lau. You guys know him on Twitter as Detroit Lions Morning Rounds. Is going to join us, so we're going to talk with him a lot about injuries, rehab, possible injury prevention, things like that. He's a huge Lions fan, and he does really good work. If you watch any of his stuff that he does on Twitter and comments, so I'm excited to talk to him about things like that. And that's something that we can definitely ask him. Is the strength and conditioning, the way that they're doing it to help ACLs, is that unintentionally, inadvertently, negatively impacting your Achilles strength, like things like that, because that does happen. I remember when I covered the Texans, they had a rash of concussions one year, and they cleaned out their strength and conditioning department. They brought in guys who were very big on strengthening the neck muscles, and the next year they had two guys that tore pecs, and they hadn't had that in a while. And I don't know if it's connected, but it seems logical that it would be. So we're going to ask the doctor about that. He'll be on, I think it's 7 tonight. So if you want to set a little buzzer for that, that'll be good. I'm really looking forward to talking to him.
Yes, absolutely. Neck bone connected to the pec bone, right? Or whatever.
Yeah.
Gary, it's hard to believe it's that time of year again. This work may be the greatest legacy of Matt Patricia has left in Detroit. Have a great show, guys. Gary, thank you, man.
Real.
Gary's been around since day 3 of the podcast, maybe even day 1. Yeah. Fantastic dude, rolling in from Ireland. And for those that don't know, this whole St. Jude thing stems out of the kind of origin story, comes from Matt Patricia.
True story.
I had moved to Tampa area and happened to be back in California at the mothership for the company I worked for at the time, and was sitting in the hotel room over the weekend and watching the combine, and Matt Patricia had made a donation, and Rich Eisen, one of my all-time heroes, pops on and says, after a break, and says, I just got a check in hand, a sizable check from Matt Patricia, and he wouldn't stick around and talk about it. He didn't want to be in the lights. He didn't want to get a knowledge or whatever, but I just need to shout out Matt Patricia and thank him very much for doing this. And it just got me thinking as to, these coaches, these players, they put so much into what they're doing. And I've even learned how much more time these folks give away from their families. And I think that's undersold in this league, how much the commitment to do their job actually is. And I was like, you know what? Us fans can do something too. We can put something together. And that was really the origin of all of this that we do, and putting this together and helping raise money for St. Jude. Wanted to do what we could do. I like to think that at this point we've raised more than what Patricia's check was total, but that's okay. If not, we'll keep trying, right? We'll get there eventually. But thank you, everybody who's donated so far. We're sitting at where are we? Darn it, the thing is off.
I can't see it.
2669. Holy cow, how did I miss that? 2,669. 69. Ben's Johnson hit us with $89 to get us there. Keep up the work. Save the kids. Thank you. Let me see. Ryan's, it's cut off for me. I have to find it down at the bottom. God, I hate how this works sometimes. Ryan, there it is. Skywalker, $50. Thank you, sir. Phil Phelps, $50. F Cancer and FTP. Yes, sir. I am with you. And Flounder with 50. Get it done, baby. Thank you all. Flounder also with a super chat. Question for Jeff. Is it just me, Or do we not hear about nearly as many Liz Frank injuries anymore as we used to? And Riz, while you answer that, I'm going to disappear from camera for like 2 minutes if you're okay.
Sure.
With that. All right.
Yeah, that's
Go
good,
for it, brother.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that, but now that you bring it up, you don't really hear a lot about it. And that was something that was like a mid-20 teens injury, like Caldwell era, and not just with the Lions, but like around the league. Like that was a big thing. Running backs, defensive linemen were getting it. And yeah, again, that's one of those things. Like, did they make a conscious focus to do that? I know one of the things that they do to help fix that is that they can put a special insert into your shoe so it sort of immobilizes it. So even if you have a mild one, it doesn't get worse. We actually talked with what's his name? At the combine. The guy who does he used to be with the Chargers, who does the video breakdowns of the injuries. I can't think of his name. But he was at the combine and did a little Q&A thing. And that actually was one of the things that they talked about was like, what sort of prophylaxes can you do to prevent some of these injuries? And he actually brought that up as they have figured out that if you have a different type of insert into your shoe, make it so it fits a little bit tighter to the bottom of the foot and conforms better to the bottom of the foot, that it can help prevent that sort of thing. Like, that's a nasty injury. I have been blessed never to have it myself, and I've done a lot of other things to my feet, but I haven't done that. But that's a good point. Maybe that's something we can ask the doctor tonight, because I'm with you on that. That's good thought. You hear about some of the injuries that come and go. ACLs, and like we've been pretty fortunate this year to not have any ACL injuries in Detroit. And I also wonder, we got new turf this year, and there's a big emphasis around the league. And you're seeing it with the game that's going to be in Frankfurt this weekend. About they took some of the turf out and replaced it. And unfortunately, I don't have the details on it because this is my bye week too. I've been a little tied up doing other stuff, so I don't really pay attention to the NFL as much during that. But yeah, that's a very good question. I like it. Let me look at the chat, see who else is in here. I haven't looked in a bit. Staff tattoos. Get a sports dietitian at some point. Oh, you are a sports dietitian, staff tatty. Nice. That's a field that my daughter is somewhat interested in exploring. So I might have to talk to you behind the scenes about that to do that. Yeah, man, we have so much fun doing this. Justin kicking it off every year. I love Justin because he's blunt, and I really appreciate that. Like, if I'm going to be wrong about something, I like that he tells me that I'm wrong. If I'm right about something, I like that he tells me that I'm right. He's very, like Chris said, sort of middle of the road on that. I love that about Justin. That's sort of my personality as well. Just like present the information, let people disseminate it as they will, and let your mind go with it where you will, because we all process things differently. We all interpret things differently. I will say, I didn't ask him about Jonah's return, and I know that was a big topic. Will he be back this coming weekend or after the bye, week 10, in Los Angeles? I almost said San Diego. Everything that I've heard was that he probably could have played against the Raiders, but they wanted to give him the extra rest with the high ankle. The high ankle, I do actually know this one medically, so I'll talk about it for a second. You know how your tibia and fibula come together at the bottom of your foot? A high ankle sprain isn't technically like your muscle or tendon. It's those bones at the bottom where they come together. They split apart a little bit. And that's something that can only be fixed with rest. Now, you can have surgery. And as we get to the draft talk, which we will have a lot of draft guests later, one of the things that all the Georgia guys who have gotten hurt this year, including Brock Bowers and Amarius Mims, have had, it's the Tua surgery, where they actually go in and thread those things together and make it so they can't physically spread apart, and it reduces your injury impact time. But there's some questions about whether that negatively impacts some other parts of your body, talking about the interconnectedness. So that's another thing that I want to ask Dr. Lau about. We got so many good guests coming up. We have Mark Schofield, my good friend, who will be joining us from SB Nation shortly. I actually can't get him in because Chris is Chris is back. I was just saying we're about to go into Mark Schofield. Should I buzz him with a link here?
Yeah, hit him the link.
All right.
I keep an eye open, and I appreciate everyone. Thank you for giving me a quick break. I had camera problems this morning and didn't get a chance to get my breakfast in, so really quick hammered some food down. You did a good job, Riz.
Yeah.
That time on all that time you've spent on Huge is really pumped up your solo work.
Hey, I have to thank the Huge personally. Bill has been very nice in giving me an expanded platform. I know he's not everybody's cup of tea. He knows that too, by the way, and he's good with that. But I am really appreciative that he lets me talk and lets me say things that, quite frankly, go directly against what he said the day before. I appreciate that, and I appreciate everybody that listens and that found us through that. That's very rewarding to me and very nice. So yeah, thanks, Bill.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, this is a good one. The super chat that came in, and I'm going to very quickly get that on there because I think it's absolutely fantastic. In the super chat, or not the super chat, but in the what's that called? The donations. Thank you for St. Jude, stjude.org/DLP.
Yeah.
We got a message from David in SFL. He gave $100. Thank you, David, so much for the money for St. Jude. I'll never forget how loud our fans were in Tampa. And the Let's Go Lions chants were deafening. I can't wait to see them again in New Orleans and FTP and cancer. I've got a really quick cut. This is Sandman came down, joined me for the game in Tampa. We spent it together. I'll tell you guys, it was something because after the game, the visitor side lower bowl was packed with Lions fans. It was all blue. I mean, it was. It might as well have been a home game. I'm not even kidding at how big it is. To have that many people in a stadium. The Lions, the players, I have all kinds of shots and video of them, just were in awe looking at the crowd at an away game and how loud the chants were. So it hung around after the field. So cool. Anzalone came up, saw his family. It was like 5-8 feet. I was like, literally my hand was just about in the picture when they took the picture of him with his parents when he met him on the sideline standing up there. Watched all that play out from when he was looking for him until he found him. It was really, really something. So we were like, okay, we'll let things clear out and then we'll go out. We cleared out. We walked our way over to the concourse and Mark Schofield. He's here. He's ready to go. We'll get him in just 1 second. But thank you, Mark, for the $50 donation to St. Jude. This is what it was like in the concourse. This is straight video, no editing, no nothing. But I want you to listen to the absolute echoes that were roaring through the concourse here on the 100 level. Absolute takeover.
Amazing seeing all the Honolulu blue there in an opposing stadium. And remember, at this point, the Buccaneers were a first-place team. They were playing pretty good football.
Yeah,
they haven't since.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm going to make a quick change, Mark. Sorry, I know who you are.
No, I'm happy being Justin Rogers. That's fine.
Yeah, Justin's a smart guy.
Justin's a really smart guy. Actually, Justin's probably saying, no, take that down.
Mark Schofield, ladies and gentlemen, joining us. This is your second or third appearance on the telethon?
I think it's my third. Yeah.
That's great.
And I'm happy to be in the morning shift. Jeff offered me an afternoon spot after Dean Blandino. And I was just like, there's no way. That's the worst come down in sports media history. You're going to get the rules guy that knows the game inside and out and then come to me? Like, that's no good. I can't do that. So
Yeah.
I'm happy to be here early in the morning. How are you guys doing?
We're good so far.
Yeah,
It's
it's
all good.
Yeah. Ready to go. Yeah.
So, Mark, give us the lowdown. First off, I mean, last year, a lot of our conversation revolved around Jared Goff, and maybe let's start first with some of your history. You might know a little bit about the quarterback position. Just let people get an idea about that first.
Well, I mean, it depends who you ask. Because if you ask my college coaches, I know next to nothing about the quarterback position, and some of them actually reached out to me since I've started doing this and being like, "Where was this? Like, where was this 20 years ago? Like, we could have used this when you were on the sidelines." No, I was a high school quarterback. I started playing quarterback when I was 9. I played quarterback all the way through college. I was just a Division III kid. Don't get too excited. I always like to joke that one of my favorite parts of the college recruiting process was when USC, Southern Cal, sent me that initial questionnaire, and it was signed by Archie Griffin, who was with them at the time. And they were like, "Yeah, we'd like you to, we want to show you, we're showing some interest in you playing college football at USC." And I took one look at it and I laughed and I like framed it on my wall and never sent it back. Cause I'm like, I'm 5'9". I was like 155, 160 at the time. I'm not playing college football at USC. And I knew that going in. But no, I mean, like places like Dartmouth and Georgetown were recruiting me and stuff. But I ended up at a small school, Wesleyan University, where Eric Jude was just honored as a member of the I was part of the like all 90s team. A bunch of my teammates were selected for that. I was not, interestingly enough, selected for that, which with good reason, because there is no way. But
come on, be better.
Look, I played college football for 4 years. Played the quarterback position for 3 of those 4 years. They moved me to receiver for 1 year, which was another failed experiment. But I still got to play the game. I got to be around it for 4 more years.
I didn't know that about you. Okay.
I played. So my freshman year, I hit the like freshman 20. Like that, like 155-pound kid that came in soaking wet as a freshman in college, bulked up to like 175, 180 by the time my freshman year was done. And it was mostly, let's be honest, and I hope my parents aren't watching, but they know this anyway. It was beer. Like, it was beer. But so they were like, "Look, we'll move you to wide receiver. We'll let you play wide receiver." And I was there for a year. And then like we had brought in a bunch of quarterbacks for that sophomore year, and most of them transferred out. And so they were like, "We have one guy that stayed. He's going to be the starter, and we now need a backup. Mark, will you be willing to be the backup quarterback again?" So like, "Yeah, fine, whatever." So yeah, I moved back to quarterback for my junior year, but I got 1 year of receiving experience, 1 catch. Wasn't really notable, but what was the most enjoyable part about that? We had our like goal line package where we had like, 1 receiver. It was like 13 personnel with 1 receiver. I was the 1 receiver, and my only job was to block. Like that was it. Like I got to block, and it was fun. I'll say
at 5'9", 175, you were the designated blocking wide receiver.
Yes, which tells
That's
you
grit, baby.
Everything you need to know about Division III football right there.
That's like a JMO opening career kind of move here for the Lions. I there was all kinds of potential behind that blocking, Mark. I don't think they realized they had a potential JMO in their hands.
I'll never forget this, and this has turned into a therapy session for me rather quickly. So we played Colby my sophomore year, and my high school girlfriend went to Colby, and we dated like, pretty much all through high school. Kind of broke up like when we started freshman year, got back together over the summer, and then we had just broken up like 2 weeks before this game, and we were playing at Colby. And so I was angry. I mean, I was not in a good headspace for this game, and we were losing. We were coming back, and we had like a 1st and goal situation to take the lead late in the game, and we called, speed option, and my job on that play was to crack block the middle linebacker. And I was going to put all 185. I was going to put all my angst, everything into that poor guy's left shoulder, right? Because I was going to take it all out on him from a running head start. Our right tackle jumped off sides, and the play got blown dead before I could execute that block. And I'm still to this day angry because I was going to take so much out on that guy, and I never got the chance.
Oh man, that's great. That is absolutely fantastic. Let's go. I want to go.
Still burns you.
I love this
so much in my life, Jeff, and you know me well. You guys both know me so well. You know me. So much in my life still burns me. It's probably not a good thing, but it's gotten me here with you guys on a Friday morning. So what's better than that?
Nothing. I want to go to that because I wanted to get your bona fides out there for folks around the quarterback position, because we had a great conversation and there was not a lot of confidence in Jared Goff. I mean, the Lions at this point last year were, they hadn't rounded the corner. We hadn't seen good Goff come in. We didn't know what was going on. In the last year, in the ensuing time that's happened, has your opinion on Jared Goff and what he can be for this team changed?
I mean, it has for a couple of reasons. And let's start here. And I think it's always important, we get so segmented, so fragmented in our fandom, in our viewership, in the work that we do. Look around the NFL. Look around the NFL. Friends, you can see it. I always do this wrong. Right there. You see that little Patriots logo? Yeah. I'm a New England Patriots fan, kids. And let me tell you this. I would move heaven and earth right now to get Jared Goff on the New England Patriots. Like, I would absolutely move heaven and earth. And I think there are a lot of teams in the NFL right now that are looking at their own quarterback situation, wondering what exactly they have at the position that would be in that same situation, that would look at Jared Goff as a very big upgrade to what they have. I think there are some teams in your division right now that would look at Jared Goff as an upgrade over what they have at the quarterback position. I think there are teams around the NFL landscape, some teams that maybe have paid massive guaranteed contracts to quarterbacks that would look at Jared Goff as a significant upgrade to what they have in the building. And so I think what was that? Yeah, exactly. And so I think it's always important to sort of take that step back and realize that, is Jared Goff on a down-to-down basis the best quarterback in the NFL, or a top 5-8 quarterback in the NFL? Maybe not on a down-to-down basis, but there are games where he puts himself in that category. There are games where it's like, okay, this is a top 5, top 8 quarterback in the NFL. And for the most part, he is a quarterback that you can win games with, but at times is a quarterback that you can win games because of. There are times, like you guys were just talking about that Tampa Bay game, on a day where, maybe the run game isn't clicking as much as you'd like and you're not getting some productivity out of the running game. You can put the offense on his back and he can deliver a win against a defense which is pretty good, which has some players, has some pieces. And so I think, you look at where we were when we were having this conversation last year, which was dominated by what should they do if they have an early pick? Like, should they go quarterback early? Like, should they upgrade at that position? Which is obviously changed now to they didn't do that. And that was a conversation we had, was what if you don't? What if you go two different positions? What if you go hypothetically at running back and linebacker or tight end? What if you go down a different road? Could that work? And we sort of, over that conversation, I remember warming up to the idea of perhaps going a non-quarterback route. This is the payoff. This is the payoff for it. And yes, there are elements to Goff's success in Detroit that are, coaching. Certainly Johnson has done a tremendous job with him. That they're putting together a very good offensive line in front of him. They're putting talent around him, tight end, receivers, running backs, seeing Gibbs get more, opportunities out of the backfield and seeing that increase over the rest of the season, which I think we're going to see is huge for this offense. But at the core, he's going to make decisions with the football. He's going to put the football where it needs to be, when it needs to be there. And for the most part, he's done a very good job of that this year.
Last year was definitely a year where he did a lot better at that. But he has. And the one thing that I think a lot of Lions fans are starting to recognize, how good a move it is to toss that ball into the dirt sometimes. Just throw it in the ground and walk away for another play.
It's Chris, it's fascinating you bring that up, because I was watching yesterday Tom Brady's podcast with Jim Gray. They had Josh Allen on, and obviously Josh Allen has had some issues with turnovers this season. We can certainly say that, and that's a fair assessment. I mean, like, you throw 3 against the Jets when they suddenly have to turn to Zach Wilson and you lose that game. That's not a good look. And Brady made that point, and he interestingly enough compared Josh Allen to his oldest son. He's like, I feel like sometimes with my oldest son, like I'm telling him, like, you just dial it back just a tiny bit. Like you're always at a 20, like just dial it back to it. You don't even have to come back to 10 on the 0 to 10 scale. Like dial it back to a 12. Josh Allen's the same way, right? Like he's just turning the ball over sometimes. He's always living a life as a 20 on that 0 to 10 scale. And Brady was making the point. Sometimes the best throw is the one into the dirt. Like sometimes the best throw is the one into the flat that, you might think you could squeeze it in, between two defenders, but just take the check down. Take 6 yards, take 5 yards, take 2 yards, but you'll live to throw the next down instead of being sitting on the bench next to your coach, wondering where it all went wrong as you're looking at the iPad and then throwing that into the dirt, as Tom Brady does so often. And so I think with as Brady sort of said, to wrap it up, playing quarterback's about risk management at times. There are times when, you got to throw it. It's 4th and 7 late in the game. You got to try to squeeze it in between two defenders, whatever. But if it's, 3rd and 7 in the third quarter or even in the second quarter, or certainly in the first quarter, you don't need to make that. And that part of that risk management part, Goff's been very good at that. Now it leads some to say that like he's like a paint by numbers quarterback, that, he's more of a baker than a chef or whatever comparison you want to use. But sometimes when you've got a good football team, and sometimes in a year like this, when scoring is down and defenses are playing well, and you want to maximize the opportunities you have, sometimes checking it down, throw it in the dirt, like you said, or doing something else with the football instead of taking that big risk is the better play.
And this is something I think that Lions fans have to get rid of. I mean, really have to get used to, because we've made this weird jump from two quarterbacks who are both very, very, very talented individuals. Obviously, they're NFL quarterbacks. They have to have some level of talent, but they're very, very. You go from Matthew Stafford, who could put the ball in those windows, and he wound up with a lot of interceptions, but he was absolutely thrilling to watch, because when those balls shot through those basically, a go-kart tire hole size window, right? You're just like, oh, as a fan, it's just amazing. And you're like, why can't Jared Goff do it? I've watched, Stafford do that for 10 years, right? But Matthew Stafford, I think, and I love him, and I think he's a spectacular quarterback. I don't want to diminish what he has, but I think he hid a lot of the flaws that the Detroit Lions had on the team just because he could do that, and then he would carry the weight of the interceptions, and you would forget, oh yeah, he's throwing to Chris Durham out there, and I think that hid a lot of the talent deficiencies the Lions had.
Yeah, no, I think that's right, and to Brady's point about sort of risk management, like, it's a big part of playing the quarterback position. Now, there's certainly a flip side to that, right? Like, I always say that you can't play the position scared, but you got to play it smart. Yeah. Like, back to me, I played the position scared, right? Like, I would never make that throw into double coverage. I would never take that risk, even on 3rd and 7, 4th and 7 late in the game. I'd rather check it down. Like, and if you're continually doing that, that gets to be a problem on the other end of the spectrum. But I think what we've seen from Goff this year is the appropriate balance. Aggression at times when you need to be aggressive, but at times when maybe the smarter play, the better play is to check it down, doing that. And balance in that risk management part of the position is a huge thing for some quarterbacks to deal with. Some quarterbacks never get it right, and I think you've seen some quarterbacks that, like Patrick Mahomes, maybe at times he's been a little bit too aggressive. Josh Allen, as we just talked about, a bit too. Getting that balance right is key, and Goff has done that this year.
Whew, man,
happy to see it. We do have another quarterback actually have two other quarterbacks on the roster. Teddy Bridgewater's just kind of there as a veteran backup guy. Let's go back and talk about Hendon Hooker, who could be activated soon. What were your pre-draft thoughts on the Lions' 3rd-round pick? And do you see him being able to do some of the things that Goff can do in this offense, if he ever is called upon to do it, which may or may not happen?
Let's go to the pre-draft thoughts, because he was such an intriguing prospect, because there were numbers, there was execution, there was aggression to the downfield passing game. There was a lot to like, but it was very heavily schematic. That offense made it a tough value. You guys know this. It made it a tough evaluation, because so much of it was stuff that you're probably not going to see in the National Football League this year, at least on a consistent basis. You might see a player or two here or there from a team. Seattle does some stuff like you see in Tennessee and others. And I remember writing, I think we actually had this conversation, sometimes, you've got the feeling that Hendon Hooker was probably 5 years ahead of his time. Because at some point, Josh Heupel's offense might sort of trickle into the NFL. Like you see this, the NFL is very much, and football is very much a, lower levels up kind of sport, right, where the stuff you see on Friday nights and Saturday afternoons makes its way to the NFL years later, when players that have come up that way start playing in the NFL, coaches that have come up through those lower ranks start coaching the NFL. That's when those schemes sort of come up. So you get the sense that like maybe 5 years from now, if he was coming out, you'd see more of that kind of offense, that Josh Heupel system in the NFL, and then he'd be in a great spot. So I was always wondering how that was going to play out. But there's certainly a level of talent. There was also the medical situation. You're coming off of this injury. So I thought, look, he needs to be in a situation where he's going to get a redshirt year or two, and he's going to go to a creative offensive coordinator who's shown already the willingness to take what a quarterback does well, what a quarterback is familiar with, and incorporate those elements, those designs, those concepts, those plays into the playbook. Well, look where he landed, kids. I mean, it doesn't get to be a better fit than Detroit for Hendon Hooker, because with Goff in place, you're going to get that sort of redshirt ability, right? And then you get in Johnson, an offensive coordinator, and I wrote about this last year with Goff when he started to turn around. You look through some of the concepts they were running. Oh, look, there's Y cross, something that I literally pulled the piece that I wrote over at Inside the Pylon, RIPITP, Jared Goff at California running Y cross. And it's like, oh, there's a coach who's willing to go back into the depths of a quarterback's experience, pull out stuff from his past, and put it into an NFL playbook. And so if and when Hendon Hooker sees the field, would it shock me to see Ben Johnson dialing up stuff he was running at Tennessee? Absolutely not. And so I think if he has to play this year, next year, whenever, he's in the absolute ideal spot.
Interesting. Let's talk a little bit about offensive lines and how offensive they can be. As a quarterback, you're a man who values the capabilities of that line. You get close to them, you buy them all the toys, you take care of them as best you can.
Whatever they want.
Jared Goff has a heck of a line in front of him. How much of that do you think has contributed to his success? And when you throw a guy like Hooker in there, how fast will that help him elevate and find his way in the NFL?
It's you can't put a number on it. It's so invaluable. I mean, so much of playing quarterback is about timing. Timing in your head, timing on your throws, timing on your decisions. When you start getting hit, when you start taking shot after shot, that all goes out the window. When you feel like you have to do everything a half a step faster, a full step faster, it throws an entire offensive rhythm off. It throws your rhythm off. It throws your confidence off. It gets to the point where you don't want to be there. I mean, getting hit, and there's another photo over my shoulder here. When I get hit my freshman year at Wesleyan by Ethan Brooks, who went on to play for the Cowboys and the Ravens as a left tackle. This was a guy that was, I think, listed at 6'4", 305 when he hit me. And again, 5'10", 185, like do the math, kids. It didn't go well for me. Like when you're taking shots like that, it throws everything out the window. It speeds you up as a quarterback, as a decision maker. Your timing gets off. You're rushing throws. You're rushing everything. That's never a good place to be in as a quarterback. And so when you start getting protection on a consistent basis, when you start avoiding those hits and you can play in rhythm, it helps you whether you're a veteran like Goff or whether you're a young quarterback, a rookie quarterback potentially, in Hooker stepping into the lineup. And for Hooker specifically, like things are going to be happening really fast for him. Like everything's going to be happening really fast. The athletes are going to be better, even though he played in the SEC on the other side of the ball. Like the concepts are going to be new. They're going to be different, as much as Ben Johnson might, fold in some Heupel stuff from Tennessee. He's going to need every second he can get, to sort of slow himself down, to sort of get to the right decision with the football. And when the offensive line is performing the way they have been. And when they can give you that time, it's huge for a quarterback. And so the performance of this offensive line is huge. And when you start sort of, again, taking a step back and looking around the league, I like to think about, okay, what trump cards, what ace cards do teams have? Having a good unit like this that's playing well, you start thinking about teams like Philadelphia and others that have very good offensive lines. It's a good thing to have because you can sort of lean on them when you get to, say, November football, December football. And so that's going to be huge for this team. It's going to be huge for Hooker whenever he steps into the lineup, whether it's this year or down the road. And it's been big for Goff this year.
Yeah. I'm going to go one more. Riz, sorry. I've got it. You know how it is with Mark. I love just diving in with it.
I just talked to Mark on the radio last week, so we're good.
We did chat last week.
Let's talk about the timing.
Thank you for that.
Because you talked about your timing and the O-line giving you timing. There's also the timing between receivers and the quarterback. And one of the things that's been, and I don't know if it's a knock, maybe it's just things that have been said about Jared Goff, right? The funny things fans say. It takes Goff a while to warm up and get used to his receivers. There's a receiver in particular who's a lightning rod, very polarizing for people in JMO. Came in injured. It's like everybody wants to see what your first round pick or one of your first round picks has right away. And of course, he's out for a year. And then the suspension comes up and then it starts creating more of a rumble. And people are like, what's there? We've watched JMO a lot. His routes don't seem to be quite as crisp as we like. How much of the JMO and Goff trouble do you attribute to that timing, being in the right place at the right time, versus they've just got to build chemistry because there's a little bit of jazz to how you play the game?
Chemistry and trust are two big components to the quarterback-receiver relationship. And having been on both ends of this, like when you as a quarterback aren't completely sure that your receiver is going to be where they're supposed to be, when they're supposed to be there, it again throws that timing off. It throws your internal clock off. It makes you double clutch on throws. Like if you're expecting the 5 route, which is what we call it Wesleyan, where it's the comeback route, you push up to 15, break back to 13. If that instead becomes 17 to 16, like it's going to throw everything off. And when it becomes 17 to 16, I couldn't make that throw. Let's also say that too. So it made me look even worse, which I didn't like. But it throws things off. It makes it tough.
Can you go back to
sort
just
of
really
execute?
I'm sorry.
Sure.
It makes you look worse, right?
Yeah.
I hear that all the time. Like that, oh, Goff can't throw. Goff's missing. But you as a quarterback, and is this a quarterback talking with a little bit of quarterback bias?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Look, I'm still a character member of the quarterback union.
Exactly,
like I gotta prop my QBs up here. I gotta prop Jared Goff up here. But no, like if you're expecting the route to be at 13 and it's at 16, the throw's gonna be 3 yards short. Like so, maybe it's at the ankles, and it's like, oh, Goff can't hit that throw. Well, he can hit that throw. It's just they're not in sync, as Jeffrey just pointed out. They're not on the same page, and so you're making it look like he can't make that throw, but it's Jared Goff can hit a 15-yard comeback, like no questions asked, provided he knows it's going to be at 15. If he thinks it's going to be at 13, then so that's certainly part of it. And I wrote this because we're seeing this trend, right, of teams that have a young quarterback going out and getting a former teammate, right? You're seeing it in Cincinnati and Miami and elsewhere. So you have that built-in chemistry. There's a certain veteran quarterback who's no longer in the NFC North who also had that reputation of, I need that chemistry with my receivers. It does take time to build up. Yeah, that guy. And so it's a big part of it. And with the injury and the suspension and things like that, like they need time to build that chemistry. But when I wrote about, that trend of teams adding former teammates for young quarterbacks, I pulled quotes out from a guy that knew and still knows way more than I ever would about the quarterback position, Joe Montana, in his book, The Art and Magic of Quarterback. And he talked about that trust between him and Jerry Rice and John Taylor. Like it's not built overnight, but when you get it, it's huge because you don't have to think. Again, every half second counts. And when we're running this concept, these are the potential route conversions on the play. He's going to run the comeback if it's single high. He's going to run the go if it's press cover 2. Like, I don't have to think if he's going to do it right. I know he's going to do it right. And I know he's going to be where he's supposed to be. And we're going to see it the same way. That's when that's when a quarterback receiver relationship just takes off. And so I think it just needs time. And when these two finally get synced up on the same page, you'll see them take off too.
Awesome. I'm going to interrupt before Riz can talk one more time and remind people why we're here and how awesome Mark is. Mark shows up before he's even on camera. He drops a little bit of money, $50 for the St. Jude. Thank you so much, man. You didn't have to do that. Really do appreciate it.
No. It's a charity near dear to my heart too. So I just cannot thank you guys enough for what you do each year with this. It's tremendous.
Well, it's great. I mean, the energy you bring. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're on late, if you're on early, you bring energy. And I love talking to you, right? Because it's such a great. Your personality, Riz is my personality.
Well, I appreciate that, Chris. I look forward to the next time we get to do this in person. Now, maybe not at Beer Garden because my cardiologist will be mad if I eat there ever again. But I look forward to doing this again in person soon, pal.
Oh man,
yeah. Are you going to be in Mobile this year,
baby?
Are you going to be in Mobile this year?
I think so. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be in Mobile or Monaco, depending on what they've got me doing F1 versus NFL. My job duties change on a day-to-day basis, kids.
Bro, if you find a way, Monaco is the place that is like my bucket list. Got to be there one time. I mean, what a fantastic race Monaco is. Oh my,
absolutely.
God.
And I know that they're trying to make Vegas the US version of Monaco, and I get it, but if I had to pick, I'm going to Monaco. Get me on a yacht next to celebrities watching cars zip around at 90 miles an hour through the streets of Monaco. Give me that.
Yeah, for real.
That sounds good.
Anonymous with $20, Huron Mark with 25, Angela Ruth 40, Love Lion 69 with a message, keep up the good works, boys, and $20.69. Throws off our change, but that's all right. Also Anonymous with another 25.69. We're at 29.51.07 so far. $5,000 is the first stop for the Chris's eating the gross beans, and $25,000. We got all kinds of things in between. $25,000. Staff Taddy is showing up, and he's getting a Goff father tattoo, which is fantastic. He did the Staff Daddy tattoo. He's stacking up Lion quarterback on his chest for life. So, Riz, so folks,
if Hooker ever takes over, my band's in trouble. He's going to have Hooker tattooed on his chest.
Oh my God. stjude.org/DLP. Riz, let me give you the mic and I'll stop hogging it from you. Go ahead, brother.
No, it's all good because you're asking good questions and Mark's giving great info. Let's look at Sam Laporta. I know you weren't a tight end, but the way that he runs and has developed the quick and easy chemistry with Goff, he's off to a historical start. Do you think that's sustainable for what he's doing, or is this just okay, the league's going to catch up with him a little bit and figure him out and contain it more? What's your thoughts on Laporta and what you've seen from him already?
I mean, it's been fantastic. And we've seen over the years that traditionally tight end, after quarterback, I'd say, is perhaps the toughest adjustment from the college game to the NFL game, because you're asked to do such different things in the college level than you are at the NFL level. But there are certainly some tight ends that get asked to do NFL type stuff, and Laporta was among them. Now, I think it's sustainable because what we're seeing is sort of, this offensive evolution towards, defenses figuring out what offenses are doing. This sort of too high world that we're all sort of living in, where they're trying to keep stuff in front of them, trying to contain explosive plays, playing too deep or quarters, quarter, half, however they're doing it. What does that open up? It opens up the middle of the field. It opens up the middle of the field between safeties. It opens up the middle of the field against linebackers. And Laporta's shown that he's athletic enough to, when he's asked to beat that linebacker who's tasked with matching him, he can do it. And so I think, and this is sort of big picture what I'm going to be watching going forward, do we see a return to tight ends being able to adjust quicker because of the way defenses are playing and trying to limit the big plays and take away guys like Tyreek and Waddle and explosive offenses like that you might see more and more tight ends have a little bit of success early because of this defensive adjustment. So I think it is sustainable. I want to pop back for a second. Malcolm asked, Lewis Hamilton, I think P2 this week. Mercedes has been very strong. That was where they got their one win last year. Russell with a win. Hamilton's trying to chase down Checo for P2 of the drivers. So Lewis Hamilton's my pick for P2 this week.
What in the heck is it going to take for Ferrari to get to relevance again?
I mean, look, the big remaining storyline, because look, Verstappen won this thing back, back in March, like before we even began. We were at preseason tested. It's like, yeah, it's Verstappen again.
Yep.
They're closing the battle for P2 and the constructors between Mercedes and Ferrari is like the big storyline between that and Checo holding off Hamilton. They've got two very good drivers. I thought it was fascinating. I interviewed Zach Brown, the CEO of McLaren, who's been fantastic here late season. I interviewed him last week, and I was like, hey, do you think you can catch Ferrari? And he's like, oh, no, I don't think so, because I didn't think we could catch Aston Martin. I don't think we'll get Ferrari because they've got two great drivers who score points consistently. And it was like, oh, what are you saying there about Aston Martin there, Zach? What are you saying about Lance Stroll there? I thought that was an interesting comment. But, I mean, Ferrari's back. I think next year is going to be really interesting because, it'll be the first, Frederick Vasseur, full off-season development program. And so I think it'll be interesting to see where they are. But I think they're kind of back. I usually get on race days a lot of, oh my God, I hate this team. They cause me so much angst. DMs about Ferrari. Those have sort of wavered off over the past couple of weeks. Now, most of those are from our good pal Michael Kist, I will say. But he seems to have calmed down in recent weeks.
Okay.
No, he doesn't. You were talking about the 0 to being 20 on the 0 to 10 scale. That's
Kist is always at a 30. Yeah.
That oh my God tweet is every Lions fan for years until now. This is the first season we've been able to kind of sit through games and actually not panic. Like, oh, I know it's going to happen. Bad call. It's all going to fall apart, right? And it's so interesting. Like let me ask you this from your time playing, because the experiential part here is really, really a big deal. As Lions fans, we haven't had a good team for a long time. And you could tell, we get a bad call, team's going to fall apart. Here it goes. We've just blown it. We've lost. It's the end of the game. And a really bad, controversial call, and it would just tear it apart. We've seen it millions and millions of times. Watching football this year, we get a different kind of a sense. It's like, hey, we've beat the refs. Hey, what an amazing thing. And now you're watching a Monday night game or a Friday night or a Saturday night game or whatever, or Sunday night, whatever days of the week they are. They all run together after a while. But other teams are getting a bad controversial call and just folding up tents like we used to see with the Lions. And there's this whole hyper self-focus I think Lions fans have had because we continued to watch it happen. But because we were bad teams, is it really that bad teams get bad calls and then fall apart because they're bad teams? Or is it that bad calls happen pretty well everywhere? And in that case, then bad calls happen pretty well everywhere and then teams just rise above. What's the situation here, and how much does a call like that affect the psyche of the players on the field?
It starts with the head coach. I mean, I've been on good teams. I've been on bad teams. I've been on teams that have gotten bad calls called against them, whether they were good or bad. And it starts with the coach. Like, I can remember distinctly high school, college, whatever, getting a bad call against us, whether we were a good team or a bad team, and your eyes just look to the coach. How's the coach reacting? And when you see panic, when you see frustration, when you see the coach act like, oh my God, this is going to screw us out of a win, you can't help but feel that as a player. But when you see a coach that's like, frustrated with the call because they know that it's wrong, but they're like, all right, let's go, whatever. Then they shake it off. You're like, all right, yeah, we got this. And so I think as a player, it starts with the coach. It starts with somebody like Dan Campbell, who has, been a player and has, experienced good calls and bad calls, good teams, bad teams, whatever, being like, all right, look, I believe in the people on this sideline that we will come above this, that we will rise above this. And so I think, to get to the deeper part of the question, I think it's good teams that are well coached know that if something doesn't go their way, there are going to be 70, 80, 90 other plays that can. And they will make the most out of those 70, 80, 90 other plays to be able to win that football game. But when you're on a team, whether it's good or bad, but a coach that sort of overreacts wildly to that moment, you think, oh my God, this is a big, you start tensing up. You start thinking, I got to be perfect. I got to be great. I got to be so much better on the next play that we overcome this. You start that quicksand phenomenon where it's like everything has to be perfect. You end up making it worse. And so I think, as a former player, again, Division III, it didn't matter, but you see your head coach calm in that moment and believe it in you as a player. you feed off of that. And I think that's been a big thing for this Lions team is Dan Campbell and his leadership, his experience, and his, recognition in those moments that like it's one play out of 100 will get him on the next 20.
It does matter. It does. My brother played was it Division is Albion. I think they're D3 too. Yeah. And national championship team, by the way, right? It matters.
They're
It
good
matters.
this year, too.
Yeah. It matters. It doesn't matter what division you are. I mean, if you play in college football, you're a damn good player. You should be proud of yourself. You should be proud of what you've been able to achieve because you are a much finer number of people that play the game than started out playing it in high school. And then you get to that pro level. And then you're at the, when people start talking about players sucking in the pros, I'm just like,
yeah. I mean, we've all seen those numbers, right? Yeah. Like so many thousands of kids play high school football, then so many thousand trickles down to college. And then when you get to, if you're one of 32 starting quarterbacks in the National Football League, you're like, yeah, the worst starting quarterback in the National Football League is better than 99.9% of the people on the planet at their job. Like,
yep.
Do the math.
Yeah, except they have to do it in front of tens of thousands.
There is that tiny little aspect to it. Yeah. And then you get people like me saying, "Oh my God, you suck."
Yeah.
Ferrari, what's wrong?
Relatively speaking, it's relative.
Yes, it is all relative, people. Like when we're saying a quarterback is good or bad, we're comparing them to the other 31 people on the planet that do the job.
Yeah. Oh man! Go ahead.
I gotta bug you on this, because we are draft first and foremost. That's how we met, working for Draft Breakdown back in the day. Team Drake May or Team Caleb Williams?
Don't put me on the spot here. I mean,
with knowing that it's still November and there's still a lot of football to be played.
I am still Team Caleb.
Okay.
I think. With Ham and Jeff, we were having this conversation just yesterday, I think, in the chat, right? Like, it's like, just tell him not to throw into triple coverage a couple of times a game. Like do it once, not 6 times, and he'll be fine. Like, I think he's still incredibly talented. I think, obviously, he fits well with where the game is trending, with the athleticism, and be able to create all of that stuff. Would it stun me if a team at the front of the draft talks himself into Drake May over Caleb Williams? No, it wouldn't stop me at all. And he's a very talented quarterback. I'm still Team Caleb. I think the more fascinating discussion is QB3. Like, and again, we had this conversation.
JJ McCarthy! Say it! JJ McCarthy!
That's where I'm leaning right now. Like, I like Michael Penix Jr. a lot. I think he's very talented, but is he Hendon Hooker of this draft class? He might be, with the age and the injury history and all of that, and the schematic influence of that offense. 2
ACLs, 2 AC shoulder joints, and an ankle.
Yeah,
and he's going to be 25. A lot.
Yeah, I mean,
but those are all new.
I think I played against him in high school. I mean, like, I like him, but like teams are going to be scared off by that. You look at Bo Nix, and I think he's, very much a game manager plus potential guy at the NFL level. I know. Look, I'm expecting Shedeur Sanders to go back. I would, expect him to go back to Colorado for one more year. Him and Travis are going to try to make something really special happen next year, and I think they could. So I'm looking, because of all of this other stuff. And then I don't think JJ McCarthy is going to go back to campus for another year, because who knows what that situation is going to look like in Ann Arbor next year. And so,
do you think he can be successful without having the other team's signals? It's being controversial for its own sake. Oh my goodness.
I think so. That throw he had, the touchdown against Michigan State, the route in the middle of the field, was an absolute rocket. Like, I think he can be a good quarterback in the NFL. But yeah, it's going to be yet another fascinating draft class at the quarterback position. And I am just, there is a small part of me that is hoping I am a full-time F1 guy by the time that rolls around. So I don't have to wade into those fights, because look, I'm old enough to remember Goff versus Wentz. Okay. The gray hair you see on both sides of my head. That's the Goff side. This is the Wentz side. I mean, I remember those battles well. And so waded into the Williams, May, McCarthy
I was
one.
Steve Paxton Lynch, so.
Oh yeah, I wasn't gonna bring that up, but you opened the door, Jeff. I mean, I remember
you got to learn from your mistakes. Like if you don't learn from your mistakes, you're doing nothing.
Josh Rosen QB1, okay? Like we've all got the big time draft misses. Like yes, I was very much on the Mahomes and Watson over Trubisky train. I remember screaming at anybody who would listen, like, yes, Patrick Mahomes is going to be very good. But then I followed it up with, hey, this Josh Rosen guy could certainly play the position. He
did for a number of teams.
I think all 32 at one point.
Most recently, I think the big teacher that people could learn from is the Malik Willis thing.
Missed on that one too.
Yeah. So many people, and I just called them Malik Willis truthers. That was my thing. I was like, Malik is not the guy. I did not believe in him. I was ready to go down on that ship, but evidently that his ship went down instead of mine on that one. But boy, he had all the things that you want to see. He showed all the stuff, except what was it that he was at Tennessee? Was there somewhere better for him to land? I don't know.
Maybe, but I mean, the evidence was there. Like thinking about my own sort of evaluation of him, like the repeatable mistakes were there. Like when you're not learning from mistakes from week to week, like you gotta sort of dial it back a little bit. You dial back your evaluation and expectations of a player. I didn't do that. Like, I always go back and try to figure out like, what did I get right? What did I get wrong? And with Willis, it was that. When you're seeing the same route concept getting thrown for a pick, whether it's against Mississippi or Middle Tennessee State, like you got to figure it out.
Yeah, 100%. I hope you're not
just glad
F1.
that as a Lions fandom, we don't have to worry about quarterback for a long time.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Like
we got hooked.
You don't have to ask me about like. You can talk to me about like other stuff. You don't have to ask me about quarterback classes for the next couple of years. Because look, I'm a Patriots fan. Like I gotta fight this war no matter what next year. Caleb versus Drake versus whoever. Like even if it's all professional, I'm just gonna fight it as a fan because Mac Jones doesn't look like the answer.
No. What about Bailey Zappi, real quick? Because he beat the crap out of us. So
yeah, I mean, look, they called a good game for him, but like he's Taylor Heineke 2.0. Like he's career backup spot starter. Like that's who he is, and look, there's nothing wrong with that because there are 32 starters, there are 32 backups. You're one of 64 on the planet. Like there's nothing wrong with that. You need that spot starter on a roster, but like they need to figure out the full-time answer, and that's why that Bills game terrified me. And I know I told you this on the radio, Jeff. Like it terrified me when they beat the Bills because it's like they're going to talk themselves into one more year in Mac and Gardner Minshew as plan B. And my goodness, that's going to be a story next year.
Glad we don't have to cover it.
No, you don't.
Gosh, I hope you're not on F1 next year. Because number one, I just don't see that sport taking off. I don't see it really going anywhere.
It's been an uphill fight, and I don't know if we're going to win it. Yeah.
No, but I really, really do want to get together, spend some real time in Mobile because
absolutely,
I think we'd have an absolute riot. It would be a little bit off the hook, but
it would be.
Mark would be a great guest at Wet Willie's. We can avoid beer garden for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Can't
if I'm
eat
down there,
every
let's
meal
do
at the
it.
beer garden.
Just so you know, that's not a house of ill repute. That
it will be when I walk in.
Oh man, Mark, I know we've had you on for a long time. I appreciate, bro. I love having you on every year. Loving talking to you. We've got a Riz. We've got to have Mark on like throughout the year regularly. Not just the once because he's a lot of fun. Mark, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the helping out with St. Jude. And everyone else who's helped out as well. It's great to have you. Guru extraordinaire is what I've called you for SB Nation. I mean, you got the Formula One, you got the football, you got the sexy pictures on the internet. You got everything that somebody might want. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for joining us.
Love you, boys. Can't thank you guys enough for what you do. This is such a great day, and I'm just happy to be here. Keep crushing it, boys. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, Mark. Have a good one, brother.
See you guys.
All right, we'll see you. All right. Mark Schofield, man, he's so good. So,
I love Mark.
so
Isn't it great that we don't have to worry about like what we're doing at quarterback? Like
it's we're gonna be struggling for talk tonight, buddy. No, we're not.
it's so
Okay.
it's so for folks who know, I manage DraftWire. I'm one of the managing editors along with Kurt Popejoy, and like the fact that we're not worried about the draft, like I might actually have a mock draft that's going to drop tomorrow morning. I'm actually working on it over on this computer over here while we're doing a Lions mock draft, and like people are going to be like, oh, it's a curiosity. It's not like, oh my god, we got to see what we're going to get. Like it's like, okay, it's a different mindset, and I love being in that space.
Yeah,
I love the fact that I can be creative with it a little bit, and people aren't going to, get crazy about it. It's ideas. And
that's exactly
there's any number of different ways we can go with it, and it's fun. One quick thing about that, though.
Mm-hmm.
We still have a cadre of draft picks because we didn't make moves at the trade deadline where we can package. We have 2 third-round draft picks. We can move that and move up and target a guy if we want. And if we had traded it for Chase Young for 10 games of a guy who gets hurt a lot and takes every third play off, we wouldn't have that ability. So I think as we progress forward in the cycle and get further away from the trade deadline, and we watch Chase Young not necessarily be the answer that I think San Francisco needs him to be. He might be. He's a good player, but
yeah.
I think we're going to have that sort of a radical acceptance is the term that they use in psychology and psychiatry. And I think we will come to that. Like, it's good that we have the ability to do the things that we want to do later.
Yeah.
Just my thought.
Really quick, I have to give a shout out to the folks that have been donating. stjude.org/DLP.
Yes,
please join us and help doing that. We're over $3,000 now. The percentages are a little bit off, but we had Chris Sims roll in. Was it the Chris Sims? $50 to St. Jude. Thank you, Chris. Ryan Sturdivant, $50. Thank you very much. And why do I live in Indiana? I'm not sure why, but he comes in at another $20 to push us over the 3,000.
Indiana's not a bad place. I lived there for 3 years.
The thing I know the most about Indiana is the Red Garter in Indianapolis. And my brother went to Purdue. That isn't an
no comment. May or may not have been there. I'm there. Well, I go there for the combine every year, but my son just played basketball down there out of the Fort Wayne based team, and my daughter is there a lot for volleyball. So I spent a lot of time in Indiana. It's a fine place. Too many roundabouts in the Carmel area. You need to smooth that out. I'm anti-roundabout.
All right, we're about 10 minutes away from the almighty voice of the Detroit Lions, Dan Miller, joining us. 10 minutes. We'll have Dan Miller on the show, and it'll be great. It always is great. Dan's so fantastic. Such a genuine, wonderful.
Dan is the best. And what I love about Dan is that I don't have to talk. He can just go.
Think about it this way, Riz. We've only got 22 hours left, brother.
Wow.
Yeah.
First 2 hours have flown by. It really does. And that's the value of having fantastic guests and great interactions with the folks in the chat. Because we're going to lean on you later when it's 4 a.m. and we're like, okay, what do we talk about now? Stay with us, man. Keep us invigorated. We need you, and we appreciate you doing it and donating. Again, thanks to everybody who's so far. We are creeping up. We're getting close to a couple of goal things, so we're getting there.
Yeah, we are getting there, getting closer. How the hell do you guys last for 24 hours? How do you not die? We're actually just animatronics. That's all.
Holograms. We're the Dio hologram.
We've got this to help us get away, get a break, do the bathroom things and all the things you got to do. But 24 hours.
Bathroom. I got a jug, baby.
It's
my dad was an over-the-road truck driver. He taught me some things.
It is just a it is a state of mind, and it's just it's very much like players play. I don't want to equate this to that, so please don't get me wrong. But players play through pain, all the some do. Some Terrell Crosby don't, but players play through it and do their thing. we just drive through it. That's all. This is an important cause. It's for people that deserve.
It's a mindset.
Yeah. It's for people that deserve a hand, man. They're at the worst point in their life, facing some of the most difficult things human beings could face. You know, being a parent has taught me so much that I never ever knew about what love means and caring means, and to have something like that happen to your child is just unthinkable. Is absolutely unthinkable. It's why we do this, and it's our way of just kind of trying to give back a little bit and help out. George Keebler, thank you. $20 added to the list. It takes us just under $4,000 or $3,100. I tell you what, I'll do a random bean. Well, let me say what I mean. That one of these bean boozled. So, bean boozled, right? At the $5,000 mark, I eat a bean until I get a bad bean, so I don't get off lucky, right? Now, it's a complete gamble. It's a complete gamble at what we get, but I will go. Let's just say we'll go 37.50. If we get to 37.50, or when we get to 37.50, I will do a bean, and whatever I get. I think last year we did the statistics on it, and it was like 5-1 bad to good. So yes. they don't help you out with these things, but I'll take a shot. We'll go early. 37.50, get us there, and make Chris eat one of these nasty ass.
I remember I was blessed. I got 2 goods in a row, and then all downhill from here.
Yeah.
Stink bug is the worst because it's real.
The sour milk is the one that I almost lost it on. Dirty dishwasher water. They got worse though as the night went on. Like at first I was like, that's bad, but it's not that bad. Whatever. They got worse. Ash has something up his sleeve, but it's not sweaters this year because he's got a family. There's a couple things happen. He's got a family commitment that he has to be at. So he's got a little something he's going to submit. We'll share it in a little bit, but we will have Ash's shenanigans rolling at one point in the show. Now,
and for those who are just tuning in, we will be chopping the interviews up, so you will be able to watch the Justin Rogers interview in its entirety on its own merit. You'll be able to watch Mark Schofield. You'll be able to watch the upcoming interview with Dan Miller that we're about to do. And it will be split off after everything's done, because Chris can't do this while he's working because, first off, he doesn't want me touching anything that has to do with going out over the air. Although I did learn how to make myself go on the air the last time I was sitting in the huge show. I guess that behind the big console, and I learned a few things. So that was kind of cool. So I could do it in a pinch, but we don't want that. So we will have all those available for you. We're going to have other interviews with other guests, coming up that you will want to watch and rewatch and pick things up about it. Those will all be available on the channel at a later time once Chris gets some rest and goes through it. By the way, we did this. So we did this on the bye week this year, and I know it's a little earlier than we normally do this. We typically do this in December. It worked out very well for a couple things. First off, I'm free the entire time, and that's great. Secondly, it is the bye week, but it's also daylight savings time.
Yeah.
We get an extra hour of recovery and sleep tomorrow night, and we're going to need it.
Oh man, okay. I'm just finalizing right now in the background. Sometimes production happens on the fly. This is like pre-production production. We're gonna have some Lions tickets lined up for giveaway here in a little bit for you folks. So hang on tight. We'll get to it. Lions tickets available in a little bit here for giveaway. So get lined up. Got a big give a big thanks to Chase for doing this, but I just have to pop this out to him so he can make the transfer so I can get this done.
So I one of the incentives, and Chris doesn't even know about this, but I will do it at, let's say, 15,000. My son actually suggested this morning because I offered him a banana and it was a little browner than he wanted, so he refused. But he's like, the Will Levis banana. So I will do a Will Levis banana. For those of you who don't know, Will Levis, the Titans quarterback, eats his bananas without peeling them.
So let me ask you, okay. Here, let me.
So I will do that at $15,000.
Wow.
Thanks to my son.
Wow. Let me ask you, because we've got something at 15. Could I convince you to go earlier? Could I convince you to go at 10?
Yeah, I can do 10. I can do 10.
Okay. I'll add that to our milestones. I'll get that in there. The Will Levis banana for Riz. Okay. I don't mean to push it too fast, right? But I'm doing a bean and then I'm doing a bean.
I'm hungry.
Okay.
So y'all get me there. I need something to eat. I'm starving.
Okay. I want to add it right now to the list. Holy cow, the Will Levis banana. This is awesome. Oops, not 1,000.
I will not do the mayo and coffee. I can't do it. If it's not black, it's not coffee. That's my mantra. I learned that when I was 14 from my Aunt Lucy, who unfortunately is fighting cancer at the moment. God bless her. She's 78, 77 years old, fighting breast and another type of cancer. Again, cancer touches everybody, and that's one of the reasons why we do this, is because there isn't a soul that we know that hasn't been impacted by cancer, and when it's kids, that just ups the ante, man. Do what you can to help the kids and the families fight through this, because it's Chris, you talked about it. You were you interviewed your cousin Mandy, right?
Yep, Mandy.
We're going to replay that at some point, because it's a very moving thing, and it really reinforces why we're doing this and why we're happy to do it, and why we're grateful that St. Jude's lets us do it, because that was unreal.
We've got Dan Miller. He's getting set up in the background. He's getting himself ready. We're going to give him a second till he gives us that winning smile that he's ready. But we've got him coming real soon here. Really quick, just saying hi. Can't believe we're talking about winning the division this year. Can finally put away the Tampa Bay stat. Dan, we're going to bring Dan in right now, and then he'll be able to hear. He's concerned that he can't hear what we've got going on, so we'll get him going. Wait. I think you'll hear us when we come over, I believe, Dan. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. All right. We have Dan Miller. Dan, can you hear us? Dan? Okay, hold on. We're still working on it. We're going to go back to where we were. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, we're getting the 1 minute sign. We're letting Dan do his thing and let him work that out. He's coming back in a second. So we shall have Dan join the show very, very shortly. But you see him working.
He's getting the thing that I get on my laptop. One of the things that happens to me when I connect, when we're using a new type of software product, is that I have to disable my speaker in order to hear through my headphones on this particular conversational app thing. It's weird. And so, like, I actually have two laptops working. I'm using my old, and I have to do it on that one, but on over here, which is the work one, I do it. So it's kind of weird.
Okay. Dan's looking like he's I'm not sure if he's good or not. Let's see if we can get him in here. Let's see. Hi, Dan. Are you with us? I see you. I can't hear you. Can you hear us? Okay, he hears us, but we can't hear him. Something with your microphone, Dan. Probably in there. There's the little on your browser settings. You can set your microphone somewhere on the top. I don't know what browser you're using. Okay. Yep. Okay. We're gonna back out to 2 and let you work in the background, so you don't have to work with the camera on you. So he can hear us. That's good news. He's reworking his stuff right now. There we go. Stuff. Riz, you with me? There you go.
I'm trying. There we go. Yeah.
Someone's got the microwave going.
I'm actually home alone right now, so I don't know what it is. So just to preemptively get that, there will be times where my internet lags. There's nothing I can do about it. I live in a subdivision that has tripled in size in the last 3 years, and the internet service provider has not boosted the signal or the bandwidth that we share as a community whatsoever. So in high demand times, I will freeze up from time to time. I will try to just go without video. If it gets real bad, and there's a chance for that between about 7 and 10 p.m. tonight, I'll just switch to my phone and work off the internet that way.
There you go.
It is what it is. My neighbors all complain about it too. During the prime time, trying to watch YouTube TV, which is what we do, you get the spinning wheel a lot in the prime time. It's just a function of not having enough infrastructure in our neighborhood to do these things, which sucks. And unfortunately, it's a cable monopoly, so we can't get a competitor in. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's part of the fun and excitement of how that works.
I also live very close to a large church, and when they do their services, they stream it out everywhere. And for some, I don't know how they do it, but somehow they suck our bandwidth too. So like Sunday mornings are like really bad for TV and streaming for us. It's weird like that. I don't know how they've done that, but
we're gonna give it a go here. We got Dan back. Let's see. Come on, Dan. We know you can do it.
I hear you. Do you hear me?
We got you, Dan. How you doing?
Welcome. It is. How you doing, fellas?
Good. So good to have you, man. It's like we've got the twice a year cycle going. We got the St. Jude and the summertime fun. No beers this time, though, Dan. I apologize.
That might be your case. Maybe not for me. This is my weekend off, man. I'm going to enjoy it.
Good stuff. Good stuff. What a year. What a year. And my first question is, I asked this when we spoke with Justin Rogers earlier, but I want to ask this of you too. I know we talked last year. You said you'd be driving in the car, you'd be practicing that Super Bowl call sometimes, be getting yourself ready for it, for when that's eventually going to happen. But covering the team this year, it's a whole different vibe than it has been for Lions fans for a long time. Sit in your seat. What's the biggest difference? What's the biggest change for you in what you get to do this year?
You know, I think, number one, you guys, we've all talked about this before. The best thing for me is seeing fans happy. And this has been next level in terms of, we've seen them happy before and enjoying victories before, but I just feel like all of us look at this regime as one that is building something that's not just a team, they're building a program. And that's kind of cliche and people say that, but it's true. So I think there's this feeling that we're all kind of beginning something here that's going to have some staying power. And it's not just like 2014 where they had a really good team. And then after that, it kind of was like, maybe you're a decent team. It just feels like there's an upward trajectory here that is sustainable. And the most exciting thing for me is just seeing all these young players that are getting better, which is something we didn't see a lot of in Detroit before. And that's coaching, that's player selection, that's the marriage of the two. So the biggest difference for me is just looking at this thing and realizing, you know what? And I will admit it takes a while because you have to clear hurdles along the way. But the biggest thing for me is just getting comfortable with the fact that it's a good team. This is not a team that Matthew Stafford has to drag up and down the field and find a way to win a game in the end. This is legitimately a good team that we should have expectations for when they go out, that they should play well on offense and defense and find a way to win a game and beat a lot of these teams.
Yep. Just so you know, and this is not, it's the chat. Take it for what it is. This is the world we live in, the internet. I'll give $100 right now if Dan cracks a beer. So maybe we should open on a different topic.
$100. Hang on a sec. Hang on now. Hang on. $100.
This is why we love Dan.
$100. Let's find something here. Hang on. What do we got?
Right. What a guy. What a guy.
Oh man, what do we got in here? Hang on. All right. I need 30 seconds. Hang on.
You got all the time you need, Dan.
He is the man. You know that Dan has a beer fridge.
Now I'm thirsty.
If I have to crack a beer, I have to do a beer run because I'm fresh out. Yeah.
All right. You guys ready?
Yeah. Oh, we are.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm matching the 100, by the way, just because.
All right.
And you want the full effect, so we got to get the crack. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Elephant juice.
Wow.
Dan is truly on the weekend.
I got nothing to do today. I got nothing to do today.
Isn't it glorious having a bye weekend?
It is. You know what's kind of different is we've had man, that's pretty good. We've had like 2 Sundays off because of the 2 Thursday games, so it kind of feels like we've had some downtime. But this is legit downtime where you like don't have to worry about anything until next, Monday or Tuesday or something like that. So it's nice, and I think it comes at a good time for everybody to kind of take a breath, and it comes at a good time for the team. I think, when you look at Jonah and Montgomery and Ragnow and getting some of these guys back and maybe, down the line, getting some of the defensive players back as well and giving Pascal a week to rest up. And I just think it's perfect timing for this team. And just in terms of overall, having a week off is great. It's nice. It's nice that it doesn't happen in, week 5 or something like that. This really, and I know sometimes we talk about this, there's never a bad time for a bye probably, but this seems like a really good time.
This season has fallen well. There's a couple of topics in this piece that I'm going to talk about, but we have a team that has a really favorable schedule based on last year's performance and the way things worked out, and then just how the schedule fell. As favorable as it gets when you're playing NFL teams. We have a team that is truly on the rise and is as you said, genuinely a good team, a better team than we've had in a long time, where you don't have a superstar quarterback trying to drag them up the field. We have a bye week that falls almost right in the middle of the season at just the right time for so many important players to come back from healthy and drive you into the last part of the season. This team has the potential the schedule, strength of schedule is strength of schedule. It is what it is at any point in time, but it continues to change. Right now, the Lions have one of the easiest strengths of schedule for the rest of the year in the NFL. If this holds true on paper, we have a situation where the Detroit Lions could go from missing the playoffs to actually having the number 1 seed in the NFC. Like, we played Dallas once. Philly has to play them twice, right? And Dallas is no slouch. Philly has a difficult schedule ahead of them, as good a team as they are. This could be a case where potentially the team that, as of right now on paper, isn't the best team in the NFC, but they could land that first seed spot and be at home all through the playoffs. Dan, did you ever expect this quickly out of this team?
Yeah, I don't know if we thought that we'd be having this conversation about a number 1 seed or anything like that, but I certainly felt like coming into the year that when you looked at that division, look, they were the favorites to win the division, and the reason they were the favorites to win the division was the way they finished last year. They looked better than the other teams, but I think further than that, they also were just had less questions about their team than the other teams. And that's played out. I mean, look, Chicago has massive issues right now. Their quarterback is hurt, and we don't even know how good that quarterback is. Green Bay, that was lifeless what I saw out of them. I really thought they would come out, and that was kind of like the last roundup against Minnesota last week, and at home, having lost 3 consecutive games, I think it was, and having a chance to come out and beat a division rival, and they just didn't show up. And Minnesota, look, they were looking scary up until Cousins went down, and now I don't count them out because there's a lot of good players on that team, but they're up against it now, obviously, without their quarterback, who was playing great football. So, yeah, I don't know if we were going to be here talking about a number 1 seed, but I certainly felt like we were going to be here talking about a team that could win the division and get that home playoff game that we've all been waiting for. And now, as you play, and let's face it, there is some luck that plays into it. There's schedule luck, there's injury luck, and things like that. I do believe that you can start to put that into play, but it still doesn't change the fact that you have to go out next week and beat the Chargers, and then the week after that and beat the Bears, and then just follow the schedule down the line. There's work to be done, but it's plausible now, and that you can talk about, man, look who they have to play, look who you have to play. You're both good teams. That's certainly advantage Detroit at this point, but you have to take advantage of it.
I want to ask you another question about Coach Dan Campbell. You being as great as you are, Dan, but having the role you do, and your job as sports director for Fox 2, you get to spend some time with Dan. You get to do a lot of one-on-one interviews. You've been able to in his time with the team, spent some time with him. What have you seen and the evolution from him? How has he changed over the period of time that you've been able to speak with him?
One, on a personal level, not at all. And I think that's his strength. I think, at its core, he's a good man. And I think that's where you start. At its core, he's got a good heart. He's a good person. And I think that resonates with players. So I think, like a dude, hasn't changed at all. And I think he doesn't change when he's off to the side chatting with you, when he's at the podium talking to the media, when he's talking to his players. He's just who he is. And that's a really cool thing, because it means you don't have to put on a different hat when you go into a different situation. He's just Dan Campbell. And I think that's one of his real strengths. I do think he's become more confident as a coach. I think he's learned along the way. Probably the most significant time was at Minnesota, where he didn't go for that fourth down that could have locked down the game. And we saw him emotional afterwards, saying, "That's on me. I screwed that up." And the Vikings came back to win at US Bank. So I think that he has grown in his confidence, in his decision-making, in his trust of his staff, as he has changed that staff over the 3 years that he's been here, to the point where he's really comfortable with it now. So, look, if we were sitting here saying that he hadn't grown as a coach, that would be a problem, because he'd really never been the guy before, except for the interim period in Miami. So you should grow and you should learn. And there should be things that you can point to and say he's gotten better at. I do think he's gotten better at game management. I do think people think sometimes he's, crazy and off the cuff, but I think his fourth downs are pretty well thought out, and it's not something he just does on a whim. So I think most important in running an organization and running a team and having the respective players is the fact that he hasn't changed at all. He's just a good person and a good dude. Most important, maybe in terms of growing as a team, he has gotten better as a head coach. He has learned what he wants in the people around him, and he's been willing to change that and make some tough decisions.
I want to ask about the guy who stands next to you in the booth, Lomas, getting honored the way he did at halftime. What was it like to watch? Obviously, you know Lomas well, and to know Lomas is to love Lomas, like, no doubt about it. Yeah. Just like, do you have any insight on just the feeling that you have for Lomas, or the fan reaction? Like, it's different with him, isn't it?
Well, you said it, Jeff. You can't know him and not love him. He's just one of the most beautiful human beings you will ever meet. And nobody walks away from Lomas feeling worse about themselves. You always walk away feeling better about yourself, because he's just a loving, caring, laughing, fun guy to be around. And I couldn't, between him and TJ, genuine. Yeah. I mean, that's just who he is. And anybody who played with him will tell you that. He's one thing off the field, and then it kind of flips when he gets on the field and there's a different guy out there. And that's not unusual. I've talked to Sam Laporta about that before. Sam Laporta is like a grinning kid when he's off the field. And then he gets on the field and he will kill you. But that's the life of an NFL player sometimes. And that's Lomas. But man, I can't tell you how happy I am to see his name up there. And I say that because he deserves it, and because I know how much it means to him. I was there when Rod told him. I know what that meant to him. I know it's something. Look, it's easy to say he's wanted that for a long time, because he knows he's one of the franchise's all-time greats. But sometimes you need to wait your turn, and there's things that have to happen along the way, and other people have to be celebrated, and boom, boom, boom. Then it's your turn. And now it's Lomas's turn. And to be there on Sunday night, we had a dinner with 100 alums there, and to see the way they celebrate him and love him, whether they played with him or played before him or played after him. He's just, he's a genuine person who is a great, great football player, who probably deserves more accolades and more honors than he has gotten. But for this moment, to have that honor is awesome. And I can't express to you in words how much it means to him, and to have his family there, to be able to celebrate them, and to know that his name will be up there on that wall forever is a really cool thing.
It was great to watch how you celebrated it too, Dan. It was almost like you were being honored. The way you how happy you were for him. It was genuine joy at seeing him reach that accomplishment and gain that accomplishment. It was, I mean, it just says a lot, and it says a lot not just about you and Lomas, but this Lions organization is one of character, and just the people really do support each other, left, right, top to bottom throughout the organization. Just, it's a real special group of people. I never knew that until we started doing this and started interacting with folks. It's incredible.
There's a lot in what you just said, and part of that is my joy in him deserving this and getting this, and then my joy in knowing how much it means to him. Not because he is a person who needs to be celebrated, but just knowing that he finally got that honor to stand amongst the greats of this franchise for all time, which he absolutely deserves. Seven consecutive Pro Bowls will do that to you. So yeah, I mean, it's a mix of being happy for the person, being happy for the accomplishment, and being happy because you know how much this means to that person. And then to what you said about this organization, that's Sheila Hamp, and that's Chris Spielman, and that's Mike Disner, and that's Rod Wood, people that were charged with, go back before they hired Spielman. When you had Disner, you had Sheila, and you had Rod. And they could have just gone and hired, he's a good GM, let's hire him. He's a good coach, let's hire him. They didn't do that. They hired Chris first. Then they did a deep dive in the organization. They found out, you know what, there's a lot of people that are unhappy because they haven't been treated well. And they haven't felt like they were part of something within the organization. And that's just the way it was under the old regime. That's not a secret. And to know that these guys did the work to find out that we need to value our people more and we need to make them feel valued more. And to make that the overriding thing for all your hires, and to kind of have Chris Spielman be the heart of that, I think goes to Sheila and as I said, Rod and Mike, because they realized there was a problem in the organization. They attacked that problem. They brought in a great emotional leader who has great ties to the organization and Chris. And then you found the exact right people in Brad and Dan. And now everybody in that organization, when they go to work on Monday, feels like they're part of something. They feel like they're a part of the victory, part of the loss, whatever it was, you feel like you're all pulling in the same direction and that you matter. And that's really important. So yes. I think I've been here for 27 years. I've been the play-by-play guy for 19. I've covered this team closely, doing shows, radio and television for 27. Without a doubt, whatever it means in the standings and whatever it means winning and losing, this is the best this organization has ever been from a standpoint of culture and making sure that everybody understands that they're there for a reason and they are important, whether they carry the ball, catch the ball, sell tickets, help with the equipment, help at Ford Field on Sunday, whatever it is, they're an important part of the process. And that's the way you build a good organization.
It says there's something to me, and there's things that people do that, and I'm a really big kind of student of leadership and how that works. I always, because you can always learn more. One of the things that I would love to have been able to see and watch is it tying a couple things together here. Dan Campbell being Dan Campbell all the time and being who he is. The fact that they kind of saw through what fans and national media and even local media didn't see through for a long time to hire Dan Campbell. There was this, he's a meathead. He's just a jock kind of a guy. Whatever happened in that room, Dan Campbell is Dan Campbell, but they saw what that means. And they saw the smarts of a guy who, for most people, doesn't come off as an ultra smart kind of character. If you know what I mean, just his affect. And
no, I do.
You can see it. But they saw through that and found him as the guy. It says a lot about their process and what they did and how they evaluated for hiring.
That's a really great point, because you're also hiring somebody who hadn't been a coordinator. He'd had that little run, as we said, as an interim head coach. So you were putting a lot of faith and a 6-year contract in a guy that maybe didn't have the diplomas and skins on the wall that some of the other people that you interviewed had. So yeah, I think, and I don't know what that was. It's an excellent point, because there is something of a leap of faith in hiring somebody who doesn't have maybe the same resume that most of the guys get hired. Either he was a former head coach, and again, recognizing that little interim run in Miami, that he was a former head coach, or he was a former coordinator who's this whiz defensive guy or whiz offensive guy. He didn't have that. But what he did have, I think, probably guessing, was passion.
Yeah.
What he did have was desire. And what he did have was the background of having been here for a couple of years and understanding Detroit at its lowest time, both socially with what was going on in the city, and football, 0-16, although he was hurt, he was still part of that team. So, yeah, I think there were a lot of things that might have added up to that choice. But when it was all said and done, there was some very strong conviction there that is pretty impressive, because he didn't check all the boxes that maybe sometimes people look for. But you know what, guys? We've seen plenty of people that do check those boxes that aren't necessarily the right hire at that time. And so, hats off again, Sheila, Chris, Rod, Disner, people that were in that room and made that choice. That's great stuff by them, because I think we all feel like he's the right guy. A lot of work left to be done to prove that. But to this point, I think he's got this team, organization at a place, him and Brad, that we haven't seen it maybe, God, I don't even know, decades.
Yeah.
Decades.
It's been a long time. Really quick, Riz, I'm going to hand you the mic, but I just want to say we're here for St. Jude, stjude.org/DLP. Get your tax deductible donations in right there. WMW2 already made good on his promise on the beer. $100 in from him. Frosty, $48. What's up, guys? BC 1062, great start, guys. And Ben W, $50. Good old Delta changed my itinerary for the day, but I'm thankful I have 24 hours of Lions content to accompany me as I travel pointlessly across the USA. Thanks for all you do, FTP, FTV, and FTB. Have you ever jumped in any of those chants, Dan, or are you always the professional in the booth?
Jumped in what now?
Any of the chants, the FTPs, or even the Let's Go Lions?
No, you know what's funny is you can feel the crowd, but a lot of times you don't hear it because you're talking over whatever they're doing. So it's, sometimes I will take my headset off because I want to see how loud it is. But it's hard to make out these specific cheers or things like that. But I'm all for it. I think that's great stuff. And there's, like, before the game the other night, there was a moment where Lomas and I just kind of looked at each other. We both did this. And then he looked at me and he did this. And I was like, wow. And he was like, yeah, it was just like loud, man. And it was awesome. But it is sometimes hard. Like I said, you feel it, but to quantify it, you sometimes have to pull it off to understand just how loud it is.
Can I ask you about Tampa? Because I was there. I've been to a lot of different Lions games, home, away. Tampa felt a little bit special. It felt the crowd was there in numbers that I haven't seen before. And I'd love to get your thoughts on what that game felt like from a Lions perspective to be so far away.
Well, we were watching. Our booth was across the field from the Lions sideline, so we could kind of see what was happening behind there. And it was to start with this. It was a really strong contrast between Lions blue and creamsicle orange, which most of the Tampa fans were wearing that day to celebrate, the throwbacks and the jerseys and all that stuff. So as people began to filter in, first of all, being down on the field for the pregame, you could kind of sense that there was, you could kind of sense when you walked around down there that they were starting to fill in. But then as we went up to the booth and we got a great vantage point of it, you're looking across and you're like, man, that's a lot of blue behind the Lions bench. And it looked like 75, 80%. And then it just continued to become more blue. And then as the game became apparent that the Lions were going to win, it was all blue back there. And it's just, it's really cool. And look, there were times even when the Lions weren't great that they would travel and we'd see fans out there, but it's nothing like we've seen in Kansas City and Tampa and Green Bay this year. And man, hats off to those fans because it's not cheap. You're buying tickets on the secondary market. They're expensive. You're traveling. It's expensive, but it's, man, they're just different. And maybe everybody says that. Maybe every play-by-play guy says that. But and fan says that we're the best. But man, when you consider what they've been through and how many times they've kind of just been punched in the gut when they had high hopes for something, that they hang in there and they just love this team. And what I think we're starting to see now is some of the people that maybe did kind of go away a little bit and just said, you know what, I've had enough for now. I think those people were waiting for something real that they could sink their teeth into. And I think they're starting to come back now because these are people that have a sense that they're doing things the right way. And I think that's where you're getting a lot of the fans back in it. But it's been amazing. And go back to what we said right at the top. Best thing about my job is seeing fans happy, and seeing these fans on the road is a pretty incredible thing. And they're just, they are really incredible. And that's not just lip service. I am blown away by the fans of this organization. And I feel it, you know, and I'm appreciative of it. So I could go on and on about them because they're just such incredible people. I get to meet them. They want to come up and talk. I love that. It's much more pleasant talking to them now than when the team is losing and you have to endure them telling you how they would fix the team, and it's part of the gig. But it's the fun on the field is equal to fun off the field.
I want to ask, so it was not a good trip to Baltimore on many fronts. No. And the way that they rebounded, it's similar to the way that they handled Seattle game, loss, came back and played pretty well after it. Do you notice a change in how Dan and the coaching staff approaches the weeks after a loss compared to how they did earlier in their tenure?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they are. And some of that is talent, that you have the talent to bounce back from a loss. In 2021, they didn't. But there's no question. I think one of his great strengths is setting the tone for the team. Whatever it is, one of his great strengths is just getting this team in the mental frame of mind to go play. You know, whether it's a big game and getting them ready for that, or a bounce back game and getting them ready for that, whatever it is, he's really good at setting the tone. And like, man, he was not shy coming out of that Baltimore game. That Monday stood up there and said, we're going to be ready. And almost talking some smack. Just, you know, say, we're going to be ready. Don't worry about us. We're going to come out. We're going to play well. And it's, you know, and I was like, cool. And it was like just very much him, you know, having the team ready to go. But look at it, guys. I think we're 18 games now. They haven't lost 2 in a row. So to your point, yeah, this team does bounce back. And yeah, that is his ability to get them to do that. So I think there's a lot to like there in that situation.
I want to go back to the press conference because it resonated with me when he said it too. We will be ready. He wasn't talking to us. He was talking to his team. And I think that permeated. And I'm glad that you brought that up because that was something that really stood out to me was like, yeah, they got this. He has the pulse that his team needed that. There's a lot of professionals on this team that are very good at what they do, but sometimes you need the stick, sometimes you need the carrot. And I think the stick was appropriate that time. I think his recognition of when to do that has improved, and I'm glad that you validated that for me. So thank you, Dan.
And Jeff, that's a great point that I don't know if a lot of people recognize. And I was told this by a head coach a long time ago, and multiple head coaches afterward. When they're up there, they're talking to their team. You may think they're talking to us, but they're talking to their team and getting a message to their team when they're on that podium. And they know whatever they say is going to get back to them.
Oh, Dan's got some internet. Dan's got some popcorn cooking. We'll get him back in a minute. There we go.
Yeah, there he is. He's back. We lost his mind.
We
He was
lost.
talking to the team. I think he set the right tone. I think he did the right things, and that was great.
Yeah. What do you think is the part about the team that has not been reported? The thing that's underreported about this team so far, and what they're doing?
I don't know if anything's underreported other than, this is a tight team that believes in themselves. They're not surprised by anything that they're doing. And I think that confidence serves you well. That confidence and belief that you can overcome anything serves you well. They've been in some tough positions this year. That Tampa game was 3-3 deep into the second quarter, and they figured it out. That Kansas City game, they're losing in the second half, and they figured it out. This team, as much as we sit here and say, hey, they're good, they know they're good. And I think that's different than what we've seen in the past. And they believe, look, when you win in Kansas City and you win in Green Bay and you win in Tampa and beat good teams, you can put that in your back pocket. It serves you well down the line. So they believe they're good. They believe they can overcome. And that's a little bit different than we've had here in the past, where it felt like we had some teams that were kind of just waiting for something bad to happen. And frequently it did. But this team is more of the mindset that whatever you want to throw at them, they're going to find a way to overcome it.
Riz, you have one last question for Dan? We've taken a little more time than we said we would, but he's drinking. He didn't notice.
One of the things, and I'm asking this out of curiosity, how much time do you spend with the opposing team, like their play-by-play, their color, if at all, during the week, getting ready for a game?
I've kind of changed the way I do it this year. My spotting boards, my statistician, Mike Bratta, is making them for me this year, and I greatly appreciate that. So I've kind of cut down on the amount of time of making the spotting boards, but what that's done is give me more time to watch tape. And usually when I watch tape, I'm looking for something different than Lomas and TJR. I'm looking at formations. Is there anything here that looks funky that I got to be ready for? I'm looking at, obviously learning numbers, learning tendencies, learning things like that. So I've kind of changed the way that I've approached it this year, because Mike is and he had done that before for me, and it didn't really work out as well. But this year I just said, you know what, let's roll with it. And I'm going to stick with it. And it's been great. And Mike is incredible. Not just he's sticky note guy, as he's become known on the videos that are out there of our play-by-play. He's the guy to my left who writes things down, which is yardage and stats and things like that. But Mike doing that has really freed me up to do more with the other team. I will be honest with you, though, the more you do this in 19 years, it feels like, other than the play-by-play, the less that it is about the other team. It's when something goes well for the Lions, it's what went well for the Lions. When something goes well for the other team, it's like, why didn't the Lions stop that? And it's what went wrong with the Lions. So much of what you do is still home team based that, I can compare it to when I did games for Fox. Man, you had to know both teams backwards and forwards, because you were broadcasting to those two cities. Everybody knew those teams much better than you did, and they were just waiting for you to make a mistake. Yeah. And so now you just find your discussion is so Lion-centric and either what went right or what went wrong, that it's, I find so much the weight of my time goes towards Detroit. And then obviously there's things you need to know about the other team and backstories and things like that. But it's more about, with the other team, it's about numbers, it's about tendencies, it's about formations, it's about not being surprised by anything that happens in the game.
Yep. Great comment. Cool. And first off, before I talk to the comment, I just want to make sure to say, please tell the whole team up there, thanks, because you all do a great job, and I know you and Lomas are the face of the production, but there's so much work that goes into that, and so much that those guys do to help you guys be so great at your job. Just please make sure you thank the crew for us, because we've told you, and you've heard it across from many fans, you are absolutely a treasure. We're so lucky in Detroit to have you and Lomas doing the games for us. You guys are not just absolute professionals, but
TJ too.
Yeah. You're sitting there right next to us in our living room for these games. And it's great to have our buddy Dan, our buddy Lomas there. And it's because of all of that support staff and all those people that work with you. So please make sure to thank them for us. But Jeff in the chat has such an idea. You need to auction some of those sticky notes and cards off for charity. People would go bonkers for that stuff, and I don't know if you guys keep any of that for your posterity or any your own little kind of Hall of Fame and Wall of Fame stuff that you keep. But boy, people would absolutely go bonkers for that kind of stuff because
I appreciate that. We'll look at that. Normally, when he hands me one, it'll say like 7 on it for 7 yards or 42 for a 42-yard touchdown. I ball it up and I try to throw it in his cup as a basketball shot that he keeps all the dead ones in. So we'll try to keep something or something like that, or we'll figure something out. Anything for the cause, man. We're glad to do it. Yeah. And thank you for your kind words. And if I've said this before, if there's one cool thing about those videos, it's that people do see it's not just me and Lomas. There are a lot of other people that are involved and a lot of other people that are part of that product that you don't hear. And, TJ, thank you for mentioning him. He's not a sideline guy. He's our third guy.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, we lost Dan again.
It's not just West Michigan Internet.
For everything that we do, and that's never lost on us, believe me.
Awesome. Well, Dan, we've taken all your time for the day. Your whole vacation's over. It's time to get back to work. I want to thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate not just the broadcast, but the time you give to us. It's so fun to hang out with you. I have to admit an absolute failure. We got a group together at the Tampa game here and went out for steaks, and I wanted to invite you guys, and I didn't. And I was sitting at the dinner table, almost crying in my drink, lamenting the fact. I don't know if you're getting down to Senior Bowl this year, but we'll definitely connect and just on a more personal level, have a drink again and say hi. It's always good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for everything you do for the charity, for the show, and everything. You're spectacular, Lions guy.
I appreciate you guys, and thank you for what you're doing for St. Jude. It's obviously an amazing organization, and this is just amazing that you can do this. And beyond that, thank you for what you do for Lions fans. I've told you before, the involvement and the connection that you see for these fans, not just on Sundays, but all week long, because they have such great content from the people that are in Allen Park, and then you guys who put out great stuff, and all the other Lions connected podcasts or whatever they call them these days, whatever the kids are calling them these days, is just awesome. And it really is. And it's greatly appreciated because, you may only play on Sunday, but there's so much to talk about all week, and you guys keep people engaged. So from me to you, thank you for all that you do, and not just today with this great event, but also, just the constant information, love of the team, and the ability to just continue to spread the message and engage fans every single week is awesome. So appreciate you guys very much, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dan. Enjoy the beer on us. Have a great afternoon.
A little earlier than I thought I'd start, but I'm not complaining.
If anyone's going to corrupt a good man, it's this show. But appreciate you, Dan, so much. Thanks a lot. Have a great bye week. Enjoy your time away. And folks, tune in every time. You can use NFL Plus app and get the audio feed. I always time the audio feed with my Sunday ticket, so I get the pair of Dan and the broadcast together. It's a great way to watch the game. The best commentary you'll get with the game. And then, of course, Fox 2, the sports department there. Everybody that does the work at Fox 2 is just fantastic. You guys have put a great team together. Dan Miller, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you. Have a great day.
You too. We'll see you. Wow, Dan Miller again. He's so great, man. I can't get enough of Dan and what he brings, man. He's fantastic.
He's such. We talk about the genuineness with a lot of people in the organization. Dan is who Dan is. You're getting Dan Miller, like the real guy. That's not a front. That's who he is, and that's why we love him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, let's see. Dan Miller's the truth, the best in the whole business. He absolutely is.
He is. I love just the way that he wants to win so much too, and he can't say it much. He can't certainly say it when he's on the air, but you can tell the inflection in his voice, the excitement that he gets when something good happens for this team. Dan is a fairly old school. I'm not calling him old. I'm calling him old school in that he does stay professional and he understands that there's another team on the field too. But I think he talked about it, and I was glad that he answered it that way. It's Lions centric, and he's a fan too, and that's we're fans as well, and he's right, man. It's so much better. The interactions that we get, by and large, are so much more positive and optimistic and uplifting. It's great to be a fan of a good team.
Yeah,
because we haven't been able to experience that, and the fact that we're all learning this together is really dang cool.
It really is. It's learning how to win. We've talked about that for Lions fans, what that means. It's we're still working at it, right? Still working at it. And part of learning how to win is learning how to eat a game like the Ravens game, right? Denver beat the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't think anyone doubts the Kansas City Chiefs are likely still going to be in the Super Bowl this year, but that was a humiliating loss. You know what I mean? And there they did it. It happens. Good teams lose to bad teams sometimes. Yep. And it's a tough deal. So, all right, there we go. Really quick, I want to get back to Vinod. Thank you. $100 for St. Jude. Roland D. Let's go Lions and kick cancer's booty. Do it for the kids. Over $50 there. Thank you, sir, for that for the donation. We're up now to $34.70. About $300 away, $280 away from Chris eating the first of the Boozled beans of the day, and getting a little bit of gross outs. So we'll do that. That's coming up. Get to that stjude.org/DLP, stjude.org/DLP. Had Dan Miller. We're a little while away here now. Scott Bischoff will join us. We'll maybe talk a little draft. We'll talk a bit of Lions. Bischoff and Brown dropped yesterday. Their weekly podcast that's added to the rotation in Detroit Lions podcast. They're starting to talk about putting two of them together. We'll talk about that with him, doing a regular Lions one and then a draft-related one as well, giving folks 3 long-form podcasts a week on the channel, as well as all the great short videos that we put together throughout the daily DLP with Ash and all the content we've put together for folks this year. It's what a great year to have it too. I mean, can you imagine trying to do this during the Patricia era?
Well, yeah. So especially the first year that we did this, that I was involved, we spent a good 18 hours talking about the NFL draft. And now, like, the draft's going to be in Detroit. There's a chance that we're picking 32nd in that first round.
That's crazy.
It's the draft never. I will always talk NFL draft because that's my other passion aside from Lions. Is I love that, and it is my job too. But the fact that I'm not like fixated on where the Lions are, and more to the point, the fans aren't like begging for draft info at this time of the year. I love that. It's nice that I can, in a way, for me, it's easier to separate the draft that I do, work for that I do, from the Lions work that I do, because they're moving in different directions, and I can do much more of overall draft rather than trying to tailor it to the Lions. Now, I will still do that, and I've got that going right over here right now. But it's different, and it's a good different. It's a fun different, and I like that we're talking about who might we play in the playoffs. What are we really good at? Like all these great things that we talked to Justin Rogers, Mark Schofield, we've talked to Dan Miller already, and it's like this win, like every people inside the organization, people outside the organization from afar are seeing like this is. Dan said it. This is a really good football team. And we're saying that, and we're not going to be struck down. We're not lying to ourselves. We're not deluded into thinking this is a good football team, y'all, and it's great to be a fan of that. And I one of the things that my goal from this 24 hours that we're doing, we're 3 hours in now. I want it to be a celebration of how far we've come from the first year I did this, which was 2021, and you did a year before that, I believe, 2 years before it.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a different feel, and I'm super grateful to, as Justin and Dan have said, to Sheila, to Rod, to Chris, to Disner, to all those guys who have done their part in realizing that things needed to be changed and not being afraid to make those changes instead of trying to, keep hammering triangles into squares. Like, the fact that they went out and they got their own mold, that's how it works, and it's working great so far. So
absolutely.
love it.
Having a couple pretzels just to get a base in because I know this bean is going to hurt. Getting close to the green ugly beans, the bean boozled. They're coming. A lot of stuff going on in the chat. Thanks, folks, for intervening on behalf of the chat bots. Please hit the like button, by the way, and the subscribe button. It's going to help other people find the broadcast while we're doing this, and it's going to help kind of get the word out, help people see it, help us raise some money for St. Jude, and help make this a bigger deal than it has been ever. We set a lofty goal this year, 100%, and it's really there because we care, because we know we have it in us as a collective to get this together, to put something together for these families and these kids. And look, if you don't stretch, it's not worth trying. So we're here and we're stretching, and so help us do that. Those likes, those subscribes help us do that. So thank you, everyone who's doing that.
Share it with a friend. Share it with your parents.
Here's a question.
My mom's watching. Hi, Mom.
And we'll hi, Mom. Hi, Mrs. Risden. Let's go into this really quick. We're going to go deep on injuries when we have Dr. Jimmy Lau on, also known as Detroit Morning Rounds. We're going to have him on. We're going to go deep on a lot of injuries, the James Houston and so on. What does it mean? What does it look like? What does recovery, rehab look like? What do we expect to see when he rejoins? We're going to go deep. We're going to have an expert who absolutely knows this. More to come on that as well. But we're going to have some really in-depth conversations when we do that in the 7:00 hour tonight. But let's just touch really quick, because some people won't be able to be here. Some people have, some people aren't going to sit here for 24 hours, Riz. Knuckleheads. Anyway, I'm teasing, folks. I'm teasing. Does Cabinda return? We've got 5 IR comebacks.
So we've already used Pascal is one who's come back.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's the only one who's come back so far. So and I said this on the Huge Show the other day. I might have said it last week when we talked. The offense is like, there are statistical and like game tape proof. The offense works better without a fullback than with it, both run and pass. I don't think that's lost on the people who create those tapes and who make those decisions. So I wonder, and you kind of saw, like, they tried Rodrigo a little bit at it. God bless him, he tried. He wasn't bad at it. But they're better using the extra tackle as an extra blocker or a third tight end than they are at using a fullback. And because let's face it, the defense does not respect Jason Cabinda as a weapon. They just don't. Whether that's right or wrong is irrelevant. They don't respect it. And they know when he comes in that certain things do come out of Ben Johnson's playbook. And there are things that he can't do because there's an extra guy in the backfield. And I hope, I don't know this, but I hope that they have realized that maybe it's time to just shelve the fullback. Like, nothing against Jason Cabinda. He's a great dude. He's a decent fullback too. Like, for a guy who used to play linebacker, he came into the league as a linebacker. The fact that he's made himself into a league average, if not even a little bit above average fullback is great. But I think the offense flows better without it. So I think in that vein, I'm not sure that he's going to come back even if he's healthy. That's just my guess. I don't know that, but that's I know that there are people in the building who know that they're better without a fullback than they are with it. That analytics tell them that. PFF tells them that. Next Gen Stats can tell you that. The DVOA with and without the what is it? The play yard gained over expectation. Like there's a real, it's visible when you look at it when a fullback is in, when it's not, and it's not a positive for the fullback, whether it's Cabinda or someone else. So that would be how I would answer that.
And the thing is there's, you talk about multiple. Schofield brought it up when we talked to him as well. Malcolm Rodriguez as a fullback, he gives you a good backup linebacker, depth linebacker, and might see the field a little bit. He plays special teams. And by the way, he can play fullback. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Cabinda, special teams and fullback. Well, that's 2 out of 3, right? To have Cabinda on gives you a little bit less flexibility in the space on your roster. And I think that's really the detriment of the fullback position, not Jason Cabinda detriment, but a detriment of the way the position is on the team and what those types of players and that body type can do for you. So I think we're kind of I don't know if Cabinda will come back. He'll probably be on the inactive roster is my thought. I just don't see a whole lot of utilization out of him. Maybe we will, but we'll see.
Yeah, but we do expect James Houston to be back by the end of the year. There are whispers that he could be back as soon as the end of the bye week. I don't know if that's going to be true or not. But the injury that he had is typically a 6 to 8 week injury. It's been 8 weeks as of Sunday, so it looks promising that he could come back. Who else has been on IR that would need to come back? Like,
I know.
Who?
Frank Regno.
He hasn't been on IR.
He's not on IR, but he'll be back.
No, but there's a certain number of people that can be returned from injured reserve and reactivated. Pascal was one. He was on IR. So yeah, you're getting in. Can CJ come back?
He was saying
he sure seems to think he can. I don't know the medical reality of that, but he's certainly trying, and I appreciate that. So that would be one that you would want to get back because he's really, really good. There's a lot. We're going to talk to Dr. Lau later, and we will certainly ask him that sort of question. But medically and conditioning wise, can you get that back? It's a good question because you do have to sort of think about that. And like, we're going to be playing more than games this year. You do have a budget a little bit. Okay, man, we're back because I'm, obviously Emmanuel Mosley is not coming back reserve. He's sucks, but it is what it is.
Yeah. CJGJ.
I froze.
We got you. Don't worry. We'll get this. CJGJ thinks he's coming back. It'll be interesting if he does. He's the kind of guy that I believe will probably make, if he comes back, it'll be for a playoff run. So we'll see. Yeah. I would love to see him play the last week of the year before the playoff run, to be honest with you, in a game that's meaningless, but I would love to see that. But I don't think the Lions are the type of team that would do that. I think they would just hold him and put him in and let him go with live fire, which will add to a number of questions that people have when it happens, but we'll get there when we get there. On the Ragnow front, the reason I bring him up, he didn't. People, if you pay attention to our Twitter, you knew that he wasn't going to play. You knew that Vaitai wasn't going to play, and you knew that Ayahuasca.
Jackson.
Jackson wasn't going to be there. Ayahuasca was going to be playing as a left
Chica.
guard.
By the way, he is going to be headed to IR.
Yeah.
Soon.
Dan Miller, he doubled the beer donation. $200. Thank you, Big Dan. You rock, man. Figured 2 beers. I better double it. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Dan. Dan Miller, $200.
I love Dan.
That gets us Henry Tatum also put in 70. We're $10 away from Chris eating a bean. Get in there, stjude.org/DLP. Get your donation in. $10 more gets Chris with a gross face, most likely. So there you go. With a grosser face, maybe we'll be able to say. But on the Ragnow front, I knew he wasn't going to be there. This is something. So look, I'm not going to weigh in on anything with Tyrell Crosby. Okay, Tyrell has his story of what happened. The Lions are in a position, HIPAA regulations, HR kind of stuff. They can't tell their side of the story. So Tyrell Crosby can tell whatever story he wants. And it's his story, and he believes it. That's fine. But the idea there, the implication is that the team doesn't care about the players and whether they can play or not. Vaitai isn't playing. He's been cleared to play by the trainers, but coach held him out. Frank Ragnow was held out. Was I don't know that he was cleared by trainers, to be honest with you. I think he could have played, but they told him he's not playing. It was a calf injury. And the idea was, look, man, he's, and Ragnow's such a freaking tank that he's like, it doesn't hurt that bad. I can play. Don't worry about it. And they're like, the damage is such that if you play now, you could do damage where you won't be able to play for a long time. If you rest till after the bye, you'll be all fine. You'll be 100%. Frank Ragnow will be back after the bye, first game after the bye. See him in LA, no problem. But that's what happened. That's why he didn't play. That's why our interior against the Raiders was that hodgepodge. I want to just kind of talk about that again and a little bit of love for Hank, because with Hank, poor guy's situation, man, he hasn't had that line that he's wanted and that they've tuned up for yet. For what, 3 games in 3 years, whatever. But here we are with one of the top-ranked offensive lines in the league, and we're playing. And Soka, please just take it in the fun sense that it's meant. You're playing ayahuasca. You're playing. Glasgow's going left, right, middle. He's playing all over the place, right? You've got Colby Sorsdahl, a 5th-round pick, pressed into action right away, doing his thing. And bada boom, bada bing, Sorsdahl has shown up. Looks like this guy might really be a talent for this team, growing fast, showing up. And they played against Max Crosby, who is one of the most disruptive players in the game. And he showed up. You heard his name like you would expect to hear.
Great.
But it wasn't the kind of absolute massacre that any other team in the NFL would have experienced with 3 backups and then double depth at backup at one of the guard positions playing against Max Crosby in that line. Max gets all the love in the Raiders. That defensive line is actually a very strong group. Pete Lions fans should be really happy with what they saw out of those backups, putting it out there on the field and be, you don't have an offensive line of starters in many cases it's as good as what we had with those 3 backups. We have an embarrassment of riches, and I think it all comes down to scheme and coaching and being able to find just the right guys talent-wise to fit that.
You know what? One of my favorite things of that game was that Dan Skipper came in for Yode. First play, Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown. Like, I am a weirdly passionate Dan Skipper fan. Have been for a long time.
Same.
The fact that obviously he didn't throw the key block on that play, but he did throw a good block on that play. But like, just for him to get that sort of like instant gratification reward, like that's the fact that they can plug somebody in and call a run that was designed to go behind him on that play. Jahmyr bounced it out because he has vision and acceleration to get outside. Like that play was designed to follow Dan Skipper on the first play that he's in the game. Like that kind of confidence that you have in your players like that, you better believe that empowers Dan Skipper. He's going to feel confident about that. He's going to feel like, yeah, man, I'm in. Like next man up. they're putting their proof in the pudding there, man. And again, it goes to the respect that Dan gets from his players, because they did a very good job of assembling players who will respond to Dan. First off, that's important. That's very important. But also the fact that he rewards their trust in him by trusting them back. And that goes to the servant leadership concept that you like to talk about, Chris, and about empowering players and letting them know that they're appreciated. That seems to be a prevailing theme with everybody that we talk to today. And it's not an accident, folks. It's not an accident.
All right, we've got another guest. Let's go in and bring him in. He is the gorgeous Scott Bischoff. Join us from Bish and Brown on the Detroit Lions podcast. Bish, how you doing, buddy?
Gorgeous? Are you serious?
Well, we got to start somewhere, right?
What have you been drinking?
Well, Dan Miller had a beer. Lucky guy.
Yeah, I saw that. You guys good?
Yeah, doing well so far.
Yeah, so far so good.
Good.
21 hours
Good.
left.
I think my head is something's going on with my melon here because my hat looks funky. But whatever, let's move along.
Mine always.
You look good.
Quit wearing hats on
Thanks,
because
buddy.
I can't get them straight all the time, and then I try to fix them, and then they go the wrong way. And then I gotta try to act like, and then I'm just doing this the whole show in my head. Forget it.
Yeah, I need to stop fidgeting.
Yeah. You know who does a good job of wearing a hat badly and it doesn't matter is Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
He just puts that up there and is like, whatevs, right? We go. I don't care.
Yeah, he's got a certain kind of energy where it's okay to do it all, whatever. It's good.
Yeah. I gotta take a quick minute. Everyone, we crossed the line for me to eat one of these beans. These delicious bean boozled. So I have to do that here really quick. I have to shout out everyone that did this. Again, Dan Miller, thank you for your $200. Figured 2 beers, I better double it. Thanks, guys. Chad, and keep up the great work. Can't put into words how joyous the season has been. Thank you. And Richard Head, I know what you did there. $20. Thank you. And do you think Colby Sorsdahl will push for a starting job next year? That's a great question for you, Scott. I'm going to let you start with that question while I prepare.
That is a good question for Scott.
In a perfect world, no. But it's a really good question. I'm in a bit of a it's a riddle. I don't know that it's a great scenario where you play Sorsdahl immediately. I think where they'll be drafting, you could find a plug and play guard to play at a high level for you. The question is, to me, it's tied to the Jonah Jackson contract, and you don't want to replace 2 interior linemen in one offseason, but you might have to. So does Sorsdahl fit, and is he a player that you do rely on? Maybe. I mean, he played at a reasonable enough level on Monday where I think it's okay to think that. You do need, they need a swing tackle. They need help. This is a great draft coming up to need tackles. Like there are going to be tackles that get taken late in the first round who have an athletic profile where they would normally get taken earlier. Tall, long, athletic, all that stuff. So I don't know that I've answered the question. It's a tough question. I don't think that I would want him necessarily starting for them immediately, like next year. But if he plays to the point where he proves he can, yeah, I mean, it's sure, But I do think they're going to have to replace one of their interior offensive linemen, and so it's something that we Lions fans are going to have to understand and get used to. Is draft coverage has been I don't want to say easy, but it kind of has been. And when you're in the top 5 or 6. You're kind of focused on a few names. We're all going to have to get comfortable that we might have to focus on 30 or 40 this coming draft because, picking 25 and later, it opens up the doors to just about anything. And right now, I don't think anybody could tell you what are their needs other than you always need a pass rusher. You always need a corner, and you probably need some offensive line help,
Yeah. So
you always need something.
I'm going to try to read between the lines for Scott here. It sounds like your premise is that either Vaitai or Jackson, one of them won't be back Is that right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm assuming. Vitai's injuries are starting to just add up, and it's been interesting.
I agree with you,
he's
by
been,
the way.
and he's been healthy enough to dress the last couple of weeks, but he hasn't played, which is it makes me curious if they are trying to move past him, and if they're doing that and playing Sorsdale in an effort to see what he can give them now, and he looks like that in week 1. I would say that it's a really good sign for him going forward. These guys, he's going to take a step as a player, but there's already a requisite amount of skill there to begin with. And with what the Lions like to do with their double teams and, that kind of stuff with their interior guys, I think he's physically up to it. You could see that he was physically capable of it. It's just, can he take the next step as a player and then push perhaps Vaitai out of that role where you think the injuries are just taking their toll and you need somebody to move on. And then I think the Jonah Jackson stuff is, you got to pay Sewell. You're going to have to pay Amon-Ra. You're going to have to, you're going to extend Goff. You have other players that you're going to have to sign. And I'm not sure you're going to prioritize a guard when you can find them, say at the 25 pick in round 1, kind of like that's kind of where I am with it. So just because I have no understanding of what exactly their needs are going to be come April, there's, I think interior O-line is one of them, and tackle's one of them, kind of thing. That's where I'm at with it. I don't think there's anything specific that I'm saying though. Like, if they sign Jonah Jackson, then you would say, okay, cool. Well, lock that position up.
And I'm totally good signing Jonah Jackson and Vitai's number. I mean, you let him go. You've seen in Glasgow, he's only 31, which for a lineman isn't really that old. You could put him on another contract and be just fine with him as in that right side. We've seen him play very well on the right side at guard, and get yourself a pick at 25th or 32nd for guard in the next draft, right? And bring that up as your next guy. And now you have your guard who can be your backup center. I mean, it gives you all those kinds of pieces really, really quickly with a single draft pick and a signing, and the money you save off of Vaitai, then you can, it doesn't hurt your cap at all, and you can still get Jackson, right? I mean, there's all kinds of ways to do that where it's a cap neutral. And then you can start talking about, well, what about Amon-Ra? What about all the other guys that you have to sign and keep on? So it gives you the flexibility you need. I know Brad's a lot smarter about this than I am, and so is Disner, but I think they're going to be just fine. I think they'll be. I think they're good. I really do think that Vitai's gone. Jonah's thing, we talked about it earlier about, do you hit him on the injury thing? Is it's just that he's injury prone? It doesn't seem like that's the case, that he's injury prone. It's just that's bad luck. Vitai's a bit different. His injuries seem to be kind of very much kind of ongoing and not really going to be solved. And so I can see very quickly moving on. As good as he is when he plays, I can see the Lions moving on and using the money elsewhere.
Yeah, and the best case scenario is they already have that player in-house. So if it is Sorsdale, it's great because, there's a ton of value in playing a guy who is a later round pick who's going to play for you for 4 years. And it shouldn't be a surprise if that were to happen. I mean, Brad Holmes has done a pretty incredible job, in his tenure here. I just think where I am is the Lions finished the season pretty remarkably last year. And it wasn't like a flash in the pan string of 2 or 3 games where they played great. It was a long stretch. And then you throw on top of that Gibbs and Jack Campbell and Sam Laporta and Brian Branch and Hendon Hooker's here, and Sorsdale plays like that in his first game playing, and you think, what's like, they finished the season really strong last year, and then you throw on these 4 players plus 5 on Monday, and it's pretty remarkable to see what's happening. And I don't want to get out over my skis on what I think the big picture is for them, like for this year and then going forward. But I just, I kind of think that every possibility is open to where the Lions could finish this year. And I do mean every, and that is a very uncomfortable place to be. I just think that we should be looking at what this team did last year, how they finished, and then what they've added, and how those guys have looked. And nothing is off limits to them. It's a pretty remarkable place.
Yeah.
It's very different.
Rumor has it that you and this other guy, this Russell Brown character I've heard of. He had a great show that came out last night. It's good stuff for folks that need something to do when you're not putting all your money to St. Jude here. Check that one out. But there's something you guys alluded to about doing like a regular Lions show and a draft show. Am I hearing things, or is this like a dream
No, I
come
think
true?
you heard it right. Yeah, I think
Ooh.
there's some truth to that.
Oh my goodness! I'm gonna.
Yeah, I mean,
doctor.
I think as the season wears on, and we get towards the end of college season, and we get into some, more concrete draft stuff, because it's still very much, that coffee is still brewing, so to speak. I do think it would be nice to have a Lions, centric show, and then a kind of a draft related show.
Yeah.
And it's going to be fascinating because, Jeff, like it's not that it's been easy to cover the Lions from a draft standpoint, but when you're picking early, the list of things that you really need to dial in on it's not a huge list. Like, at pick 2, are you taking Aiden Hutchinson or Trayvon Walker? I don't know where that came from. And, or Kayvon Thibodeau, or some of us got sidetracked a little with the quarterback kind of stuff. I think that people know that. So, but, we have to get comfortable with expanding our thought process as far as what and where they're going to be drafting. And, I think teams that draft in the back end of the 20s always end up with really good football players who end up starting quickly and playing at a pretty high level, because they're really good football players that don't require much of a projection. So when you're talking about players in the top 10, you're thinking upside and what they're going to become, as opposed to players in the mid 20s that what they already are. So there's as a draft guy, I'm super excited for them to draft a player that I know, all right, this dude starts from day one in this position and I'm comfortable with it. But having said that, look at what Holmes has been able to do with the picks that he's made. It's pretty remarkable.
So you hit on something there. That a lot of times the guys that go in the 20 to 32 range are guys who generally get evaluated by people like you and me and the rest of the online draft thing as like, well, that guy's like player number 12, but he's falling because he doesn't have the athletic upside, or and that's kind of exactly what this team needs. Like, they've got the frontline players. They need the guys that can come in and bring, I'm going to use the cliched word, grit. It's a great fit for where this team's at. The fact that they'll be picking, I think they're slated right now to pick number 29, based on the Super Bowl odd and current. Like, that's a really fun place to be. For those of us like you and I, Scott, who cover the draft, it's weird because we have to be a lot more well-versed on a lot more players. You talked about a couple of years ago, it was Aiden or Trayvon or Kayvon or Sauce or maybe a quarterback. And we learned pretty quickly that if you evaluated those quarterbacks, they weren't going to be part of the mix. Like, this year, I got to know, like, all these, it's a great year to know wide receivers. I've got to know, like, every wide receiver from, all the guys at Washington. So many different things. We got to know the Cooper Beebes of the world. We got to know the dude from Boston College, who I really like, and his name escapes me now. It's a fun name too. But I like him as an inch. Like, there's so many more things that we have to study. That's going to be it's going to be a very different year for us to cover it.
It is, but I guess we'll just have to take on all that work and figure it all out, right? It's so terrible what we have to do. Please, it's great. I think that, there are moments where the bye week comes at a great time for all Lions fans to just collectively take a breath and see what's happening and recognize this is very different. And it's going to be a super exciting ride starting, the week they come back. The schedule really opens up for them. Chris, I don't know where you guys are with it, but I think you kind of feel like a home playoff game is a must, and maybe even more than one is a position where they could find themselves in, which is just crazy to think about how quickly they have gone from, what they were with Quinn and Patricia, and just how ridiculous that whole situation was, to what feels like, smoke through a keyhole kind of thing. And here we are a few short years later, and they're just crushing picks everywhere. And it's different. So it's a good time to just sort of take the deep breath in before the plunge, so to speak, to go Lord of the Rings on you. It's coming. The Lions are going to make a run. And as crazy as the first 8 weeks have been, and some of the I don't know what you guys thought about the trade deadline. I saw some stuff.
So I was just going to ask you about that. And you can, I'll ask the question. And were you upset that they didn't make a bigger splash move than DPJ?
No, just because of price.
Why not?
I did not want them necessarily involved with Chase Young. I thought Montez Sweat would have been fine, but in order to beat what the Bears offered him, you were going to have to toss your first round pick to them. I mean, their second round pick is going to be a top 40 pick, and you then have to pay him. So, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I didn't necessarily want it to be I didn't want them getting involved with Chase Young, because, okay, he might be productive for an 8-game stretch, but the injuries with him are not great. And I just think I don't know if he's a fit for their locker room, for their culture. I think Montez Sweat is, but not, I don't know that you want to give up a first round pick and then have to pay that player. So that's where I was. I mean, I would have loved some corner help, but it didn't come. DPJ, I think, is a great fit for what they were missing on offense. You don't have a big boundary receiver. And I think this was what Marvin Jones's intention was here. And DPJ is an upgraded version of that. So, but I don't understand. I guess I didn't understand the fretting about it, or I guess they're not competing this year. And I'm thinking, no, I think this is them telling you they're all in on who they have and what they've built to this point. And there's a lot of trust that goes in with defensive backs and, understanding who they've got and what they have. And they don't want to disrupt that by bringing in a player who might disrupt their build by costing them a bunch of money in the future. So that's where I was with it. I guess it's not like this is the Detroit Red Wings back in the early mid 90s where they could just add, oh, Brett Hull, you score a lot of goals. You want to come on down and snipe goals from the bottom of the circle for us? Cool. We'll have you, that's just not how it works in the NFL. I wish, it was like that in some ways, that the trade deadline would be more exciting like that. But, for where the Lions are, especially at the bye week, sitting where they're sitting and what's in front of them, I can understand a little bit of it. Like, you want to get a little better, but at what price? So, I think DPJ is a really nice fit culturally and with what he can do as a player. I'm not so sure that, and I don't know where anybody else falls on the Chase Young thing. I don't think he costs very much money. That's a tell. He San Francisco, they end up giving up a pick that hasn't quite been doled out to them yet, a compensatory pick, and Washington's happy to do that. That's telling. You know what I mean? That's telling you some things. So I'm fine with where they are. I think they're in a great place. I really do.
Chris, you're muted.
If you think about it, in the history of Brad Holmes.
Hi, Chris.
Hi. Giving up to get Chase Young on a rental, potentially. You're giving up a Aleem McNeil or a Kirby Joseph or a Hendon Hooker or a Broderick Martin and Iffy. Those were thirds. But that's, I mean, when you're looking at Brad, that's kind of the realm of the player that you're giving up. Is that worth it? Well, Chase Young is good. Is he the right fit? Is he the guy that they would have drafted? Maybe not. We don't, I'm not certain that he is. And I think about what Brad Holmes is like a 90% hit rate at the draft versus this expensive kind of money play. Detroit Pistons Amateur Hour says, I'm not upset about the lack of trades. I just worry you never know what the future brings. It always seems the window is longer than it actually ends up being. If Brad can continue to maintain this hit rate, I mean, that's the only thing that's gotten this Lions team where it is in 3 years is the drafting of Brad Holmes. CJGJ, he's not playing. Manuel Mosley, he's not playing. It's not these big splash signings that have gotten the Lions from what is arguably the worst roster since 0-16, maybe worse when Matt Patricia left, and then the trade happened for Matthew Stafford, to where they are today. It's really solely been through the draft capabilities of Brad Holmes. Do you want to take away part of his superpower and turn it into this rental of a guy that may or may not be what we want? What I see and what has happened to this team in this 3 years, I'll say one, I would have loved to make 10 splashes. I'd have loved to have been owned the headlines for all the guys this year. But I trust Brad's choices because he's the one that's gotten us here. And there's a lot of guys that have done things that I've agreed with that didn't work out. So I'm kind of like, he has the credibility, I think, to win the argument on whether or not we should have made a bunch of splash picks or any splash picks here in this last
100%. And I think part of it is also they're super smart people, and they know what kind of money is coming up to the guys who they already have that they love, that are all about the things that they're about, right?
Mm-hmm.
And bringing in another player that then upsets that. In a best case scenario, you bring in Chase Young for whatever you have to give up for him, and then you have to allocate a bunch of money to him that you weren't considering allocating to him at the cost of some other player. I just, Chris, I'm with you 100%. Brad Holmes is earned. People are going to roll their eyes at this, but you don't have to be all in on every single decision they make to understand that they're generally making really good decisions, and that's got them where they are right now. And that's it. Like, I mean, we saw the stuff that Bob Quinn did and others.
Carrying a baseball bat.
Yeah, like,
he knew he needed it to protect himself walking out of that building half the time.
I remember those, like, being in the building and yeah. So I think that there's a level of understanding that we as fans should just take away from where they are, knowing that they know what they're doing and there's a plan, and the plan did not necessarily involve bringing in a wild card like Chase Young. Now, would I have wanted them to get in on Montez Sweat if it was going to cost them maybe their second round pick? Sure, because I do think he would have fit for them, right?
With a contract.
But I don't know that that's them not being involved in this is going to cause me to worry so much about whether they're competing this year or not. They clearly are. Everything's in front of them.
Yep. Really quick, stjude.org/DLP. Get your donations in there. Help support St. Jude. Get your name on the screen. We'll call you out like we are. Jeff M., $40. Thank you. And Wiggy Master for your 25. Thank you for supporting. I've got my bean sitting right here. We're going to let Scott talk, and we're going to get through that. And we won't put him through the pain of my pain eating what could be. What is it? This one.
What are you eating? I need to know this.
These are
Bean Boozled.
It's Bean Boozled by Ronco.
Oh, so you don't know what it is? Oh boy.
No, it
could be like regular peppermint, or it could be vomit. It could be bottom of a trash can, or it could be chocolate. Like, you just don't know.
This one is birthday cake or dirty dishwater. And you know how Jelly Bellies are, right? Those beans, they're exactly on point for flavor. these things, like barf is like it induces retching while you're eating it. The spoiled milk is really bad. It's really bad.
The birthday cake or dirty dishwasher one is, I think you take that risk. I do.
I'm about to.
Because it's birthday cake. I mean,
Yeah. And so, as somebody who has been victimized by these, the dirty dishwater wasn't the worst. Stink bug was the worst. That was
Ew.
The accuracy with which they imbue these flavors into these freaking beans is unreal.
Oh yeah.
I would love to
these beans. Like,
That's
how
what I
do they know
I
what
would love
stink
to
bug
listen.
tastes like?
I would love to listen to a podcast of somebody who creates these Bean Boozled flavors on how they do it. I'm fascinated by it.
Because is it like human testing? Like someone eats the stink bug and then someone eats and says it needs just a touch more human feces. It's just missing that little, what's who's the one person that's fine tuning this stuff? Oh my god.
Yeah.
There's got to be a lot of money
we
in
need
that.
to know.
I think that person should earn just as much money as the guy that climbs to the top of the radio towers and replaces the light bulbs, because I feel like after seeing Riz last year lying on the floor at the end of the 24 hours in excruciating pain, he actually wound up in the hospital. We put him in the hospital.
That was a medical issue not related to the beans, but yes.
Let's take a moment for drama.
They didn't help.
So yeah, that's pretty crazy. So yeah, I think
they're out of the hospital this year.
Yeah,
I'm working on it.
1 hour at a time.
It's generally good advice for just about every scenario. Yeah.
So we've got this thing going on. We're doing our thing with the trades, the deadlines, the draft. We wind up drafting next year. We have a couple guys. Let's say all of our 1 year guys are gone. All right. Let's just say we clean those out and we have to come back with something new. What are you looking at as far as from a draft potential right now, positionally, Scott? Where do these Lions really need to bolster and put something that's going to help them kind of get to that next level?
So this is probably going to be the laziest sort of garbage answer ever, but it's pass rusher or defensive back, kind of, and it's not tough to like. You always need those guys. Like there's always injuries and there's stuff that comes up, but right now, like Joey Porter Jr. looks pretty good and he's playing at a pretty high level. You'd love to add that to your roster next year in the draft in round one. We talked about the interior O-line, if that's kind of what they need. So to me, I guess just to really quickly answer the question, it's defensive back or pass rusher. If a wide receiver they have graded out very highly falls to you, which is a possibility because there are a lot of receivers and a lot of different receiver types in this class, that's something that you could get on board too. But I think generally it's pass rusher, defensive back, maybe an outside corner type defensive back where, I don't know what's going to happen with Cam Sutton going forward long term. I think Jerry Jacobs he might be here for a while. He's become one of the most important players on their defense. And you need more help there. So, obviously you mentioned it with no Gardner Johnson Jr., no Emmanuel Mosley, and not a lot of depth there. I could see that being where they go is a developmental player who's going to play as an outside corner for you, opposite Jerry Jacobs, and then everything else that's here is here already. So, I don't know if that's a good answer, but it's a lazy answer because you could say that about 32 teams.
Yeah, but I think it's a good answer. I really like. I like Jerry, but what I like about Jerry, besides Jerry the person, is the development we've seen out of him from a UDFA till, wow, we're 63 players deep because of injury. He's going to see the field to, wow, this guy's for real. This guy's a real NFL quarterback. And even at the beginning of the season, people were like, Jerry's he's not NFL caliber. People just don't know, right? People missed a lot. I mean, they called Hutchinson Bustinson for a long time, and now it's like they can't get out of his shorts. But Jerry's growth and development, I think it's a testament to both the coaches on this team, but to him as a player and a man, and the effort that he puts in, because he is a valuable commodity. He's been really cheap too. What's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, look at, he misses the Baltimore game, and look what happens. There was more going on there than just that, but still, he's a very important part of it. Sometimes a player like that just shows up and he gives you what he gives you, and it works. And, he has grown as a player. I do think that we're going to see a little more Cam Sutton being tested towards the back half of the season, with Jerry Jacobs kind of playing the way he is. But I think it's a great thing getting that kind of value out of a player like Jacobs. It's huge. It is.
Yeah. Speaking of Jerry and the seatbelt gang and everything else, I haven't said this yet, but let's do this right now. All the t-shirts and merch available. That's available at DetroitLionsPodcast.com and also at Seatbelt Gang. So seatbeltgang.com, since we handle Jerry's merch for him. A lot of people don't know that. $2 from every t-shirt sold will go straight to St. Jude. So if you were thinking of getting a Seatbelt Gang shirt, there's a great lockdown shirt with Jerry's face on it as well, and kind of the Obama hope motif kind of thing. It's a real bomb out shirt. If you're a Jacobs fan, check it out. Go to seatbeltgang.com. Any of the shirts there, any of the shirts available at DetroitLionsPodcast.com. Check them out. $2 from every shirt, St. Jude, throughout the course of this 24-hour podcast. So if you were looking at, there's a really cool 1991 NFC Central Champs shirt, just prepping people for the NFC North shirt that's going to come out this year. Get that, support it, get that juice, get that luck, get that good winning feeling out there, and you can get a couple bucks to St. Jude that way. You get a little something for yourself out of the deal. Or if you want to just donate, like Anonymous just did, another $25 anonymous donation, go to stjude.org/DLP and just put your money where your mouth is, straight up. Took us up to $38.75. I know I owe you folks a bean. We'll do that as soon as Scott, we let him free, because he's got a busy day. It's a birthday today, Scott. Do we need to sing, or can we just wish your better half a happiest of birthday?
We are not singing a thing here. We're just listen. If I could sing, I wouldn't talk. If I had hair, I wouldn't wear a hat. And if I were, I wouldn't wear pants in a certain scenario either. So I'm wearing pants and I'm wearing a hat and I'm not singing. And I think I've said that before at times. We're not singing. We're just gonna talk it out, or write a nice little letter, whatever. That's how we're doing it. Sorry,
Scott. I've been with you at a Metallica concert, and I noticed that you didn't sing along when we were there. So, yeah.
Well, I could have there. You would have never heard me, so it would have been totally fine.
You can scream battery.
And I put on concerts in the shower. I put on concerts in my car when I'm driving. I just don't do it in front of anybody else.
So if we catch you without pants, without a hat, you're going to be singing. That's basically the situation.
Generally, yes, but you're never going to catch me without pants. So that's,
We just... Okay, I'm not going to get into the shower with you. We'll just...
Yeah, I've made this very awkward.
I think I made it awkward. Right. You set it up, and then I just took us to the awkward place. That's usually how it goes, Scott. We can't put that one on you, brother.
We're good.
Riz, I got a baby brother to eat an orange slice covered in toothpaste. That smells like a Riz thing to do this year. Do you have any oranges around the house?
We have apples. I don't know about oranges. I have a lime. I've done the lime before.
Yeah.
That was surprisingly bitter. That was unpleasant, actually. That might be. So, Scott, so just so you know, when we get to 10,000, I am doing the Will Levis banana.
You're just eating the whole thing.
Yes.
Okay. Has anybody put mayonnaise in
I can't
their
do the mayo in
yet?
coffee. I can't. But yeah, I can't do that. But I will do the Will Levis banana, and I did the lime. It was like a couple of drafts ago. I don't remember what it was. I do know it, because it dealt with the Bengals, because we all knew go back to the 2021 draft, that the Bengals were either taking Jamar Chase or Penei Sewell, and the Lions were taking the one that they didn't. And I guessed wrong. I thought they would take Penei and that Chase would wind up here. And I had to do my penance as eating a lime. But by the way, people from both teams have validated that was exactly the plan for both teams. Like it was Penei or Chase for both teams. And I think both teams are pretty happy with that too.
I think both teams are pretty comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. So let me ask you this, because we do have a lot of wide receivers, and I am fascinated by this wide receiver class. I think it's the deepest I've ever seen at this point. Are you looking for a specific type? I'll phrase it this way. One of the things that I was interested in at the trade deadline was getting a true slot receiver, an instant open, short range target type of guy. Tom Kennedy, but with more pizzazz. Nothing against Tom Kennedy. We love Tom was on this show last year doing this. But somebody that would be like a Hunter Renfrow, like a that kind of guy. Where do you value that? Because my thought behind it is that I would like to be able to move Amon-Ra around because he can. And I like the idea of being able to do, like, is that, how much value would you place on that compared to an outside receiver who's going to be the Josh Reynolds replacement if Josh isn't back, or something of that? DPJ he's auditioning for, I firmly believe DPJ is auditioning for that role, but how high of a priority would you place on the different types of receivers there?
So, I mean, I think it's interesting. The idea of moving around St. Brown is, it's a great idea. But where I would start right now is I would let JMO take those. I'd let Jameson Williams take. I want him to take those slot reps. Where
I would love it too.
Just like they're putting him in high leverage situations, and sometimes I think that let him run like a crossing route. Line up on let's say the left slot, and then run a 10-yard crosser all the way across the field. Hey, guess what? Nobody can run with him. That kind of thing where it's just pitch and catch type stuff, but they don't seem to want to be doing that. As far as the draft goes, I think it would be great to have a player who is capable of lining up out of the slot and moving St. Brown around, but also a player who could give you outside looks too. Think about that. Like, all right, we don't know where they're in the huddle. We don't know where St. Brown's going to. They have another player who can do all those things. Now, I think like Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State would be a pretty dynamic weapon for what they have. And we also have to remember what Jared Goff sort of demands out of receivers is trust. So you must run your routes the right way. You must get to your landmark. You must be trustworthy. And then I will get the ball to you. Kind of stuff where Egbuka does run really smooth, efficient routes. He may not be available where they're picking. I would guess that he would not be, but a player like that who can operate out of the slot, but can also operate, as a traditional player too, that kind of stuff. I just think that whoever they take needs to be a very, very smooth, efficient, good route runner to capitalize on what Jared Goff is as a quarterback.
There you go.
With you on that.
Feeling it.
It's interesting. So we talked to Mark Schofield earlier. I know you know Mark. And he talked about the trust factor being an issue in JMO, like running a 17-yard, like going 17 and coming back to 15 rather than turning at 15 and waiting for the ball and things like that. Is that what you're seeing in JMO when you watch the film?
Yeah, there's a touch of they're just out of sync a touch. It's a little why, the high leverage ones, the really deep down the field ones. I'm not sure Goff has totally dialed in Jameson Williams' speed yet, which is interesting. And then you look at scenarios where that Jameson Williams is not necessarily running the route the way Goff wants him to. You can see it, that Goff's frustrated. And it's the combination of those things where they are they are a touch out of sorts. Maybe we all have thought Jameson was more NFL ready than he was coming in. I think that's pretty fair too. That there is an element as a route runner that he needs to develop to where there is a struggle happening. But that's a little bit why I would love for them to just give him easy pitch and catch throws and let him, have 3 or 4 of those a game where, what's going to happen. He's going to beat everybody to the sideline and turn up the sideline and be gone. And that's, it's a little like what Jalen Waddle did in his first year with Miami. They did all kinds of short stuff with him because they couldn't protect their quarterback. And, Jalen Waddle's super fast too. Jameson Williams might be the fastest player in the NFL. So get the ball in his hands and let him go. And it's something that I really want them to do. But I also understand that that's from a limited perspective and a limited understanding of what they're trying to do. So it's not like I'm, firing the remote at the TV because they won't do it. It doesn't really matter what I think. So, I hope they do get in sync. I hope that it does work. Sometimes it takes time with receivers. We've seen really, really good wide receivers take a little time. Does anybody remember Devontae Adams' first couple of years in Green Bay?
No.
Packers fans hated that guy. They hated him.
Yeah.
They hated him, Scott.
It's not all roses sometimes, and he hasn't had a ton of time with, you missed the year with the ACL and then you come back to, not too soon, but you come back and you're lacking chemistry. And then the gambling stuff, and it's just, there's all this stuff. He still needs to work on becoming more reliable on the field. And here's where I'm at, I guess, big picture with him is you don't put in performances on special teams at Alabama the way he looked unless you love playing football. He was a special teams monster there. He really was. And it's obvious he loves the game and he's super passionate about playing. He's physical and all that stuff. I think we just need to give him a little more time.
Yep.
It feels probably like giving him a pass on where he is. I think he does need to work harder on being a better route runner, but I don't think there's anything where you look at him and think he's a bust because he just doesn't care. I don't think that's at all where it is with Jameson Williams.
No. And I think that's an important thing. There's a narrative out there by some people, and they're trying to find a blame. He's lazy. Give him time. It's Goff's fault because he's too fast and Goff always underthrows him. Can we stop that one? Like Goff can't throw to a fast receiver. Right? That one's just silly, right? That's just silly.
Yeah, you kind of bristle at that. Like it's Jared Goff. He's like whatever you think of him, he's still he was the first pick for a reason. He's a very capable quarterback. There's just chemistry. When you're putting the ball 50 yards downfield, it's tough. It's tough. Those are hard situations to win in. And he's won a few of them where he's looked great.
Well, by that kind of thinking, Devontae Adams must be slowing down because he was overthrown twice in the Raiders game by Jimmy Garoppolo. Right.
Yeah.
That's just one game. So there you go. Well, Scott, I know
Jimmy G sucks.
Hey, he's a good-looking man.
He's a handsome fella.
He's an exceptionally good-looking man.
Yeah, okay. We gave him his due. Scott, I know you got a lot going on. I know you got a busy day, and thank your wife for us. Wish her a very, very happy birthday for letting you do this with us.
I will,
and taking time away. It's important. St. Jude, stjude.org/DLP. Get some couple of ducats in there. Help us raise the money. Help us get there. I'm due to eat a bean. I got to give folks the bean treatment, and you got to go give your wife the beauty. The hat's off, the pants are off, and it's going to be time to sing. So have a great birthday.
I get to disappoint my wife again.
Oh, Scott.
Hey, you guys have a great day.
Oh, buddy.
Appreciate you, brother.
We're in the midst of a very good day. We're very happy.
Good.
And thank you for joining us. And pimp your last video that you just did because it was great. I actually watched it this morning a little bit. I got about 2/3
All
of the way
right.
through.
Well, it's on Detroit Lions podcast, and Russ and I are going to get more of those. This one is just a bye week sort of. It's not a filler, but we did talk about the trade deadline. We talked about some draft stuff. There's going to be more of that. So tune in there. donate away here today. This is great stuff. You guys are doing an awesome thing. Very much appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you, Scott. Thanks for being a part of it. Love you and Russ, what you guys are doing. It's I love watching you guys work, and it's so cool to have a platform to get you guys back and doing it again, because you're an excellent pair. It's really something to see. So hopefully a lot more to come out of you guys very, very soon. All right, brother.
For sure.
Be good. Have a great day. Enjoy it. All right. Thanks, Scott Bischoff. Detroit Lions podcast. I'm not saying that, huh?
Scott didn't take the bait on it, but I will tell the story. I know he knows this. We were at the Shrine game practices back when Jimmy G was going to be drafted. And there was a group of us, internet-based scouts who were standing together. One of the guys is gay, uncloseted gay. And Jimmy G took his helmet off and he went, "Oh my God." Just because he's those of you who do the deep dive, y'all know that I love Brady Quinn. Like, Brady Quinn is like, if I could look like another human being, I would look like Brady Quinn. My wife would like that very much too. Like, Jimmy G's like just right there too. Like he's stunningly beautiful in person. Honestly, the TV cameras don't really do it justice.
Yeah, he is. He's an absolute stud.
Yeah, but not a very good quarterback. And you got to do a bean while you're preparing for the bean. I'll tell you my theory, and I told this on the Huge Show. Why the Lions let guys run down the field, and why Cam Sutton got a crap coverage grade from PFF. Folks, that was intentional. They knew that Jimmy G couldn't throw down the field. They knew that he didn't want to throw down the field. It was bait. Maybe you're going to hit one or two of those, but you're not going to hit that consistently. And they took away the underneath stuff where Jimmy G gets his bread buttered. Hey, you want to try to throw to Devontae Adams, to Jacoby Myers on a 28-yard fade route? Good luck to you, buddy. And by the way, our pass rush is going to get there before you can get set to throw that ball and for him to get down that far. That was a calculated gamble. And we're not going to talk bad about PFF because we do have somebody from PFF coming on. But I think one of the limitations that they have is understanding that dynamic. They did the same thing, by the way, with Baker Mayfield. You saw the person. They deliberately brought the safeties up to let the guys go deeper, knowing that Baker Mayfield, who at the time was the 28th ranked quarterback in throwing over 20 yards, Jimmy G was dead last in doing that accuracy. Like, you're taking away what they're good at and making them try to do things that they're not good at. And if they do it, tip your hat to them. Okay, good. I thought that was a brilliant game plan by Aaron Glenn. And it bothers me a little, not a lot, but a little, that PFF grades that negatively on Sutton when he's literally doing his job by sort of getting beat in coverage. And I think that nuance gets lost. I think it was lost on some fans. I think it was lost, quite frankly, on PFF. Just my thought.
All right, Keith O, when's the auction for the signed shirt? Let me answer that question in a second. I owe the bean. I've owed the bean. I've got to do this. This is either birthday cake or dirty dishwater. That was when we hit the 3750 mark. We hit 5,000. I could get birthday cake here. I could get a good one at 5,000.
It would be honoring Mrs. Bischoff.
Yeah,
I won't say her name.
God, I hope so. At $5,000 when we get there, I eat beans until it's bad. It may be the first one. I may be lucky, and I get to get 3, but I don't get off the hook on that one. This one, I'm hoping I get off the hook, but we'll see. Birthday cake or dishwater, and then we'll get to your question, Keitho. Good luck to me. Here's the first of the beans of the day.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh,
We're all eager.
Now birthday cake. Palm olive.
Yeah.
Food particles.
Then you get it's like the drain. It's like when the dishwasher drains is what you're getting.
Yeah.
Like the melange of flavors. I actually found that one to not be the worst, but it's not pleasant. And I hope that you have a beverage nearby to cleanse your palate and get that awful taste out of your mouth.
I forgot. That's I gotta chew with the front teeth.
Yeah.
Oh, dang it.
Oh. Yeah. Try not to masticate too much with the tongue because that spreads the flavor throughout your mouth. You just want to get that out of your mouth
How do I
as
get out
fast
of my
as you can
teeth
with
then?
as little tongue action as possible.
I'm known for my tongue. Wait.
I knew you were Gene Simmons in a previous life.
You don't marry up like I did without certain set of skills, I'll tell you that. Oh, God.
Wow.
All right. No, that's not the worst of them.
No.
Royal Lions UK,
Not great,
thank you. Thank you for the big
Hey, our
$50.
friends, we love those guys. They
Yeah.
do great work.
They absolutely do.
Love their energy.
Yeah.
It's refreshing. It really is.
Yep.
They do a good job.
Yeah.
As you know, Chris, I don't listen to a lot of sports-related podcasts. I do tune into theirs from time to time. I enjoy it. They do a good job.
No, theirs is good. They're good guys, and they've done it for a while. They haven't like just given up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
And so many do. Roar of the Lions, thank you, $50. You guys are an inspiration. Love you guys.
You
Love
do
this
I'm gonna
event
take a
every
little potty
year.
break.
Yeah, here, let me put you on the BRB. So I see you come back. Thank you guys. You guys are in your way are an inspiration as well. You guys do really awesome work, and it's great to get that kind of cross the pond feel. And I know the Lions get to London. We're going to spend some time side by side, arm in arm. But it was fun showing up in you guys' show a while ago, and you guys are good folks, man. You guys are good guys. Anonymous rolled in with $12.34. We're back with this one, huh? Throwing our change off. Now we're at 72. They know what they're doing. $3,937.72. Here we go. Okay, the auction for the signed shirt. Let me just get to it real quick and show you guys what we have here. It's a t-shirt. I love this design. It's fun. There's some that are like really, really cool designs. There's some that are like really like, I don't know how to put it. I love kind of the fun kind of cartoony feel of this. And this is one of the things I loved. I love the fact that we came up with Hank's Tanks for the boys up front for that massive O-line we have. And came with this design. Russell, our t-shirt artist, our artist in the house did this. So you got Hank at the top overlooking his tanks, that line. As you can see, I'll get up closer here. Hank, which way is left and right on this? Hank himself has signed this. Also, each one of our linemen in Decker, Jonah Jackson, Ragnow, Vaitai, and Panay have all signed this shirt. The question is, when will we be auctioning this off? We're doing the auction different this year. We're going to do it live through the show. And we're just gonna kind of do it in our hours when we don't have guests. The 1 o'clock hour here, we're gonna put up. I think we're gonna put up some tickets for the Thanksgiving game. So stay tuned for that. We'll do that when we get the Riz back in the room and talking about that. That shirt, it's either going to be between the 5 or the 8 o'clock hour. That shirt will go up for the auctions. The way we're doing the auction here is going to be a little bit different. We usually do it on the website every year, but that became a little bit of a pain to manage, and it was just something. Yeah, I'll get to you, Rune. So we're just going to do it live, and we're going to do it by donations. Put your donations in, and we'll do it throughout the hour, and we'll do it. So as when Riz gets back, we'll talk through it on how we're going to do the tickets. So it's either going to be between at the 5 o'clock hour or the 8 o'clock hour for that shirt. And we'll start talking about it. Usually, everything. If you guys notice, our pattern here is right about 10 after the hour is when our guests are popping up, and is when we'll kind of kick off the event of the hour. We're also going to have trivia going on. We'll have some other things going as well. So we'll have some fun with this. We got to get to 10K to get Riz to eat the Levis banana. We have our next guest coming up is going to be Dean Blandino, and there's a lot to talk about this year in that there doesn't seem to be any holding called ever. And I really want to talk about go back to that Chiefs game, the opening game of the season, with that offensive line and your right tackle lined up as a fullback and all the motion. And how does a officiating crew get through an entire game of that and not hear from New York, not hear from anybody at halftime, anywhere to tell them that no, this is all wrong. You guys aren't doing this right. So that's the way it's going to be for that. If we aren't free during those times, we're out of luck. Yeah, that is going to be Brett. I really apologize for that. Maybe find a friend, give them your top or whatever, and have them come in for you to do it. But we're just doing it that way this year over time. Gordy Mose, thank you for the $10 to St. Jude. Appreciate that. Keep up the awesome job, and go Lions is the message that goes with that. And Gordy, appreciate it, man. Every penny counts. We're getting there. We're up to almost just short of $4,000, $3,947, and a somewhat awkward 72 cents. Maybe somebody can fix that for us. You folks know how to do that. So that's what we got going on there. Good stuff. I have to get to Rune because this is exactly my line of humor. Rune, it's bad luck to eat the bean without flicking it a few times for the camera first. Definitely we'll flick the bean next time. Visibly and maybe even audibly. There we go. The play they let the players get off without any time left in the game clock. That was, of course, it's Lambeau, and of course it's the Packers. That's really something. The stinking that the ref crew did during the Raiders game. Yes, that's a frustrating one too. Tim Stein, $101 takes us up to $4,048.72. Tim, thank you, sir, very, very much. I know you reached out to me. I have your email, and I've been so janked up in between time. Ping me again if you would while we're talking, and I'll get with you in the background, and we can chat about what we're talking about bringing for the show. I am going to bring back one very, very sexy man, Jeff the Riz Risden, back with us.
Where's he at?
How you doing, buddy?
Back. Good. I've got to close the door behind me.
Okay, go ahead and do that. We'll let you do that. So there we go. Wow, man, we're over $4,000, $4,050 almost, and that odd and strange 72 cents. So that's something a little weird. Okay. Keitho, F the zebras. They should get fined for bad calls. There's something. Yeah. You guys need to talk about why they don't do touchdown celebrations much anymore. And Cleet Blakeman should be banned from Lions games. Gosh.
That guy sucks.
He really does, Cletus. And I know Dean is going to have. Dean is gonna. How do I say this? He's not gonna dog pile on the guy, but he will be honest. He will be honest in his in his assessment, but he will just use words different than we would. Is a good way to put it.
I would just say, and my question to Dean, I'll preface it now. How does the referee override his own umpire throwing a holding flag when the referee's responsibility for zone of vision on the play does not involve where the hold happened? I don't understand how that happens. That's either a fix, or Blakeman's really not doing his job and publicly admitting that he's not doing his job. Like there is no other solution to that. There's no in between, and I wonder where Dean is going to respond on that.
Yeah, there's nothing.
That is something I have never seen, and I interact a lot with football zebras on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and they said the same thing, and that is primarily run by a guy who was an NFL official for a very long time. So I have questions about that.
Yeah, nothing bothers me more than somebody calling a penalty that didn't happen, because that means they called something they thought that they intuited, but they didn't see. Like they saw somebody's reaction out of the corner of their eye or whatever, and made a call on something they didn't see. That's just wrong. If you didn't see it, you can't call it. Period.
Yeah, and then all the uncalled holds on Aiden Hutchinson, that's getting endemic. And look, I know
this year it's really bad, and it's across the board, right?
Mm-hmm. It is. Does that throw yogurt down my gullet? I will say, I think in general this year, across the league, not just with the Lions, they're not emphasizing the holding as much. And
No.
I see it across the board, really. And I will say, Decker and Sewell get away with a fair amount on their own. You got to be fair that way. They do, especially Sewell. When somebody goes inside on him, his hand right here, and he's grabbing. He's not fit. If you do the fist there, you're good. Like and that's actually one of the things that they've allowed this year. If you're grabbing jersey like that, like Panay does that, he gets away with it some too. So you got to take the good with the bad on that. But certainly, Aiden Hutchinson has been victimized by the lack of holding calls a lot more than a lot of other players have because he's generating pressure, and it's frustrating because he's not getting the huge numbers that he could be. But again, the pass rush is working pretty well. Aleem has really stepped up and is doing a great job. I think you're seeing Anzalone. By the way, to go back to, we were talking about Max Crosby being great. Alex Anzalone and Aleem McNeil on the same drive got more sacks than any Raider not named Max Crosby has for the entire season. Because that's one.
Yep.
They each got 2 on the same drive. Like that tells you that this is not a team that's overly dependent on one player to generate. It's nice that you have a player like Hutchinson, but it's not like he's the only guy out there. And you see the difference in that when you watch the Raiders, who have Max Crosby, who I think any teams, but especially Detroit, because he's from Lapeer, he plays the game the way that we like the game. If you grow up in Michigan or the upper Midwest, like it's an easy guy to like, and he's doing a great job, but he's flying solo. And you see the advantage that Hutchinson has, that he doesn't have to be the only guy to get it done all the time. You watch Danielle Hunter in Minnesota, he has to be the only guy, probably more than he wants to be. And I don't know. TJ Watt has become better because they've got Alex Highsmith, who they plucked, I want to say, in the 4th round. And by the way, wasn't necessarily a very popular draft pick at the time either. Like, why are we drafting? Like, I don't know. He went to Charlotte. Do they have a football team there? Like, that was the Steeler fan reaction. Yinzers didn't like it. Now they love him.
James
you gotta
Houston,
let these guys play sometimes.
It smells a lot like James Houston. It smells a lot like that, and that's because he's the enabling bit to that. He's the piece that that allows everything to come together the way they want it. And I think that ambulance was just an absolute. That injury is just terrible, right? Nobody expected that kind of injury for James Houston, and James Houston, I think, was an integral part of the plan.
He is your flamethrower. To go back to Jim Schwartz, what Jim Schwartz always wanted was a flamethrower.
Yep.
Houston is your flamethrower, and when you've got a guy on the opposite side who can win in any number of ways, and by the way, I'm going to give John Kaminsky and Josh Paschal some credit. They're really good at facilitating that guy from the outside to be there and be that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you saw last year, Houston obviously was dynamic when he came in. But when Paschal came in, the entire pass rush got that much better because he's a guy that doesn't necessarily have to get the sack. Kaminsky the same way when he was out with the thumb injury. They're facilitators. Like, they're really good at setting things up, at running games, at occupying a block, at, dare I say, defensive holding a little bit so the guy can't quite get out there as much. Like, they're really good at that. And that's why I'm excited to have Paschal back, and why I think Houston, when he comes back, will be effective. I don't expect him to play a lot, but I think in that limited role, there's certainly a need for that. I think that's why a lot of folks wanted a pass rush addition at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
I think Scott said it well. I think, or Dan, was it Dan that said it? But they showed the confidence in the guys that they have, that they think they have a good enough team already, that they didn't need to go outside. And I, by and large, agree with that statement.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Riz, we're going to do our first of our auction items since the 1 o'clock. Our next
All right.
guest is Dean Blandino, 210. We'll have him on. So we got about an hour. Let's run this till the top of the hour. We have an opportunity to generate some auction, or not some money for St. Jude through some Lions tickets we have to give away. First thing I have to do is give a huge thanks to Chase H. I don't want to give out his last name just in case. Chase donated these tickets, no charge. They're in our hand to give to you right away as a winner. Chase has 2 tickets to the Thanksgiving game against the Green Bay Packers.
Sweet.
50-yard line. 50-yard line seats. The section is on the 50 on the visitor side. Section 331, seats 5 and 6. 7th row, but right on the 50. It's going to be a great view of the game. You get to go there on Thanksgiving. Do like Sandman, do the parade in the morning, and then go right to the game. Have yourself a riot of a day, a great time. We'll put those up. How are we going to do this? We ask you to do one thing, okay? Start you put a comment in when you do the donation to St. Jude. Put just TIX, TIX. Or tickets, something very clear about tickets, though, at the beginning of the comment part. And we'll have your name and your donation. And the largest donation that we get this hour with tickets or something of that sort will win these tickets to see the Lions versus Green Bay. We will add, it's going to take a second, right? Because it doesn't do it for us. We will add, if you do multiple bids, we'll add those up. And so whoever bids the most, even if it's multiple bids or in a single bid, we'll add those up. And then those donations, all that money goes straight to St. Jude, goes right in. It's all tax deductible. And then you get to go to the Thanksgiving game to see the Lions beat the pants off the Packers and send them home in disgrace. And you get to go home and have yourself a nice holiday meal, basking in the joy of a Lions victory. What a great
We can
item.
That's a great thing. We can take bets on which Lions player gets the celebratory turkey leg or the turducken leg at the end of the game.
Oh gosh,
it's going to happen.
We'll do that. That's a good one. We'll use that as we'll do trivia, and then we'll do bets, and we'll have a payoff. Also, don't forget, we talked about this. Lions are all out of the building. Justin talked about it. Dan talked about it. They're off. Everybody is off through Sunday, because it's the bye week. If you check your DMs, actually, people will enjoy your face. This is one of our potential surprise guests. Your Twitters, by the way.
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
We're
if it doesn't happen, he has a good excuse.
We're working on it. We have a potential really, really great guest you folks will love.
Yeah.
But we do have some Lions guests next week because they're back. They were talked to the team and they were very apologetic, but it's like, I get it. Time off is precious. Yeah. This didn't line up for us, but they're going to get us some folks, and we're going to have some great interviews for you with Lions players and so on next week, all still in support. So you're getting 24 hours plus, actually. So it'll be a good time. We've got great stuff coming in there for you guys and gals. So go ahead, please keep your donations coming for St. Jude at stjude.org/DLP. Also, if you put TIX in that comment section, whoever has the most in the next hour by 2:00 in either one or multiple donations will win 2 tickets to the Thanksgiving Lions game against the Green Bay Packers. All right, this is a question that kind of relates a little bit to something you had mentioned, Riz, and I'm gonna do a couple munchies while you take the first shot at this.
Sure.
It's for each of us though. Through 8 games. Thank you, Riley O'Brien, for all of your support, kindness, and the great words you've shared about the show. We really appreciate you. And the good question here. Through 8 games, what has been your single favorite play or moment from the season to this point?
That's a good question.
That's a tough one.
Let me think. Anzalone. Honestly, one of them came early in the Raiders game, and it's not a play that a lot of people will point to. Anzalone running down and tackling Jimmy G at the sideline, preventing him from picking up that first third down. I think that completely set the tone for the rest of the game. I loved that. I loved the tip drill INT. That was not Baltimore. That was the week before that. Carolina tip drill INT was good. Honestly, the JMO catch for the touchdown was something. Laporta's first touchdown. It was a simple play, but it was so beautiful. Like all 11 players on the offense executed so perfectly on that. I love when football works like that. That I love seeing a well coordinated, using that term literally, like team. I love seeing everybody being in concert all together on a play, and that doesn't happen a lot, even with great teams. And that play was an example of all 11 guys just making it like, it was beautiful. Absolutely loved that. And I know it's not like the most exciting play or anything, but it was really cool to me. What about you, Chris?
Mine was an experience.
Okay.
I just this in it. I've been to a lot of places, a lot of games, and I've never had anything. So I'm just gonna throw it again because I have the video, so I might as well share it and all that. I'll talk about it after.
It's in Raymond James Stadium. Is that a dude in a Jermaine Crowell shirt? Wow.
It was an absolute and complete freaking takeover. Standing there in Raymond James and hearing "Let's Go Lions" echo off the rafters, and the Tampa Bay fans were just stunned. They've never, I don't know that they've ever seen that happen. And there's a lot of people that say, "Oh, well, there's a lot of transplants in Tampa Bay. That's why Detroit was there." There's transplants from everywhere, and the transplants I see here more than anybody, and it might be just the nature of the people, but it's the people from New York and New Jersey. Because the first thing they do, "Hey, how you doing? I'm from New York." Right? That's how they introduce themselves. They always start like that, right? It's like, yeah, great. Now you're here. Piss off. But
that's my family in your area, Chris. They're from New York.
Yeah, I know. They told me. It's just absolutely nuts. It's not like only people from Detroit go here, right? They're from all over. That was a takeover like I've never seen. And when I walked out, I mean, it was great. The Anzalone moment there, watching him throughout the game, because you know how I am at the games when I'm there. I'm scanning the sideline. I'm watching the interactions. I'm watching how the coaches work. I'm watching what happens on the sidelines and with the players and the coaches and all that. And looking for different tells and that kind of thing. I do that at training camp too. And it's like Hank does, and actually Ben Johnson do something very similar in the games that they do in training camp when they line up in the plays and the angles they take to look and how they cover each other. It's really interesting how they do their blocking. Like if you're in film industry at all, you know what blocking is, but that's how they do their blocking. It's incredible to watch that. But so I'm really in tune with that. Throughout the game, Alex Anzalone was scanning the visitor side crowd, just looking all over and all the blue. And I was like, he's looking for something. It's not just that he's kind of impressed by all the blue over here. He's looking for something. He kept turning and he was disappointed afterward. But you knew there was something he was looking for. And after the game, we got going and we were doing the gator chomp at him, right? And he looked and he smiled and he gave a little like not now, like a little no, right? And it was like, oh, okay. And he's looking, and then he saw, and he came running up, and he jumped up, and it was his parents. And I have video of that moment when he came up, and he saw him, and he held him, and they turned, and they got the picture that's famous. But this was after they were trapped in Israel and all the attacks that happened when they were on a tour and all this. I mean, for him, because they lived down in Naples, just south of here a little bit. It was, I don't know if it was the first time. It very well could have been with their NFL schedule the first time that he actually got to see them. because like the night before they were all out, they were at the same restaurant we were. The linebackers were in the same restaurant having dinner. But it was to see that moment and that reunion and just that heartfelt with everything else. It was just like, how do you like, it's like you're watching the movie and now it's just like, okay, you're just adding too much. This is unbelievable at this point. Right. And Rodrigo and Dorsey on the sideline, and Rodrigo just does the heart out to the fans because they were just standing there looking at all the blue, stunned after the game, after the handshakes and the stuff in the field. Hutchinson standing on the sideline, just like dumbfounded on his face, looking at the guy. Just came from Michigan, where that kind of stuff is pretty commonplace, right? But to see it, like how stunned he was by what he saw there, the experience, the camaraderie. I mentioned it was like Bourbon Street. Sometimes you can get people with violence and stuff like that, or they don't know how to behave in a crowd, or don't know how to have a good time or whatever. It wasn't that. It was all just an absolute joy. So all that happened. We said we're going to let everyone we were down second row, so we're going to let everybody file out of the stands. We're not going to stand in line forever. So we hung out, did our thing, and then we walked up, and we walked out the tunnel. All we heard was this roar, and it was just like a roar. And that was Andy's video. Mine's like 3 minutes long, right? And it's absolutely ear-shattering. My alarm, my environmental noise alert was going off on my watch because it was so loud, just to get an idea for folks of what it was like and what was going on. And it was the Let's Go Lions, just a couple of Tampa Bay fans, and they were stunned. There was one guy who was mad. He was a little fella, right? He's like, you guys never even made a Super Bowl. And I'm like, well, thanks for visiting, as he walked away, whatever, right? But it was great. And I'm walking through, and there's this crowd of people, and then people that were filing out and just enjoying it on the way out. High five, high five, high five, high five. My hand is just like melting flesh at this point from all the heat of the high five. But it was just unmitigated joy. Sandman he's been at 2 Stanley Cup clinching games for the Red Wings, and it was nothing like this at Ray J. So finally we're like, it's still going on, and my wife's like, come on, let's go, let's get rolling. It's like, okay, cool, we'll go out. So we go to leave, and this is funny. There's this guy, I don't know who he is, and bro, I'm not making fun of you. I love you. You were awesome. You made my night. You're in my head still. So don't take any of this the wrong way. We're walking, and I'm like high-fiving people. FTP, like because that's it. When we've totally smashed another team and get past it, we move on to FTP. That's always where it is, right? FTP. And I high-five him. And this guy's he's a big fella. He ain't wearing a shirt. And he's tanked, right? I mean, he's tanked. And he's like, wait a minute. Like, yeah, you're that guy from the podcast. I'm like, he's like, the Detroit Lions podcast. And I'm like, yeah, that's me, man. He's like, oh, I love you guys. Oh, big hug. I'm like, oh, big old sweaty, shirtless body. I'm like, what the fuck, right? It's a win. When do you get to do this? COVID, here we come, right? Okay, big old juicy hug. And he's like, oh my God, come see my friends. He goes to his friends. He's got no voice. My voice is shot. He just goes to his friends. And again, he's tanked. He's slurring so hard through his words, but so joyous at the same time. His friends are there, and they've all had less to drink. But he's like, "This is a guy," right? And they're like, "What?" Detroit Lions podcast, man. They're like, "Oh, he does it. Oh yeah, no shit. Hey, what's up?" I'm like, "Hey, what's going on, guys? Fuck the Packers." Had a good time. It's at this time I realized my wife and Andy had already kept going. They didn't realize I got peeled off from the group. And I see them coming back like, what the fuck? And I'm hanging out with my man here, right? So we talk for a little bit. Big, juicy hug again on the way. But that was the sense of what that whole game was. And there's not one play. There's not one thing. But my heart that day, the whole story of the Grinch holding Christmas in his heart grew 3 sizes that day. That happened to me at Raymond James Stadium, to watch all these Lions fans. Like Dan talks about seeing the fans having so much fun. To be there to be standing amongst it, right? Not taking a holier than thou view, I'm something special, but really being there and being part of it and sharing it was a moment that was just, I'll cherish it forever. I will absolutely cherish it. And for all these years of being a fan of Lions, all the time we've invested, all the post-game loss shows and what they've dragged to on my psyche. That was probably not just my favorite moment of the season, but maybe all time for the Lions. It was something really, really special. Everybody there was in just the right mindset. It was all the right things coming together at the right time. So that Tampa game was absolutely it, man. It was fantastic.
That's awesome.
That's my story.
So Chris, I'm not big on going to games like that. That's just for whatever reason. But that kind of experience is so rewarding that I wish I would be at something like that, because that's special. That's something that's going to stay with you for a long time. It clearly made an impact on you with the passion and the verve with that's why we're fans, man. That's why you want. That's why you want to celebrate. That's that we get. It's amazing.
Yeah. It was a great time. Hey, what up, Chrome? Hattori Hanzo. Section 9 was 80% Lions fans. Bucks fans were cool. Only one salty loser rolling down his window and yelling, two Super Bowls, as he was stuck in post-game traffic. Like the stadium, like the surrounding area. They have a great game day party pads like Green Bay. I'll go back when the Lions return. Yeah, Raymond James Stadium, I said it before, I'll say it again, is a fantastic place as an away fan to see a game. It is a great place. Their fans know there's a lot of folks that live there and see games from out of town, and their fans they're good fans. They're good to visitors. It's not that violent kind of NFL kind of location. You can go, you can bring a family and have a great time, win or lose. It is, no, I say that. Lions have never lost when I've been there, but it's a good time. It's a lot of fun, and it's one of the places that I would recommend. There's not a lot that I would recommend. SoFi is another one I would recommend as an away fan to go, and you'll have a great time. You'll enjoy yourself. All right, Riz he's popcorning a little bit.
That way. I'm freezing.
I'm freezing, he says. All right, we'll work with that. He's coming in and out. We'll see what happens. Oh, here he is. No, he froze again. All right, I'm going to read a chat here. My brother and I have watched all but one game together. We actually have a group of people that we hang out with during the games, and it's good mojo for the team. Yeah, that's awesome. It's a pair of tickets, Reed, for the Thanksgiving game against the Packers. A pair of seats to the Thanksgiving game. Riz is coming back as I say that. Yep, I think he's back. Now he's frozen again. It's trying, Riz. It's trying. It's a pair of tickets to Green Bay game. If you go to stjude.org/DLP and donate, put tickets in the comment. Highest multiple or single donations in the next hour, or up through the next half hour, actually, will get you those tickets to the game. You can go see the Lions embarrass the Packers on a national basis. Oh, it's going to be a good game. Riz, you're close to... No, you're frozen again. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Can you hear me, Riz? Nope.
I hear you, Chris.
Oh, there you are.
I'm going to try to go without turn my video off.
Okay. We've got you. Your video's frozen. No, it's gone. Are you there, or is your video just gone?
I turned my video off.
Okay.
In hopes that it will help.
Yeah. You do sound pretty good right now.
Okay. We'll go with that, and if it comes back better, I will. All
right. If you want to DM me a pic, I'll try to throw that pic up in the times when we go video.
Sure.
So we can have
I'll do that.
Your mug up there.
I'm on it.
I've got these beans, Riz. We got to think of something gross for you to eat because we can do trivia with the listeners, and we'll have
Okay.
a player play for each of us, and whoever loses has to eat. Like I'll eat a bean, or you eat something disgusting based on their answers. So it's completely out of our hands at that point.
All right. We can do that. Let's see. Oh, that's a terrible picture. I have no good pictures of me. I'm not sure that any exist.
I wasn't going to say it. But thank you. Well, I was, but
All right. All right. I'm sending this to you.
All right.
Dun, dun.
While you do, let's just try it with video one more time, if you don't mind, and see if it cleared its colon.
I'm using the wrong controller here.
All right. There you go.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
looks good.
it's me. Good.
We've got a means to do this now. If it goes away, we'll go audio only because we know it always clears itself up, right?
It does. It absolutely does.
All right, we got FTP.
I found it.
I'm
going to send you one anyways, just for future reference.
Yeah. At Chicago should be a raucous home game for the Lions. I would love that. I've heard Chicago is a terrible place. The people there are pieces of shit, which we all know. They're meatballs. But
I wouldn't. I will just say my last experience going to a Chicago sporting venue, I went to a Chicago Bulls game. I am a Cleveland Cavaliers fan. I wore Cavs gear. I was spit on. I had a Pepsi thrown at me. I don't want to say shoved, but certainly people didn't try to get out of my way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And people were like not trying to avoid running into me in the concession line. And I found that that's a fairly consistent experience for a lot of people going to Chicago as an opposing fan.
Well, when you get shot at all the time.
I've never been to Chicago to Soldier Field other than in the press box. So I don't know what a Bears game would be like on that, but I would caution that that's probably not the best place to go as a road fan.
Yeah.
Just saying. Cleveland, my beloved hometown, is not a place that you want to go as a road fan. It's just not. Unless you are really into partying hard. Like, Lions fans tailgate pretty well. I've seen it. Browns fans, they're going hard, man. Like, if they got a game there Sunday, they're already there. Like, they're in the Muni parking lot now getting their drink on.
Yeah, man.
Buffalo's kind of like that, too. Buffalo, you know that you're welcome to drink with them, but then once the game starts, it's on, and you need to go away.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way Cleveland is. Cincinnati's sort of like that. Cincinnati, I don't want to. Yeah, they're Colts. The Lucas Oil Field is a great place to go as a visiting fan. Very good fans there in Indianapolis, and the fun thing is they are a fan base that if you're beating their team badly, they will switch to your side in the middle of the game, like they will defect over.
Wow. That's a good time.
Yeah.
All right.
Doing that at a Pacer game too.
I'm just doing a little bit of work here. I'm gonna get some editing done while we do our show, so we can replay the Dan Miller interview. I have that.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of these pulled out and separated. And if you missed the Dan interview, if you missed something else, I'm actually getting a phone call right now. I'm not gonna
Mr. Tom says is asking if you need help with your internet. Mr. Tom, if you're in West Michigan, what's your internet company, Riz?
I have Charter Spectrum, and normally they're a pretty good responsive company, but like I said earlier, I live in a subdivision that has tripled in size in the last 4 years, and they've done nothing to upgrade our bandwidth that's piped in. It's endemic in our neighborhood. We just go through little lulls where like everybody's that's watching YouTube TV is getting the spinning circle.
Yeah.
There's just not enough overall juice to our neighborhood to accommodate everybody being. I don't know why he's doing it now because it's Friday afternoon at 1:40. I can't explain that one, but during the evening when it happens when we're normally doing the live show, that's just something that I can't do anything about it, unfortunately. Other than I could possibly like go sit in my car and do it on the phone. But
Yeah.
That very well might happen this evening. We'll see.
Oh, this is Tom. He's your daughter's elementary bus driver. I miss talking Lions the bus stop with him.
Oh,
the guy.
Hi, Tom. Yes. Yeah.
He's ready to help you with your internet, brother.
Tom's a great guy. Tom is a wonderful fan. He's elementary school. My daughter's now in high school, so I don't get to talk to him anymore. But yeah, Tom, yeah. I always enjoy talking to you at the bus stop, Tom. So you know which house I live in, Tom. If you look at it, I am in the lower window on the lower level, and I do have the window open. So wave hi today as you go by, because I will be right there. I'll wave hi back.
Bring him a Starlink antenna.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man.
I love encountering people like Tom. That this position has gotten me to do that. Like fans that just want to win and want to celebrate passion. Like the fact that I can go out and after we win a playoff game or something, I'll run out to the bus stop and I'll go give Tom a hug, and he'll love it and he'll know exactly what I mean. Like it's great. Like that's part of the Lions family. That if you win all the time, like if you're a New York Yankees fan or Boston Red Sox fans these days, like New England Patriots fan, like it's different. Like there's a different expectation, and being part of a team that hasn't done it. The Texas Rangers just went through this. Congratulations to the Texas Rangers for winning their first ever World Series in their 63rd year of existence, I want to say. They were the Washington Senators for a while before they moved there. But that championship is going to mean a lot more to those fans in Dallas and Arlington, Texas Rangers fans, than another Yankees title or another Dodgers title would. Mm-hmm. Not that that's not cool for those other fans as well, but it's different. I speak from experience with the Cleveland Cavaliers. When they won, that hit different, man. And seeing 1.8 million people in downtown Cleveland, a city of about 900,000, was incredible. And I still remember that day. My son still talks. My son isn't even a Cavs fan. He went with me. Like, I can't wait for that to happen on Woodward and to see everybody in Michigan, in Detroit, like at a victory parade celebrating it. Like that's,
yeah.
I can't wait, man. I can't wait. Yeah. It's going to be so cool. And the fact that we're going there in the right direction, like we're trending there, like we could be there soon.
Yeah.
It's exciting. It's exciting.
Absolutely. Just really cool. Really quick. Hattori Hanzo, who's, by the way, trying to ride with us for all 24 hours again. He's one that is absolutely something special in that. Talking about Tom, the bus driver. He says, I want this guy to drive by and find Riz with no pants on in the window, then throw a pie in his face.
So Micro Mike did throw a pie in my face last year. That was fun. It wound up caking to like part of our garage. It was hard to get out, but it was all good. And, by the way, follow along with Micro Mike. I wouldn't be surprised if he popped in later. We'll see.
Really? Oh, good.
I don't know if he's local today or not. I think he's probably doing some stuff with the Lions Nation Unite. But
got it.
Always welcome. We love Micro Mike and the support that he's given us. Yeah. I've been on his show a couple times. He's great. I love what he does, bringing the fan passion with it.
Oh yeah,
that's I have a great appreciation for that because
wait, are you saying there's passion
he did it
in what he does?
he did it when the team wasn't good, and he still brought the positive energy that you need to get through years of Matt Patricia and underachievement with Jim Caldwell and the roller coaster that was Jim Schwartz and the hellish nightmare that was Rod Marinelli.
Yeah. Well, because I am the ultimate production truck and I've got it all, let's relive that pie in the face moment.
Oh no. Yep.
On repeat is the best. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Just a year ago,
That's great.
pie in the face
That was
from
fun.
Micro Mike. That was awesome.
It was cold out. I don't have that car anymore either. No, I'm looking at the car in the background. I'm like, God. What happened?
Casey, I'm gonna try this culture. It could be Cholker. I don't know. Cholker? That might be it. Casey Cholker. I'm sorry if I didn't get that right. Tuning in on my lunch break. Thank you guys for what you do, and Godspeed today. Stay hydrated and have fun. We absolutely will. We absolutely will have fun. I'm about to talk about what the best.
I'm standing right now. I'm trying to get a little bit of exercise so I don't get deep vein thrombosis and stuff like that.
Yeah. Good thinking. And Mrs. DLP encouraged that every 2 hours I'm supposed to get up and walk around. Hattori Hanzo, they were talking about what would be the best Charger or the best takeover game. It's going to be the Chargers game in SoFi. SoFi is always a takeover game. They, as home games, they have to use silent counts. It's pretty hilarious.
Sad.
That was the place. Which one of you is Frosty Magnum on Reddit? Let's see. Chargers have a good team. Lions going to need to be there. I'm just telling you, SoFi, there's so much to do. Having lived in California and SoCal for so long, there is absolutely so much to do as a person living there. Left Wing Lock 19, thank you for your donation. Love what you guys do. It's the first year I've been able to help. I've been blessed. Thank you. We're blessed by you, blessing these families and these kids. Thank you, Left Wing Lock, for the donation. stjude.org/DLP. Yeah, there's so much else going on at all times of the year. To have people show up at a sporting event, especially for like the Chargers, which is probably the lowest tier team in LA right now, it's a big deal. Phil Phelps donated $56.18 with FTP ticks. You got it, man. Phil Phelps is the leader on winning the ticks with just 11 minutes left. Phil, thank you. Thank you for your donation.
Well, he can get tickets for 50. Wow.
Yeah.
Y'all got a bid on this, man. That's less than face value of the tickets right there.
Yeah. It's pretty sweet. Dave Woodkirk. Love the show. Chris, Riz, and DLP team. FTP roar. Lions roar. Yes, sir. He is Mike Kimber. Not now. Not Micro Mike. To me, he'll be forever.
Yeah.
Micro Mike in my heart.
I know. Yes, I know. I've known Mike a very long. I knew Mike before
you knew
he was
Mike.
Micro Mike back
Yeah,
then.
I was gonna say you knew Mike Kimber before he was Micro Mike.
I did. I've known him for about 20 years. We used to go to the gym together. We were gym buds.
Yeah. That pie will forever live in my memory.
Yeah.
Good question from Keitho. How long does it usually take a wide receiver to get the playbook down? Kind of excited to see DPJ.
That's a good question. So DPJ is a really, really smart guy off the field. This was a guy who was I want to say a 3-time academic All-American at Michigan. And if you talk to him and if you talk to his dad, like, okay, they're operating on a higher level intellectually than most of us are. Like, they're really bright people. So I have a feeling that DPJ will probably get that down pretty quick. So I covered him in Cleveland, and his Cleveland career was kind of weird. Like, he came in as his rookie year, he was a 6th-round pick, and he was OBJ's backup. And then OBJ got hurt, and like I want to say it was his second game, DPJ had a minor injury, but it was something that like he was at like 90%, but not 100%, and that difference was noticeable. And he wound up being a good kick returner, a very good punt returner, and I wonder how much they're going to use him on that. I hope they do. But he's a bright guy. I think he'll pick it up pretty quick. Route running was never much of an issue for him. He had issues with fumbling after the catch, and that's something that I don't know is going to get better. But I'll just go back in time to when he was a prospect coming out of Michigan. And he was a guy that was a very high recruit, clearly has incredible physical, athletic skills, tools, like no problem. Like he's a combine superstar, but he fell to the 6th. And one of the things that I said then was, do you think that his relative lack of success at Michigan was due to Michigan's coaching or Donovan Peoples-Jones himself? And I think in the end, we've seen that it might be a little more on him than on Michigan. He's a very fast guy, but he is a guy that does everything at the same speed. Mm-hmm. And if you run every route at the same speed, at the same cadence all the time, you're easier to cover. Do you remember Travis Fulgham?
Yeah.
Amon-Ra is fantastic at changing speed.
Yeah.
Yes. Travis Fulgham, one of the reasons why he didn't stick well was because everything was always at the same speed all the time. It was predictable. You don't have that wiggle or variance to your stride that can throw a defender off. And you're right. Amon-Ra is a master at that. A.J. Brown is a master at that for being a bigger receiver. Tyler Lockett is a fantastic receiver at doing that sort of thing. That's not what DPJ does. He's not a guy that's going to get instantly open either. But he will catch contested passes if Goff throws them to him. He will be when and where he needs to be. It just, he's not going to shake the defender as easily as some other people, and Josh Reynolds included.
Yeah.
I think he's an upgrade from Marvin based on what I saw from him in Cleveland and what I think he can. So last year, going all over the place here. Last year in Cleveland, when they had quarterback issues, he quietly had a pretty good year. Now I'm doing this off the top of my head. He had 1, 2, 3, 4. In 4 years in Cleveland, he had 9 quarterbacks throwing him passes. So some of that's on Cleveland. And the best of them was Baker Mayfield, who I think we saw a couple weeks ago in Tampa, isn't necessarily the best at throwing the deep ball. And that's where DPJ can be really good, is that 15 to 25-yard pass range. So I don't think that necessarily was a great fit for that style of offense. I think Ben Johnson will find ways to use him as a number 4 receiver that can stand out. And if he can return kicks or punts, that's bonus. So I'm very happy in giving up the pick for that. That works for me. It's 2025 pick too. Like, come on. It's fine. And he's a Detroit guy. And if he plays well, you've got the inside track on re-signing him. I like that. You're getting an in-season audition, and that's kind of what a lot of these trades are.
For a guy
that's what Montez Sweat is for Chicago. It's an in-season tryout. Now, the Bears would be ridiculous if they didn't keep Sweat after giving up a second-round pick for him. But if for whatever reason he just doesn't fit, they do have an out. Yep. But they also now have the inside track. Chicago was talking about, well, if we can't get him for a long term, we'll just franchise tag him and have him for at least another year. Like, that's a terrible way to do business, but I get it. But with DPJ, I know there's a chance that he could stick. They do need receiving depth on this team. Why not? Let's see what he can do. It's a very low risk, not exactly high reward trade, but I like it. I like DPJ. I said this to some folks in Cleveland who are asking me about the other side of the trade. I'm like, he was one of my favorite Senior Bowl interviews ever. And we didn't do that one on camera, but I was at his booth, and I wound up being the person that transcribed his interview. Like, dude just gets it, man. It's an easy guy to root for, even if you're not a Michigan fan. Like, he's an easy guy to like and root for. And I think he's going to get a chance to do some good things here.
Well, I think the big thing is the experience and the ability to steal signs that he brings with him. I think that's going to really help us burn some defenses out there. Sorry.
Apparently, there's some things going on with that today. I'm not really paying attention to it, but that's just a wild situation.
Nuts. Absolutely nuts. I haven't stayed in tune with it because I know it's just going to happen when it happens. You know what I mean? It will. Yeah. It'll break. So when it breaks, it breaks. So
the only thing I'll say about it is if you feel the need to steal signs from Central Michigan, that's a different level of paranoia.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
beyond what I would ever expect from Jim Harbaugh, who I do think is a fairly paranoid coach guy.
Yeah.
I don't mean that like disparagingly. Like, he's a really good coach. He has stepped up in his coaching acumen. I give him a lot of credit for that. But if he's doing that, like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't think Nick Saban's doing that.
No.
I don't think Dabo Swinney's doing that. Maybe he should, the way that his career's trending. I don't know. I don't think Pete Carroll was doing that at USC. Pete Carroll found a lot of ways to cheat at USC. I don't think he was doing that.
Yeah, definitely a different approach. But all right, let's get to this really quick. When can we expect to see Monty back? I'm excited to see the Lions start to open the playbook with Monty and Gibbs. Yeah, with what's going on. Oh, we got another one. Dirk, thanks for doing this. St. Jude's FTP ticks. Let's hit that. 3 minutes left to get your tickets. We're at $65.65. To get the tickets, you bid more than that by donating at stjude.org/DLP. You can get it. Make sure you get ticks or tickets in the comment there with your donation. $65.65 is the winning bid right now for those tickets for the Lions versus the Packers at Thanksgiving in Ford Field. So get in with that, and we'll get you set up. Whatever you can bid, winner will get that, and multiple bids can get you. Will be added. We'll say. So there you go. We'll make that happen. All right, so we got that. Monty, when can we expect Monty back? I'm expecting after the bye week, Riz. What about you?
They told us that yesterday when they cut Divine Ozigbo. That's a clear shot, and bringing in they promoted Trevor Nowaski, which is great.
Yeah.
That we'll talk about that after we talk with Dean, because that's an interesting move, because they don't really have a need for what Nowaski does, or an apparent need for what he does on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder what that means, and I don't know what that means. I would just be openly speculating about it. But the fact that they cut Divine Ozigbo a week after signing him from the practice squad, that means that Monty's back. More time. So his injury is the bruised rib cartilage, which I wouldn't wish upon anybody, but it is an injury that does get better with time and rest. And one thing I would say with that, it's tough to stay in the physical condition. Like football, like I got to go out and sprint for 20 yards on a play and then get hit. Like, football shape is different shape, and when you are suffering from that injury specifically, you can't really stay in football shape. So that's going to be something to watch. I think they might be easing him back in a little bit now that we're that much more confident in Jahmyr Gibbs and what he can do after what he did against the Raiders. I think that's going to work pretty well.
Yeah. You guys should get Tom Grassi on the show. Reach out to him. He's been pumping out content like crazy lately. I know back in the day when he was still pretty new to it, Case went on his show and did a Lions Packers kind of review. Thought he might return the favor, but like I said, he's busy. Reach out to him, hit him on socials, tell him to come over. We'd have him on, and we can make it happen on the fly. He's a good cat. Really love what he does. He was like a comedian first and a Packers fan as well, and kind of combined the two. And he's come up with something really good. He's good at what he does. He's a good cat.
He is good at what he does.
What if Sweat doesn't want to be there? I will tell you, there was something I saw. I don't think Sweat wants to be there. Diabetic War Slug, $75 for the tickets at top of the hour. We'll go to if it gets to 201. We'll give it to 201, just so everybody if anybody's typing it the last second. But Diabetic War Slug, we'll have to get in touch with you somehow. We'll get you taken care of. But right now, it looks like Diabetic War Slug has the tickets set up for him for Green Bay on Thanksgiving. Congratulations, Diabetic War Slug. Thank you, sir. Sweat. Well, I saw something, and I forget where I saw it. I wish it was locked into my head, and my memory was not addled by years of alcohol utilization. But there was something about they were trying to get a contract put together and to extension, and he was not having it. I have this sense in my head, and I would not be surprised that Montez Sweat is is a woeful mistake from the Chicago Bears. And I guess they could franchise tag him, but
They can.
he does not necessarily want to be a Bear next year. And if they franchise tag him, I think that would be a huge mistake. Be ready to see Montez available, and I would not be surprised to see Brad Holmes maybe make a move in that case for him. So we'll see. He'll test the market. We'll see what happens. I don't think the door is closed on Montez Sweat being a Detroit Lion. Obviously not this year, but it'll be interesting to watch all of that play out and see where that lands. Allison Hag, I'll just say S for the last name because I know who that is. $200 for St. Jude. Alice.
All right.
Thank you guys so much. You have a very special boy, just so you know, and you have a great kid there. But thank you. You're very special people as well, and thank you very, very much for the donation. Very, very much appreciated, and very kind of you to help us out for St. Jude. You can join in stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP will get you into the action, help you donate your fully tax deductible donation, and help us to help families and kids at the most difficult times of their lives while they're sick and dealing with something. They'd never pay a dime to stay for treatment. And then they're doing a ton of research in the background. We'll play a interview a little bit later that we did last year with my cousin who lost a son to cancer that is actively being researched by St. Jude right now, who they're trying to make an impact on. And they weren't affected by St. Jude other than by the research. They went to not the Cleveland Clinic, but she'll talk about it in the interview, the hospital there local to them, and for treatment and everything else. But it is something that's a big fight. They've since had another child. Congratulations to Mandy and the family there. That's good. So that's good stories can come, but it's tough times and nobody should have to go through that. So we'll put that in there, but you can help out stjude.org/DLP. We're here to help the folks out. Less than $500 away from Chris eating beans until he gets a bad one. So we'll see how that goes. I've also got, Riz, I know you have some probably laying around. I've got a Smoothie King on order if you want to do a Smoothie King toast at some point.
I have. It's up in the fridge. I actually got it yesterday.
Yeah.
My wife and I drove to Kalamazoo yesterday for district volleyball, and we made a pit stop. So I do have one. It's chilling.
It's chilling, like you. Let's see.
One thing on just to go back to the Bears and the Montez Sweat thing.
Yep.
I'm going to promote two good friends of mine, Brian Perez and Lauren Cox. They run bearstalk.com. If you ever want to get good information, fairly unbiased on the Bears, and Brian knows what he's doing. So Brian is, if Mark Schofield and I talked about it, we met as employees of Draft Breakdown. Brian Perez was the owner of Draft Breakdown and the person behind all of that. And he is also the reason why I got my job that I have now back in 2016 with the Wire sites. He was running Bears Wire at the time. He's a great guy, wonderful, wonderful guy. Can be a little bit of a Bears homer. He knows that. But he's got a lot of good content up about the Sweat trade. And Lauren Cox, who I believe also hosts Locked On Bears. He used to anyways. Lauren's a great guy. He's had dinner with us in Mobile at the beer garden, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
You know him if you saw him. Good dude. Like, if you're going to support the Bears, pay any attention to them, do it to good people. And bearstalk.com is good people.
Yeah.
They're in as anything positive we'll say about Chicago.
I will say we have Dean Blandino showing up in just a few minutes. We'll have him on and do that. I've got some work going on the other side. We're getting a video so we can replay that. We're going to do the Dan Miller replay against a little bit. But we got Detroit Fan Man agreed. There's no way in Zeus's green earth that Sweat wants to stay in Chicago no matter the money. They need to improve quickly for his interest to change. And that's maybe they're counting on the draft next year because they have a lot of pieces to be what convinces him. But from the outside looking in, I don't think any Bears draft would convince me as a player to stay there year after year.
I mean, right now they have the number 2 and number 3 overall pick.
Yep.
And they, at this point, think they have their quarterback, whether it's Justin Fields or Tyson Bagent, which means that they can load up on other things. Marvin Harrison Jr. is the obvious choice of what you would do for one of those picks. Let's say you franchise Sweat. I'm just playing this through as I'm pretending to be a Chicago fan. And that's hard. It's hard.
You know, you spend a lot of time in the closet as a fan. You can do that.
So, well, I do actually live, like, I can get Chicago sports radio local. I can listen to 670 clear as a bell here. I don't, but I could. If they get what they think they can out of Sweat and they get those draft picks, like, I would probably pick them to finish second in the NFC North next year. Because I think I'll say this, they think they've got a shot at getting that last wildcard spot this year, and Sweat can be part of that. I don't share that opinion, but it's not completely crazy with their schedule. Like, let's say they beat Detroit once. God forbid. I don't think that'll happen, but there's a chance that they could sneak up a little bit. All the teams in the NFC North have light schedules because we're playing the crappy other divisions of the other conference. So.
Right.
Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, that is. I think that the Bears are deluding themselves.
I would agree.
If they think that they are going to be able to do anything this year, and I think if they franchise tag Sweat, that's going to be a big problem for them, because that's basically them saying bye-bye night-night to the locker room and causing a heck of a lot of controversy with two really high draft picks. That's not how you want to start that out. I just think it's there's a reason I keep using hashtag #LolBears. They cannot get out of their own way. They are like just a disaster. As far as a franchise, I mean, they're just a mess. They're an absolute mess. So, it's fun. It's going to be amazing to watch them blow a pair of picks like that and lose the locker room and have another turnover at coach and GM all in this period of time. I think that's going to be just fantastic. It's going to be like a fantastic voyage. Get me some. What was it, Coolio?
Coolio.
Yeah. Get me some action. Yeah. I just think it's going to be one of the ultimate implosions and wastes of treasure that we'll be able to witness in the land of the NFC going forward. So good fun to be had there, I think, in Chicago. We'll see how it goes.
I do see why they think they have the potential, because they had a good draft this year, and they've a couple of guys that they drafted last year have developed into something pretty nice. So like their core is getting better, but it really, really had to.
Yeah.
They were bad.
Absolutely.
It was not a good football team. They're still not a good football team, but they're probably not the worst anymore.
Yep.
That's another talking point for later. It's like, who's the worst team in the league right now?
Let me really quick. I have to. There's a couple things.
We got a couple things going on.
Yeah. First, David Durkee, what's your favorite moment or episode from your time with the podcast, and why does it stand out to you? We will get back to that. Please ask that again if we miss it, because we have with us right now a very special guest, longtime friend of the show, an impressive actor who did an amazing job. Unfortunately, had to run to Canada at the end of the episode. Dean Blandino, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. What's up, guys?
It's
How are
so
you?
Good to have you back. We're doing good.
Nice hat, Dean.
I'm in my Lions colors. Just saying.
They're easier to find this time of year, right?
Every time I wear this hat, they're like, "Oh, they're calling me a front runner now." I was like, "No, we go back. We go back a little bit."
Yeah, there's definitely a history. Oh man, it's good to have you back. It's good. How's life been treating you since we talked last, man? It's been, we'll complain about the refs like we always do, because that's the nature of being a Lions fan. But first, let's find out how you're doing. How are you feeling? How's everything been for you, man?
Yeah, everything's great. I mean, the season's flying, right? It's already college, because we do college and NFL on Fox, and so heading into week 10 for college, week 9 for the NFL. It's crazy, but everything's been great. Everybody's family's good and healthy, and hope the same for you guys.
Yeah, everything's going well. I want to ask really quick, has the network been stealing signals from any of the other networks to figure out what angles to put on the broadcast, or are you just doing your college coverage like you normally do?
I guess there's like a signal stealing controversy involving a school in Michigan. I don't know. I'm not involved in any of that. I'm above board. I've seen my share of gates over the year, right? Spygate, Deflategate, this one, sign stealing gate. Yeah, it's crazy.
You were still the VP of officiating for Deflategate, weren't you? Were you there for that?
Yes. For Deflategate, I was. Yeah.
Do you mind just walking us through from? Yeah. I'm not asking for extra anything, special information, but what was it like? Walk through that from the inside the league and how that played out, because that just had to be surreal.
Yeah, it was interesting. I there had been some talk. Look, in league circles, it wasn't a secret that certain quarterbacks like the football the way they like the football, right? Some might like it less air. Some like it a little more, as long as it's in that legal range between 13 and 14, the PSI. And so there have been, always chatter about Brady and the footballs, and it just kind of ramped up after they had just beat the Ravens the week before. They're going to play Indianapolis in the championship game, and it kind of ramped up. So we were aware that there could be an issue. The officials went through their normal protocol, and it just exploded once it got out into the media, and then it just took on a life of its own. And obviously, how many years did it take before it was finalized? It was very interesting. There was a lot of, they brought in a third party group, and I was brought in and deposed like I was part of a trial. It was crazy.
That had to be fun. I mean, the things you learn, right? Like, you just try to go to work every day, and all of a sudden you're in a deposition. It's like, how did the record scratch? Yeah. You might wonder how I got here, right?
Exactly.
Good question coming. Ask Dean about the XFL USFL merger and how you're going to be involved.
Yeah, we're excited. Spring football, I think it was clear that in order for spring football to survive and have long-term sustainability, there needs to be one league, and having competing leagues was going to be probably detrimental to both. And so we're excited. I think they're still working out the legal part of it and creating this new league and this new company. But I'm going to be a part of it. And, I imagine my role will be somewhat similar to what I did in the XFL. And we're hoping to kick off in the spring, and excited to have, more spring football, more opportunities for players that can, get on NFL rosters and stick on NFL rosters, and officials and coaches and everybody else. So we're excited about it.
Yeah. So the officiating development, can you talk about that a little bit? Like, I think it's great that these guys are getting reps, and is it a viable pipeline to becoming either a top-level college official, because I would guess that's probably going to pay more than the new league, or an NFL official?
It is. And we talk about full-time officiating a lot, especially when there's calls and we feel like the officiating isn't up to par. And I think this kind of creates that environment where officials can work most of the year and they can get better. And so these officials will be top college officials in the spring. And there might even be an opportunity for less experienced NFL officials. Maybe it's an official in the NFL who they're thinking of making a head referee. So I think there's an opportunity there as well. So this is great. This is part of the development, and it just gives the officials more opportunities. And it's kind of a year-round thing now. And I talked to a couple of officials that worked in the XFL, USFL last year, and they said it was the first time they had worked that long, and they said they're better now because of it.
Yeah. Any thought? I'll just put this out here as a thought process. I know it's probably not going to get legs, but the whole idea of like relegation of officials, as like you, I'll put a name out there, and this isn't you speaking at all. I don't want to put this in your face, but like a Cleet Blakeman, I could see, hey, let's get Cleet back to the XFL. We'll get like the top officiating team from the XFL. We'll bring them into the NFL, and we'll see some improvement on what's going on. Any thoughts on that kind of like movement?
Well,
between
we have had. I mean, we let go. I let go of officials earlier in their career, and the league does have. And there's a collective bargaining agreement with the officials union, just like with the players. And part of that agreement, in the first 3 years, if the official just isn't cutting it, because you just don't know. Look, think about all the draft picks, right? The first round draft picks that don't pan out. They're great players in college. They just don't pan out in the NFL. It's the same with officials. They're a great college official, and they just don't make that transition. So in the first 3 years, the league can let them go, and they can go back to college and get better. So you have part of that. I would love. I heard you guys, before I jumped on, just talking about the worst team in the league. Imagine the league had relegation like they do in soccer in England, and you really had to. I mean, think about it. You couldn't tank because it would get rid of tanking because you could you could end up in a lesser league, and there's financial ramifications. I think that whole process and system is fascinating.
Do you know how many B-tier championships the Lions would have had? That could have been incredible.
Oh, yeah. The Lions. Oh, my God. The Lions would dominate the lesser league.
More trophies.
UFL champs every year.
half the dang field would be trophy cases. Like 3 rings of honor, right? It'd have been incredible. Boy. History, it hurts.
It does.
I want to ask really quick, and if there's anything you can give us or anything you know even at this point with the 2 leagues combining. And I say it, and it's not just because you're here. I've said it when you weren't here too. I absolutely love what you've been able to do with kind of the whole clay and molding how the officiating was working. I mean, the camera, hearing the replay officials, hearing them talk through that kind of transparency is fantastic, and especially as sports gambling becomes more part of the world and it's part and. The app's right here, right? And we all take, I don't say we all, but many of us take part. It's part of the world we live in, and it adds a whole element of fun to the game itself. But boy, that transparency means a lot when you start looking at these things, and it just gives so much credibility to what's going on. Any changes with the combination of the leagues that you can speak to, or anything you've kind of heard like whistles about in the NFL about any more transparency on those things going on in the booth?
Well, for the combined league, we want to continue what we're doing, right? And we want that transparency for all the reasons you just said, right? The credibility, with as sports gambling and betting, and that becomes more prevalent. It's important that the integrity of the process, and when you can listen and watch, you may not agree with the ultimate outcome, but you're not going to. There are these conspiracy theories, and it's something nefarious, and there's other things going on. They kind of go away. And usually it's my experience with what we did in the XFL was that the narrative changed. It was pretty positive about officiating, and that's not normal, as you guys know. So I think we're going to continue that, build on it, and I hope the NFL can bring more transparency into that process. I don't know in the near future if they're going to let peel the completely back and let everybody hear and listen to everything. But I think there's an opportunity to do a little bit more, and I think that'll help. I think it'll change some of the narrative around officiating.
Yeah. All right, here for St. Jude, folks. Dean's joining us because he supports the research they do, the supporting the families and the kids through everything. They never pay a dime. Go to stjude.org/DLP. Toss a couple bucks. You got a few dollars in your pocket, toss it over. Everything helps. Goal of $50,000. Get us to a total of $150K raised so far. We're trying to get really quick, as soon as we can. We have a gentleman in Australia who got a tattoo about 3 years ago when we did this, that said Staff Daddy on his chest. If we get to $25,000, he's going to, underneath that, he's going to get a tattoo of Goff father. So,
wow.
And we're going to get it. We're going to have it live.
That is dedication. That's dedication.
He's going to do it live on the show. That's
fandom right there.
We have an appointment set up. We have it all. So we just need to get to the money.
But and the names are great, right? Staff Daddy, Godfather. I mean, who's the next? We got to think. I'm always thinking ahead 3-4 years from now. We got to have a quarterback with a name that lends itself to like this whole theme.
Yeah. The worry is that it's Hendon Hooker because
Hendon Hooker is our
okay. There's a lot of possibilities there. A lot of possibilities.
You can do a lot with that. Yes. All right. So people in the chat are asking about it already, and I promised earlier that I would ask it of you. So I have been around football for a very long time. I'm not sure I have ever seen a referee wave off an umpire's holding call. That happened in the game. Clete Blakeman did it. Can you explain any rationale of how or why that would happen? Because I've never seen it, and I know the guys who run football zebras. That I had a conversation with them. They're like, "That I don't know why that happened." Can you offer any insight on how that might be the process behind it?
Yeah, it's unusual because the way the mechanics are, the referee and the umpire really shouldn't be focusing in the same place, right? The referee is on the right side of the quarterback. The umpire is on the left side of the quarterback. The referee would take the right side of the offensive line on a pass play and look at the blocking by the right tackle and the guard, and the umpire would take the other side. So, and it's possible that as the play developed and so where their areas of focus were, they kind of converged, and maybe the referee saw the same action that the umpire saw. So it's not completely crazy, but it is unusual for an umpire to have an offensive holding call and the referee to take him off. It's just, it's one of those things. Typically, you'll see that more downfield. One official sees it from one angle, throws a flag for pass interference. Another official comes in and picks it up. Not to bring up a sore subject, it might have happened in a playoff game with the Lions involved a couple of years ago, but it, it's, and I know kind of this is this theme of I can tell you this, and I always say, look, we got to be careful about mistaking, and I'm not saying that anyone is incompetent, but sometimes people just make mistakes, and it's not. Yeah. It's not sinister. It's not like we're out to get you. We just made a mistake, and I've made them, and it just happens.
Yeah, that's okay. Perfectly fair. Perfectly fair.
So
we do make mistakes.
I accept that. I 100% accept that, and there's not a but here. But I have a question that I wanted to ask about that. Again, not saying there's a conspiracy, but it's a how question, and it goes back to the first game of the season, opening game for the NFL against the Chiefs. You have a right tackle lining up as a fullback effectively for the entirety of the game. Even at halftime, you would expect New York would call and say, "Hey guys, not only is he going for a walk before the ball snapped, but he's behind the quarterback," right? At this point, they have to have noticed. Somebody, the announcers on TV, everybody knew, except for some reason the refs, and it happened for the entirety of the game. Again, I hate to use the word because I don't want to be pejorative, but it does scream incompetence, right? That nobody on the crew for the entirety of the game saw that, yet everybody else did. Now, I say that, I talk about it from a Lions perspective. Why wouldn't you complain? Because where he was lining up gave up run pass every time. So if I'm the coach and I'm like, and I can see this tendency, don't say anything, because that gives me a whole lot of help on how I'm running my defense. But how does that happen? Just help me with that, please.
It was a head scratcher, certainly, because it wasn't. That's basic. That's not something complicated. That's not a bang bang judgment call on a 30-yard pass, and it happens so quickly. That's just lining up properly, and there's mechanics in place that the first time the tackle is pushing the envelope, you warn them, you warn the coach, and you say next time it's going to be a flag, and then you flag them, and then they correct it. That's 99% of the time.
Yeah.
That's what happens, and for some reason, and I don't know if it was a subconscious thing where, okay, it's the first game and we don't want it to be about the officiating and we don't want to throw a bunch of flags but it just felt, it was bizarre because it wasn't, like you said, it was clear. The broadcast, they were talking about it. So at some point you got to say, hey guys, he's not lining up properly. You have to correct that. And I think at that point, though, as it gets later in the game, if you've allowed it all game and then call it on a critical third down play and late in the fourth quarter, then you're not doing your job either. Right. It's just like you want that consistency. So if you've been letting it go, but the key is you can't let it go. You have to catch it early and you correct it, and the players correct it, and everybody moves on. So it was. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was a happy ending for Lions fans because they won the game, but I don't know.
And in the end, at a crucial time, they did call it, right? And if I'm a Chiefs fan, I'm really frustrated by that, by both my team's incompetence in doing that, right? And I don't mean, again, I don't mean it in a super mean way. I just don't have another word right now. But what the heck am I doing if we're doing this, right? Because at any point I could get called for this. And I don't find, but by then it happens at the end of the game, and it potentially costs them the opportunity for that win. Really, really tough for them. The other thing that happened in that game, and it's throughout the NFL. This isn't me in my Lions hat, but this is now just kind of as of, kind of watching the officiating. There's two things that I've seen a lot more, it seems like, this year than I have years past, that are just kind of being let fly, and that's the pre-motion or pre-snap motion by linemen, like and holding, and it's really, I mean, I can pick Aiden Hutchinson because we watch every snap of every game of the Detroit Lions. When the Lions are on, we're watching other games, and I see a lot of holding going on there that's pretty egregious, and then I see some really like, what are we calling here? Like kind of holding calls as well. Yeah. Holding is super inconsistent this year. But the motion pre-snap by linemen too has been really inconsistent. Is it they're just not going to emphasize it? Is it one of those things? Because we've talked about this a number of times, how athletic and how good the defensive linemen have become compared to what and put such a difficult job for the offensive linemen. Is it giving them a little bit of a leeway to allow the competition level to be equalized a little bit? I'm just, I don't want to answer for you.
Sure. I think all of those are fair points. I do think they have been more liberal officiating the line of scrimmage in the last probably 2 to 3 years. I don't think they've been officiating the line of scrimmage to where the rule is. I think they're letting more go. The concern with that is, like, you end up, okay, if I'm going to get away with it, I'm going to keep doing it. And then everybody's doing it. And it's really hard to put that genie back in the bottle. Right. And then you say, okay, we're going to emphasize it. And you go from all year, there's, we're not calling line of scrimmage fouls, or we're calling one a game. And then week 12 comes along and we have 6 a game. And it's like, what the heck just happened? So you have to be mindful of that. It's that balance. Holding, I think also it is a difficult play to officiate because there's so much, and we always, you could call a hold on every play. I don't think that's necessarily true, but there's so much opportunity for holding with offensive and defensive linemen because so much of the blocking is outside the frame, and there is a lot of grabbing, but it has to raise to the level. Okay, does he beat the offensive player's feet? Is now there a restriction? Does it have an effect on the play? Is it at the point of attack? Is it on the backside? All these things you have to consider. But I do feel if you look at the holding numbers from year to year, the last couple of years, it looks like a roller coaster. Like we're up, we're down, we're up, we're down. And we're trying to find that sweet spot, and we're struggling a little bit. So I think that's something the league, has to continue to look at.
Go ahead, Reese.
There's been a lot of talk about like the eye in the sky sort of thing. And you guys kind of dabbled with that. Is that something that the NFL would ever seriously consider doing?
There's more replay now than ever. They're getting more help from replay. They're looking at things like ineligibles downfield. If the officials throw the flag and replay sees that the lineman was not more than a yard, they're communicating that. So I think we're heading in that direction. I don't know if we're going to go back to reviewing pass interference like we did in 2019. That didn't really work out. I think you can do it. We did it in the XFL for 43 games. We let the coaches challenge. We let them have one challenge, and they could challenge anything, whatever they wanted, one time. And it was a learning experience for me. And there were probably a couple that I would have liked to have back. But, at least we gave the coaches an opportunity to correct something, or at least for us to get a second look at it. And I think you can do it. I think you've got to, again, maintain the balance of allowing the game to flow. And because momentum is so big, right? You've got a defense that's on their heels and they're tired, and you're driving and you want to go fast. And then we're stopping the game every other play to look at officiating decisions. I don't think that's great for the game either, But I think there are big calls that happen in every game that you'd love an opportunity to get right and a second chance to look at it. So I think that's something the league has to continue to look at.
Yeah. I think in the holding space, and I've articulated this before, you're right. It's a trope that there's holding every play. That's not the case. I think a lot of people aren't quite aware of what holding truly is, but there's a lot of holding that doesn't go called. And now this year we're saying, okay, the roller coaster's at the bottom of the hill as far as the penalty flags. We don't want a penalty flag every play either. It feels like turning it from a 10-yard penalty to 5-yard penalty kind of then puts the penalty for it in line with how likely it is to be called, right? Because it seems like sometimes it just pops out of nowhere and it's like, really, that was a hold after what we saw over here? That seems really goofy. If it's just 5 yards, it's a lot less of an egregious penalty, and it just kind of fits with a little bit of the flexy kind of subjective space that sits in. There's my suggestion.
And that's
Go ahead and take and run.
Yeah, the evolution of the rule. Holding used to be a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah,
and that was that just crushed the offense, right? You're first and 25 or second and 25. Your chances of getting a first down they're so low. So that's been the evolution of the rule. Make it a 10-yard penalty. I don't know if they would ever consider 5, but it is worth, again, that conversation, because you don't want a kind of a marginal call to put the offense in a hole and now they can't get out of it.
Right. But then it also gives them flexibility to go up and down with the call. You still get the stoppage of play if you have a year with a lot of calls on it, but the impediment is so much less. Richard Swears, thank you for the $50 for St. Jude. stjude.org/DLP. Get your money in there and help raise some money for some sick kids and their families. I want to ask you a question. This came in the chat from Eric Manish, who's a great longtime listener. You may have met him when you came to our training camp party. All other businesses are using AI to augment things and make people better at their jobs and use less effort. Do you think that there's room for AI in officiating? And then are there any kind of experiments or anything you've been running thus far on how you may use AI in the work they're doing?
Well, I'm sure there's as this technology continues to develop, I think the league will look at that. Me personally, in my time at the NFL or with the spring leagues, we haven't really looked at AI that closely. You're looking more at tracking, right? Ball tracking. Can we GPS? Can we locate the football? Can we locate, that moment in time when the knee is down? So that technology continues to be, explored. With AI, I don't know. I'm sure as I see these amazing things and that people are doing with AI. I don't know if we ever, the part of officiating that people don't, I guess I'm not saying they don't understand, but maybe it gets lost sometimes, is the good officials, and especially the good referees, they're game managers, right? They might not get every call right, but they're going to manage the game. They're going to keep the game moving. They're going to communicate with the coaches. And though it's about managing the game first, and then I really feel like, you can't, that has to be a human being. That has to be somebody that can communicate. And maybe there's an opportunity in replay for AI. I don't know. Right now I just use it to hey, draw me a picture of me in doing this on a mountain, and they give me a picture, and that's cool.
Yeah, that's fun stuff.
So one of the things that gets discussed a lot, and I'm sure you've answered this before, but pass interference on the defense, spot foul versus capping it at 15 yards. Is that anything that's realistic, and how would you feel about that?
For me, I like the NFL rule. I like the spot foul. I think the theory with the spot foul is if you went to 15, I think 15 works for college. But when you get to the NFL and these defensive backs, these are the best of the best. And now if you tell them, okay, the worst you can do is 15, they're going to play more aggressive. And there's going to be more contact. And so you impact the deep passing game. You make it harder to officiate because more contact is just harder to officiate in general. So I like the spot foul. I know sometimes there are calls that, it's 30 yards downfield and it's really not, it's kind of marginal and you hate to see those. But I do think that in the NFL, if you went to just the 15, we'd see more grabbing and clutching and we'd see more just straight up, I'm beat. I'm going to tackle this guy. And the best they're going to do is 15 versus now, you're giving up a 40-yard play if you do that. So I like the NFL rule. I like the college rule for the college, that level of play. And so I don't think the NFL it's usually somebody always brings it up, but I don't think they're close to making any changes there.
It makes sense. I mean, as much as I dislike Aaron Rodgers' unique ability to draw those kind of penalties when he's toes, inches away from being sacked, the advantage that the defensive linemen have to put those quarterbacks under pressure, if you gave that kind of an advantage to the cornerbacks, there just would be no offense anymore. It seems like it would just cap scoring.
That's always the concern. Yeah, that's the concern.
Yeah. Okay, question for Dean from the chat. Is there any emphasis on calling certain penalties early, holding, illegal contact, etc., so that the players know what'll be called? Sort of like establishing the strike zone in baseball.
Yeah, I think you certainly want to establish that strike zone. For a lot of that, what we talk about with officials is more like game control. If a game is starting to get out of control, you want to make sure you can, because you can only break up so many pushing and shoving matches, right? It doesn't decentivize anyone if you just keep breaking them up, or even offsetting penalties, because nobody really is affected there. So if there's an opportunity to get a flag down, a personal foul, 15 yards on one team, you're not making something up, but it's there. You want to get that. I do think officials do a lot of, they call it preventative officiating. And so if the left tackle, and I'll use, Hutchinson as an example, if he's running and the tackle, kind of it's close, it's borderline, but it's not quite holding, they'll talk to him and say, hey, you were pretty close, next time that's going to be a flag, those types of things. So you want to try to make sure the players understand where the line is.
Sure.
And that's happening throughout the game. There's certainly communication. And then it's on the officials to call it the same way throughout the game. And then that's a challenge as well.
Yeah. Let me ask you, I know you've been, you grew up in the area and just growing up somewhere that's kind of, those things happen. I have a really good friend who also is a Giants fan. This year, has it hurt you at all?
It's interesting. I grew up a Giants fan. I obviously, my fan affiliation, it kind of wanes when you get into officiating, and so coming away. So I'm still a Giants fan. I still would like them to do well, but it's my kids, my 13-year-old and my 8-year-old, they're going through, they're big Giants fans. And it was after I think it might've been, I forget what game it was. And my 8-year-old said, Dad, let me see the standings. I'm looking for a new team. The 13-year-old, he's there. He's got his Saquon jersey. he was gutted with that Jets loss. But I think my 8-year-old he's looking, and I did suggest the Lions. So we might have another Lions fan.
You got the Blues. I
know
you're just
Lions fan.
You're actually borrowing his hat. I know that.
Yes, but he seems a little flaky, so he might jump off the Lions bandwagon too.
Well, you can jump between two. It's okay. Lions in New York. It seems like they ebb and flow in the inverse side, so that's all right. All right. So what do you have coming up, Dean? What do you have coming up in the near future? Where are we going to see Dean running around?
So yeah, tomorrow we've got a full slate of college football on Fox Sports, FS1. I think a lot of Big 12 tomorrow. Some Pac-12 games, so we'll be doing all day. I'll be in the studio, and then Sunday, and the big game that we have Sunday is Cowboys-Eagles. So looking forward to that one, and so yeah, I'll be in the studio all weekend and watching football and coming on the air, and then checking my Twitter or my X or whatever they call it, and listening, reading people throw shade at me, and it's all good.
That's awesome. Could you just wear like a Lions pin on your tie or something, like just a little blue dot or something, just a signal for Lions fans? Let them know, hey, look, it's real. I'm a Lions guy.
It's been good. The Lions fans, and maybe it's because we're winning and we've we got to winning the division, and so the Lions fans have been less feisty with the officiating. So we'll see.
Well, it's thanks to all of your outreach and your hard work, Dean, and the fact that you have now joined the stew of Lions fans to celebrate the team, right? Appreciate you, man. Thanks again for supporting us, being on the show. You've been awesome, start to finish, man. Appreciate everything except that picked up flag in Dallas. Otherwise, it's been fantastic.
Thanks for having me. Love you guys, and stay hydrated, and a lot of caffeine, and stay get through the rest of get through the rest of the marathon.
Yeah, you got it, brother. Thank you again, Dino.
Thanks,
love you a lot,
Dean.
man. Be good. All right, thank you.
See you guys.
Dean Blandino. Woo, he's so great, man. He's so fun.
He
Such
is
a good dude.
I love the way he explains things where like it makes sense. Like he's not giving like that didn't come out the way I wanted it to. He's not like mansplaining it. He's like giving you a good explanation and the thought process behind the decision. And that I think that's peeling back that veil, being the transparency like you talked about. That's important because I think that does. He's right about what happened with the XFL. Like I think in general, people reacted fairly positively to the officiating because you could hear the conversations. You saw that, okay, this isn't Dean going down and saying, hey, that was a hold, call it. Like you understand and you saw more humanity in the officials. And I think that's important because they are human. They are going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I was glad you asked about the Chiefs game at the beginning because that's one where I think the eye in the sky could come in handy and be like, hey, I forget, that was not Blakeman's crew. That was Land Clark, I think it was.
Yeah.
How do you not let them know at halftime? And Dean, to his credit, did sort of explain that probably can't do that much anyways, but like, come on, y'all.
Well, it's a great point that, hey, we don't want to throw 53 flags a game because God, the game would be unwatchable.
Nobody wants that.
Right?
Nobody wants that.
Absolutely unwatchable football if that happens. But by the same token, oddly that Chiefs game and the horrific officiating, it benefited the Lions. Like you knew exactly where he was lining up if it was going to be a run or a pass play every single time based on the right tackle. And that's a heck of a lot of information to have. Good information to have.
You don't have to steal the signs, Chris. They're telling you overtly.
Yes. You don't need DPJ for that, right? No, it benefited us, and I say that's a great win to have, and I'll take it after all the illegal face to the hands calls and picked up flag in Dallas and all the things that have happened, just the stuff that's happened to the Lions. You almost feel owed, right? But really, I want a well officiated game, and I feel like even if it was halftime, the league told them, "Look, you guys are missing this, and it's bad." Then they go out and they talk to the team, to the Chiefs, and say, look, here's what happened all first half. We missed it. We blew it. We're not going to blow it this half. You get your guys straight and you get it taken care of, right? And that's that. But what's really weird is I wonder if, and we don't know and we haven't heard, but the Lions saw that, which I believe they did. But what we don't know is if on a play right before or right around then when they were starting to find their little juice, if a Lions coach said, hey, that guy's lined up wrong and made him aware of it and they noticed it and then they had to call it, right? Maybe they saw it and were like, oh, we got to let it go because we haven't called it. But now that the other team knows, oh, God, yeah, like it could be that kind of gamesmanship happened and the Lions actually used it in their favor because it was a crucial time when it was called, right? It was absolutely a crucial time.
But he was guilty. He was guilty on that play of lining up illegally, never setting for a full count, and moving early, like the trifecta that you can't do. He was guilty of all. Jay Taylor was guilty of all three on that one.
He was indeed. Big West. Really good point. We got respect to refs from Dan Bask. Refereeing is tough, but when they suck, it really sucks. It sucks for them and us. That's for sure. If you're not stealing signs, you're not trying. This is something I don't necessarily disagree with. If we're using signs, figuring them out. I think there's something to that. Again, I haven't looked at the details of what happened in Michigan, so I can't weigh in whether it's. I think I would try to steal the other team's signs and figure out what their signs are. I would look at film, watching games. What are they doing? And the all 22, whatever I can see to try to figure out how they're calling what plays, offense and defense. I would absolutely try to do that. And now look, if you're breaking into their locker room or you're putting bugs in the other team's locker or something like that, obviously that would be illegal. But if you're just stealing them from games or from open source places, I don't know, man. That seems like it's okay to me.
That seems like an asset that you could have. And, the people that are defending Michigan on this are absolutely correct. Every college has that. I went to Ohio U. We were terrible back in the 90s. We had a guy who did that. Like, octopus means that. The Brady Quinn face means that. Like, just making stuff up here, but like you see the signs on it. Like, they figured out like what the cadence and sequence was of those things.
The Brady Quinn face. I love that.
I love it too.
Oh yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh, what happened? Oh my goodness.
But yeah, like the thing is, you cannot physically record it, and in the NFL, like you're fully welcome. Now, this goes into at training camp. Chris, I know you hate this about the Lions. They don't allow you to videotape anything from your phone. You're not even technically supposed to take still pictures from your phone. A lot of that is more about formations and what plays they're going to run out of those formations and personnel packages and things like that. And I do understand that. But like, there are also, like, you could probably pick up the sign steals, because when they go full scrimmage, they're treating it like a game, like the team drills, and you can see what Aaron Glenn's signaling in and what defense they do. You can see what offense Ben Johnson and Mark Brunell are signaling in, and what like there. The problem is that there's got to be that, like, recording it is different than just like interpreting it and like being like Rain Man and writing it down in your head and then reproducing it and like, if you can do that, it's like card counting in Vegas. It's not technically illegal. It's illegal to have any device that helps you do it.
Yeah.
Like, if you can do that in your head, they're going to ask you to leave, but they're not going to like take you out back and kneecap you. If they find you with like the little thing in your shoe that you use to count, like kneecap. Sorry. I just got that. Sorry, Chris.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You win enough, they're going to kneecap you. Lucky, skilled, or otherwise, they're going to kneecap you.
But if you can do that silently in your head, sort of like they did in The Hangover, like, they can't technically like take their money back. Like, if you're just that smart, if you're that much of a savant at doing that sort of thing, like if you understand that, you know, red guy on the sideline signaling octopus and green guy on the sideline slinging snake, like, means, okay, that's a draw play, because that's how they figure these things out. Like, if you can do that, God bless you, but just don't use a videotape to do it. Don't pay for it. That's much more of a college problem than the NFL problem. I don't want to get too diverted on the college football, because for me, college football is draft related, so I don't really care.
Phelps. We got Phil Phelps. Michigan needs to hire you guys for PR.
I think they'd like to hire me.
ACO, sign stealing is legal, just not traveling to do it. It's because of the budgets of big schools make it unfair. That's fair. And like I said, I don't know the details of the story, so I'm weighing in without any real information. I'm kind of giving you where my head's at on the topic more broadly, not on the specific situation with Michigan. Riz, can I leave you with the microphone for a minute and do a quick take five?
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about the sign stealing, because we got into that a lot when I hosted the Huge Show last week.
Awesome.
So go ahead.
Love it, brother.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So on the sign stealing, and again, this is diverting away from Lions, because I don't really think it happens much in the NFL. I think the NFL, you've come to the realization that you're there. You probably don't need to necessarily try to get a special advantage. But I talked to Anthony Broom from Wolverine on 3. Great guy. Not a Michigan homer, but a Michigan fan, and fairly level-headed guy. And one of the things that he brought up was the paper trail behind what's the guy's name, Connor Scallions or whatever, is where you have to look, because he does not make enough money on his own to fund all the tickets that he purchased, and I think that's where Michigan's going to get into trouble. So we'll see what happens with that. But it's not something that necessarily happens much in the NFL. Like, again, if you can figure out on the sideline what all those different signs mean, or if you can read the Denny's menu that the Pepsi holds up, that Josh McDaniels, none of these guys are head coaches anymore. Sean Payton still does it. He holds the Waffle House menu up and talks behind it. If you have the ability to somehow interpret what's on his menu, if you do it by just like you've got really good eyesight or something, you're good. Now, if you're videotaping it, if you're doing it if you're pulling it off a game film, that's fine. But you can't videotape. You can't do that sort of thing. So much more of a college problem than an NFL problem. It's weird. It's weird that it happens. It's weird that Michigan got caught. It's really weird that Michigan got caught specifically for how they did. But I'm not a Michigan guy. I'm not a Michigan State guy. I'm not Ohio State. College football to me is scouting. I enjoy watching Michigan football for their scouting purposes this year. Because J.J. McCarthy's kind of fun. Their offensive line's kind of fun. Blake Corum, not as much fun as he was last year. Yeah, that's fun stuff here. Yeah, so let me read. Can I read this? I can't. I need my reading glasses. I need to text my wife to get my reading glasses. So from somebody, and I can't read your name. Sign stealing is legal, just not trying to do it because of the ones. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we did that. Yeah, that's the long and the short of it. And that's the difference between going to Michigan and going to Western Michigan, which is just down the road a little ways. Let's get a little menu of what's coming up. We have Herman Moore, Lions great, Lions Station Unite, coming up fairly soon. He will be in the 3:00 hour. In the 4:00 hour, we have time for some questions, and we'll probably some amusement. Hopefully that won't kill Chris with the bean boozled, because we are very close to the $5,000 goal to get Chris to eat until he gets a bad one with the bean boozles. That would be great if we could get that in before Herman comes on. That'd be awesome. We got 15 minutes for that, so if you want to push for that, that's good. We have later on John Ledyard is going to join. My friend John Ledyard doesn't have a lot of time. He's a very busy man, but he's going to pop in for a little bit, and we'll talk probably some draft, maybe a little bit about the Lions schedule coming up. Later on in the evening, Russell Brown. We already had Bish from Bish and Brown. Now we'll have Brown from Bish and Brown. And Russ is going to talk about a whole number of things. So he just sent me, and I published it at Lions Wire earlier today, a film breakdown of Jahmyr Gibbs' game against the Raiders and the breakout that he had. And Russ puts great detail into not just the words that he has, but he shows the camera angles as best as he can in getting them from the feed, and does a great job of illustrating why there's success on the plays. It's more than just player done good, player done bad. He actually gets really into the nuts and bolts of it. He is a coach. He sees things very well, has broken down film very well. So I would encourage you to do that. He will be with us in the 6:00 hour. Oh, then we get 7:00. I'm excited for this one. We've talked about it a little bit already. Dr. Jimmy Lau, the Detroit Morning Rounds guy on Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it, will be with us. We're going to talk a lot about injuries, specific injuries to the Lions, rehabilitation, mechanisms of injuries. I'm fascinated. I joked with him, I'm like, dude, I could have you on for 3 hours. I'm not going to demand that much of your time, but if you want to stay, stay, because I have so many questions about that. That is a field that I continually try to get more educated and smarter on, because it's something that becomes more prevalent as we get to being a better team. So I'm very excited to have Dr. Lau on. That's going to be a lot of fun. Then later on, Tony Ortiz, who used to do a Friday preview show with us, and unfortunately logistics have prevented it, that we just can't do it anymore. But dang, I love doing that with T.O. He's going to be joining us later on. And then at the midnight hour, Doug Farrar from Touchdown Wire will reprise his role of giving us a needed jolt of Metallica energy at midnight. And I am looking forward to that. Doug will stay for a long time if he wants to. He's welcome to stay for a long time because he is technically the last guest we have scheduled until tomorrow morning when we have Kyle Krabs from Draft Dudes joining us. And there's a couple of other people that are still we might get them, we might not. We'll see how the schedules work. It's a weird time. Normally we do this a little bit closer to the holiday, a little bit, there's still high school football going on in some places. Unfortunately, not my high school team. We lost last week. But, good luck to all the teams that are still playing here in Michigan and in Ohio and so forth. But so I just did a little rundown of what we got coming up, Chris. So
awesome. I appreciate you, brother. I just had a thing come through for work that I have to tune in on, but that's okay. I can buy time. I appreciate you. Rest your voice. It's a long show.
So Jim Young, I appreciate this comment. You should get a reunion of Big Drew and Jim on the 24-hour show. We have tried to make that work. I was in contact with both of them in the last week. It just doesn't work with the schedules, unfortunately. Now, next year, when we do this again, there's a much better chance because Costa's schedule is a lot more regular. He is taking over the morning show on 97.1. Stoney is retiring, and it will be Jim Costa taking his place. I am thrilled for Jim. Yeah. I love it. He's going to do such a great job. He is. I cannot thank Jim enough for being patient with me and teaching me things and getting me an MAB award with him. I have one of those. That's kind of cool. I certainly owe it to him from our Sunday morning show. Drew is going through a lot professionally right now. He's still in the marijuana business. He's had to change venues. He has a young son, cute as the Dickens too, and it just didn't work out logistically that we could get it done. They are open to doing it. We will do it at some point. And for those of you in West Michigan, I have tried to coordinate it also for when I'm a guest host on 96.1, and I've been told that I can't do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the jerks,
which is weird because we didn't leave on bad terms. They just fired us all on the same day. Like they fired everybody.
Yeah,
they cut it.
Man. Well, the jerk store called, and they need more of them. All right.
And they hired me back, so I can't say not too much. But
it looks like that one. No. Sorry.
Yes, Big Drew and Jim I would love to get back together with them, and that would be one of those situations where I would sit here and be silent for 2 hours and just let them go at it, and they would love to do that. But it didn't work out this year, but we will certainly try to do that again.
Yeah. Richard Smears.
And if you're in the Detroit area, listen to Costa. He'll be worth your time. I love that guy.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Richard Swears, thank you for all the work you do in support of the children served by St. Jude. Of course, it's just helping get people together to do something good. So we appreciate everyone who's come together for this. 45, 65, 55 so far. 55, that seems like a weird number of cents. It's not normal.
So we're trying to get to the 5,000 goal before we welcome in Herman Moore. So.
Yeah, I'm in. Let's do that. Let's get me Diabetic War Slug. Hit me up at chris@DetroitLionsPodcast.com so we can get your tickets all straightened away. Let's see. What else? Boom. We got that going on. We got more giveaways coming. We've got Herman at 10 after 3. We're just about 6 hours in, Riz. That's like already. We're down to 18 left. We're a quarter of the way through. This was nothing.
18 in life, you got it. 18 in life, you know.
I'm gonna grab me a energy drink.
There you go. It's almost time for me to get my Smoothie King on.
Yeah, mine's on the way.
That might have to.
Mine's on the way.
Nice. All right. So when you get that, I will. I'll dispatch somebody to bring me mine. I'm no longer home alone. My wife is back home. My kids will be home from school shortly. So,
and
you will see me wave. So just a little logistical thing. There's a window right in front
watching
of
you
my
without
face.
pants.
Yeah. Actually, the bus does come fairly soon too. My driveway is like right out front here, so my kids wave to me when they drive through the driveway, so I will wave. That will be good times. That'll be coming hopefully in the next 5 minutes. They should be home soon.
Oh my gosh!
It's crazy having teenagers that can drive.
Hey, what's your receipt date for you got your shipment notification from our friends?
I got it.
It arrived already?
I got it. Yeah.
The lawnmower arrived?
It's in a box right there. I haven't unboxed it yet. I got it
Can you show
yesterday.
the box? Can you show the box really quick?
Yeah.
Mine doesn't come until Tuesday. Oh my gosh. These guys, what a sponsor. We got the handyman, which usually keeps me really, I mean, every Monday I clean this stuff up and it's freaking awesome, the handyman. I know Riz isn't big on face shaving, but that thing it's better than a blade. I don't even go back to a razor blade for face shaving anymore. Every Monday I hit myself with that electric. It's blam, it's through, it's done, and I'm freaking great. And then I wind up Friday like this, but I said Fridays, it's like
I need to use it. I have charged it, but I haven't used it. I'm unboxing it.
It's fantastic. Show the box first. Ooh, that is a beautiful. They do a good job in the packaging. You know what I mean? Look at that. 5.0 Ultra.
This is great. Thank you to the folks
at Manscaped. Yeah.
This is
Manscaped.
I'm weirdly excited to use this. I'm not gonna lie.
Whoop, what do we got? Because two heads are better than one.
Yes. Playing beach volleyball the way I did, it's kind of like shaving your body hair, specifically your chest and armpits, but also other areas where you don't want to have sweaty sand stuck to you.
Yeah.
Like manscaping in general is kind of a thing, and I have gotten out of the habit since I don't compete anymore, and I'm ready to get back into that sleekness. And
Brandon says next Jeff is going to get a pull-on weed whacker for his back. This is good stuff. These guys make quality materials. So if you happen to go to manscaped.com to pick something up, use the promo code DLP. That helps us out, helps them out, and all that kind of a thing. So, Emery. There's one Emery I know who's a very special Emery guy, and I wonder if it's that one, but if not, it's $50 from Emery without a message. Thank you, Emery, for joining the folks to help raise the money, getting closer and closer. I can't wait to eat this bean. I'm excited. It's sitting right here. I'm just excited for it. Unless I wind up with sour milk, then all bets are off.
That's gonna suck.
They did get worse.
I'm really tempted to break out the lawnmower now because we don't need that on video.
Yeah, just wait, Malcolm. I know you were here earlier. I'm not sure if you're still here. I know you have to work today, like most people. Malcolm has picked one up as well. Just hold off. We've got an awesome idea. Riz, he's going to take part in that promo idea also. I want to.
Okay, all right.
I want to tell you because we've got something. It's gotten even better, right? I can't say it online or on the air or whatever. But holy cow, it's fantastic. We got a heck of a promo video coming up. So don't go crazy with it yet because we need you to. You got to have something for it to work.
So
okay,
yeah. So I mean, we're on the air until 9 a.m. tomorrow, and then God willing, I will sleep for a little bit, and then. Who knows? Sunday's my day off, and so Sunday, bye week. I don't think I'm going to watch much football. I might. I don't know. I might be inspired, but I'm not planning on doing a lot. Having said that, now I'll probably wind up at Buffalo Wild Wings and be there all day. If things work.
Eric Yang, thank you for the great Lions content, especially those years when our Lions weren't that good. Also, thank you for raising money for St. Jude. We stayed at Children's Hospital in Minneapolis when my girl needed surgery that was paid for by donors. This goes a long way for families. Chip was Emery. Got that. Thank you. Eric Yang, man, I hope, and by the sound of your note, it went well. So I'm going to say congratulations on the stay and the treatment. And that's exactly what it's all about. It's why we're here. It's why we're doing what we're doing, to help people who really need that help. I mean, we hear, especially the medical system in the United States. I'm not going to get into the whole talk about all of the politics and stuff about how's, why's, what's, what it should be, how it could be, all that. But you have a situation where people can get in a very, very difficult financial straits as a result of a hospital stay or the effects and the costs associated with that. And to have that kind of weight weighing on you while you're lamenting one of the most difficult things in your life, one of the most heartbreaking and difficult times that you could ever have to deal with. And again, we'll play the Mandy story. I think we'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour, just so you can see kind of the voice of a parent going through that. It means a lot. It means a lot for those folks, these donations, to help them through and to help them not have to think about those things when the thing that they need to think about the most and concentrate on is right there. So thank you also, Jason, 69 for 69. He did $69.14 to get us up to 4704. 69. That's the centavos that I was worried about. Thank you all. Thank you to our Detroit Lions podcast audience. You folks are the very, very best.
Great.
Yeah, really, really something special out there. All right, we got Herman coming up here, legendary wide receiver. He will be joining us soon. We'll keep talking Lions. We'll do questions, and I think we'll also do phone calls, not just late night. We'll do some in some of the gaps as well. We've got trivia lined up. We've got giveaways. We got Diabetic War Slug. I better write that down, actually. Diabetic War Slug, who's going to email me to get his tickets to the Lions game. Dang, War Slug. How can I forget it? Are you kidding me? The shit that my brain's been through.
That's a distinctive one. I like that. I like the distinctive names.
It's a band name. Diabetic War Slug would be a great band name. No, I think it should be. Good one. But some of the best fans out there. Question here from Saucerer Supreme. Any chance the Lions don't extend Goff and move on to Hendon? No, I'll just say no. The chance is that Goff says, I want $75 million a year, right? I don't think that's who Jared Goff is.
That was where I was going to go with it. Yep. Unless he's asking for an exorbitant amount of money, I don't think they're doing that.
I'm going to tell you, Jared Goff, he's made a ton of money. He's made intergenerational wealth beyond most wild dreams. He's got a supermodel as a fiance. They're not married yet, right? They're still fiancéed.
Yes, they are.
And I'm still conflicted about Sandman's picture with his head on her body. I've had feelings that I've never had before.
Oh, I had gotten that out of my head, Chris. Now it's back.
But my guy's got it all. Okay, so he lacks for wanting anything, and he knows he'll lack for wanting anything for the rest of his foreseeable life. He comes from a family. His dad was a baseball player. They're not wanting either. So he's got a great setup. He's got everything he needs to take care of whatever kids appear in his life, whatever else. I don't want to say it's greed at that point, but now for Jared Goff, it's about the ring. It's about winning. It's about putting his stamp on and proving all the BS people, all the doubters, absolutely wrong. I think, and right there, Phil Phelps is right going where I'm going. He wants to win a Super Bowl in Detroit because he's talked to Dan Campbell, who's been here, who was here, as Dan Miller said, in the 0-16 season, who knows Detroit, who knows what it would mean, and knows that the writing and the engraving on the side of the Fisher Building of their names for perpetuity, going down in history. Steve Yzerman today still widely known and loved across the city of Detroit. Guys, it's been 26 years since that first cup that Steve Yzerman won with the team. Yeah, it's been ages. And that man is loved, known. Went to Tampa and beat the Wings a number of times in Tampa. Don't care. Steve Yzerman, he's our guy. What it would mean to take this team to a Super Bowl victory, I think means a great, great deal. And it's to be the top in your profession, to have tasted a Super Bowl, and then to be thrown aside, cast aside by the coach that you took to a Super Bowl for the Detroit Lions, and then to be able to take that team and potentially finish the job. That means more to Jared Goff than a $75 million contract. Now, Akos, I think the NFLPA does not like players taking team-friendly deals.
That's exactly where I was going to.
The NFLPA is not negotiating on behalf of Jared Goff. I get that. Jared Goff is not going to take a $30 million contract, just like he's not going for a $75 million contract. Jared Goff is going to get a deal that's friendly for Jared Goff and for the team. You know, nobody said that when Tom Brady didn't take big money, when Tom Brady took cuts to make the team work. Nobody said, oh, the NFLPA doesn't like. No. That was different. I don't buy that line. It'll be a good deal. It won't be a deal breaker. Jared Goff will re-sign with the Detroit Lions as the Detroit Lions quarterback. The only thing that would stop that is if he lost a leg in a motorcycle accident or something and could not play the game. That is the only way Jared Goff does not re-sign with this team.
I think the bigger question is how long does he want to commit? And there's a sliding scale of, like, if you, let's say 3 years, $160 million, which I think is a very realistic extension for him. Or you can do, okay, we'll do 2 years and one 100, but we'll guarantee all of it. And I think that's where the flex point comes in. And that's where Goff's desires can do some things, because Chris is right. Like the NFLPA will absolutely go crazy if he signs for well below market value, and he's not going to do that anyways. That's just not what happens. His agent wouldn't be very accommodating towards that either. But in terms of working with the Lions to make it so he's not handicapping the ability to go out and acquire other talent, that's where, like, the guaranteed money comes in. That's where void years comes in. And how willing will he be to play ball with those sorts of things? And I don't know that. Like, I don't know what his decision will be on that, but that's where the flex point comes in. If he signs for 3 years and $160 million, is 140 of it guaranteed, or is 110 of it guaranteed? You know, are there, how much is a signing bonus? Because signing bonus means that you're sort of front loading the deal. How does it get structured? I think that's much more important. I think the days, as I say this is probably not going to happen, but I think the days of, like, the 5-year, $250 million contract went out the window with Deshaun Watson doing it. Because the Browns would love nothing more right now than to get out of that after a year. And it's not necessarily a reflection that Deshaun is playing poorly. It's just like, holy crap, like, we're all in on this guy and he's not exactly what we wanted. Like, so I think the NFL teams are going to be more willing to do the Kirk Cousins sort of thing. Okay, Kirk, you want us to franchise tag you 2 years in a row? Okay, we'll do that. I think there's less disincentive for teams to do that now. And I think that could be, I don't think they're going to franchise Goff. I think Goff will come to an extension. We talked with Justin Rogers earlier about it. Doesn't think it's going to happen this week. Probably going to happen in the offseason. But that's the sort of negotiation that's going to go on. He's going to get paid. He's going to get paid a lot of money. He's not going to get overpaid, I think is the key. And that's for the team to determine. And that's where Goff's willingness to stick with a winner that can possibly get him in will come in handy.
Steve Yzerman could kill a man on live TV in Detroit, and the whole of Michigan would say there's no evidence of wrongdoing. When Goff gets his Lions Super Bowl ring, he'll be the de facto governor for life. I had to get that in. We have the man who is de facto, we'll call him the lieutenant governor for now, only because it didn't quite come through at the end. superhero, Herman Moore. How are you doing, man? So glad. I got to tell you, I have to apologize from the very, very bottom of my heart because I've been sending these links as we go, and we got so involved in this conversation that I was like so excited, and all of a sudden I saw Chrissy calling, and I was like, oh God, no, I really screwed up. And then worse yet, it's one of those awkward things that guys like me get. I'm like, hey, locked in, can't wait to talk again, and I hit like double space and send to send the text last night and said, can't wait to talk again, B. And that's what sent, because I hit the B instead of the double. I'm like, oh no, I called him B. He's gonna think. And then I'm like, do I tell him no, I didn't mean to type B, it was supposed to be. Oh, I'm just not gonna say anything. Herman, it's been a disaster thus far. I hope you can help us make it all right.
No, I absolutely. Come on, it's gonna be okay. You guys, it's always you because of the where your hearts are and the energy and everything that you do. You know what? You're always winning, so it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna call you B from now on. This is great.
I can roll with that. Thanks, Jay.
I'm good with legend for Herman. The legendary Herman Moore.
There you go.
Nah,
Herman,
appreciate the love.
dude, I thank you so much for joining us. It is so great to have you. You know how much we love you and how much you meant to Lions fans. And I mean, to me, you were when you're in 20s, like we're about the same age. At that age, when you were playing and you were there, you know how passionate people are. It's a lot of times irrational passion at that age because you're not quite really a man yet. You're still a kid. And growing up, having you and Brett and Wayne and Barry and Lomas and everybody, it was like peak Lions, man. And you will forever be etched in my fandom and kind of one of the just cornerstones of what entrenched me as a Lions fan. I appreciate everything you did as a Lion. And the fact that you stayed in Detroit and have done everything in the city since then says so much about you and your character and what kind of person you are. You are just an example for people everywhere, not just athletes, just for people, and how to be part of a community and give back from your success. I just want to thank you for everything you've done for the city and the fans and everything else along the way. You are a great human being.
I really appreciate that. It's not hard to do that when the people treat you so kind. And you hear a lot of horror stories. You hear the tales where, athletes and fans and they clash and all those things. But you know what? I think it's something to character. And the fans have been nothing but tremendous to me. They've been wonderful being a part of the various communities. I live in Southeast Michigan, but I travel vastly throughout because it's an entire state. We're all one. And it's just love, man. And I can't say enough about just the fact that even though I was born in Virginia, I tell people that all the time. That's my mantra: born in Virginia, raised in Michigan. It's just a different place. It's a different type of people, and I get along with everyone. I treat everyone the same. I bring my Southern hospitality up here to y'all, the cold state, and make sure people keep their hearts warm. And so thanks to you all as well, all the good things that you do. That's why I don't mind anytime you call and you say, hey, can you jump on? You want to be on the show? It's just a lot of respect for the consistency of who you are, both are as people and also the great that you do beyond just, I know you talk sports, but you talk a lot about how you help people. So I'm privileged to be here as well.
Appreciate you, Herman, very much.
Yeah.
Riz,
yeah. It's just so I'm gonna lead with it. You are on the Hall of Fame semifinalist ballot. We had this conversation last year, Herman. I think you belong in. I want you to make your case for being in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, so you're giving me a little bit of news. So did I make it to the next round?
No, you're in the initial round. They'll announce the next round.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think yeah.
They announced the next one, I think, at Thanksgiving. So hopefully it's a happy Thanksgiving for you on that. But
okay, we'll see what happens.
I would be happy to make the case for you, but I want you to tell the people who might not have been old enough to watch you play how great you were. That's a terrible
Tell us how awesome you are.
I think maybe I need to get my mom on here, because I don't think anyone can do me the justice that a mother could do for her son. So I think if anyone's ever campaigning for the Hall of Fame, you got to get your mom or your dad or your guardian or someone, brother, sister, something. You got to get that person that's your real ride or die to do it for you. But the best that I can do for it is this. And it's something I used to shy away from, but I started to realize, you know what, you can't allow your legacy to get buried on top of whatever's new and shiny. Yep. And it's not that you push those things to the side as much as you really try and make sure people realize the things that you've earned, the passion and the commitment that you made for excellence or to win and to make people proud of you. And I think I did that. I epitomized that in my career. I tried to do as much as I could when I could. Do we fail? Do we sometimes have missteps or setbacks? Absolutely. I wouldn't be any different. But those are the things that are necessary to put me exactly where I'm supposed to be right now in life. And the thing I'll say, if you ask me to make a case for myself, is this. I went to the Pro Bowls. When I went, it was only 1 year I didn't go as an All-Pro. In that you can take all of the guys that you can put in there in the top 10, top 8, whatever guys from the 90s. I only can play when I played. Can't play in the 2000s. I can't play in 2023. That's not my era. But when you put it in there, you're going to be hard pressed to take me out of the top 4. And when there's at least 8 guys or so that are from that era that are in the hall, how you can just leapfrog guys and just pass over others, it baffles me. You try and look at how many had all pros. I'm not going to fall below the top 3 or 4. You ask how many guys led for a substantial period of time as a starter. I only started 7 years. And in those 7 years as a starter, consecutive years, you're not going to take me out of the top 5. So I did what I was supposed to do. Barry Sanders and I, from 94 through 98 for 5 consecutive years, were ranked as the number 1 running back and number 1 receiver in the NFL. I mean, that's just the way it is. So when you look at it, 5 of his 8 years, he and I ruled. I only played with Barry for 8 years. So 5 of those 8 years we ruled, and not to throw anything like that, but I'm gonna put it out there. I think during that time period I had more touchdowns than he did. So, that's one of those things that I try and take whatever I can where I can get it with Barry. But we're tremendous teammates, and that's just from the individual piece. But as a team, we went to the playoffs 6 of the 9 years we played in the 90s. I came in 91. And so, I mean, there's a lot of things you can put in there. But at the same time, I think the market, and because people think a certain way about the Midwest or think about the Lions, it hurts the case. But you need people advocating for you. And I just think I get lost in that mix. But I never was a backup but 1 year out at the Pro Bowl. So that's all I'm gonna say. And back then it meant something, because if you weren't a starter, you had to take special teams duty. So I only did special teams once. I'm gonna put it like that. And if you look at who the other guys were with me, they did special teams. So there you go.
That's a great job. You did an awesome job, Herman. You did it.
So give me my thing, right? And I always tell people, let Megatron be Megatron. I'm Optimus Prime. And then whatever you got going on with the current guys today, whatever you got going on today with the guys and whatever they're doing, that's cool. Let them have their glory, but you don't have to bury and discard people who've done it in the past and try and make it as if they didn't matter or they don't, didn't do their thing when they did it. So that's all I'll say. So I appreciate the platform to do that, but that's an all number love and respect. But I have to uphold my own legacy.
So I want to tell you, Herman, that was probably the most humble way to say how awesome you were that you could do. And that just, again, speaks to character. But I mean, we got people in the chat here. Same numbers in the Cowboys or Niners during the same era, and he's first ballot. Herman's 100% Hall of Fame caliber. Another one. Wait, and sorry not to be on top of this already. Just assume he was already in. Like, what's the question here? This doesn't make sense at all, right? Detroit Lions get players overlooked because the teams we've had were so bad for so many years. That doesn't make sense. And then I had a Moore jersey that was lost in a move. I still think about it, wonder who has that jersey today. And the thing that Riz said about you looking like you can play today, I mean, even with a little bit of salt in that beard, we've seen you. That body That you look like you could go out there and do that right now. You have not lost. Look, maybe Herman's a 4.5 runner now. Maybe he's a 4.5 guy, but
4.6.
Okay.
4.6. All right.
How humble this man is. You look like you get out there today. You absolutely are a first ballot guy, and I think we need to put something together. I don't know, something beyond just Slack division and hashtags. We've got to evangelize this ballot for Herman, Jeff, because he deserves it. He's done a lot for Lions fans. I want to ask you, Herman, last team to win a playoff game had a guy named Herman Moore on it. And you know what that feels like. And you're one of the a small group of Lions alive today who knows what that feels like. Look at this team this year, and it looks like this could be the team that does it, that breaks that streak and comes back and is able to do what Herman and Lomas and the guys were able to do. I want you to tell me one of the things you think that's absolutely so similar between then and that team then and the team now, and then something you see that's really, really different between the two teams. Because your expertise and your insight, like the breakdowns you do for Lions Nation Unite, so smart, just such smart stuff. And this is a question I think that you are uniquely qualified to answer.
I appreciate that. When I look at the similarities, you have. People won't see the similarities between Coach Wayne Fonts and Coach Dan Campbell, but there are some similarities. One in that he lets players be players. He's treating them like men. He's allowing them to own their accountability and their responsibility versus feeling like, I'm going to tell you what to do. You better do it. And if you don't, it's my way or the highway. That's old school. That's old. That's a mentality that we know that just doesn't work. There's a collective that needs to happen. And what he's done is he's brought it together and say, we win together, we lose together. These are simple things that people overlook, and they think that it doesn't resonate and doesn't go. There's contracts, there's business. He lets them handle their business. I think the organization is warmed up to the fact that you can't escape the fact that football is a business. Professional sports is a business. We were letting guys go for $100,000 difference. Right now, these guys they may squabble over $10 million difference, but they're not going to argue over $1 million, $2 million. You make it feel like it's a place you want to be. Do you have it to where players are attracted and they want to come here? You have players that are unselfish, and it's not about whose names are in bright lights. They're going to do what they do, and then they'll let the media do what they do with their gameplay. And they've stayed together. Think about this. How much bickering have you heard? How much dissension have you heard in the locker room? That was the same way. When you look at our team back in that time, you can't pick out guys and say, oh, these guys were griping and complaining and everything. No, we protect it. And when it's not us against them, it's we. And I think they've cracked that code to say, you know what, if we build that, it'll happen. But here's what's interesting. And this is what I see as being slightly different. Now, we had a lot of players. We had a lot of Pro Bowlers. We had some guys who will be in the Hall of Fame. Barry was obviously one, but there's other guys who you're going to make a case for that are going to eventually be there. And we built it off of first-round picks, Heisman Trophy people. These were high-priced guys, the Pat Swilling. We were just going out and trying to get names. They've done their work, and they go out and they get players who have ability to go from C players to B players to A players, and they pay them and they give them the opportunity. The opportunity turns into gratitude. The gratitude turns into loyalty. And in that, you now have built the culture of what the Lions have become. And that is a place where you're treated fairly, is a place where you come to play. It's a place where you come where the coaching staff understands and they've been through what you've been through. So everything lines up right. This is done by design. This isn't something that they just kind of thrown together. And because of that, they're winning on grit. They're winning on players getting better each year. And they're winning on the fact that they're in great communication and they're staying together. And those are things that some intangibles sometimes that people don't realize make winners and champions. So I'm excited about this team. I'm excited about what they're doing. I'm excited to see some of these young players becoming overnight, quickly becoming superstars. And as an alum, I hope that 2024 will be the time we say that was the last time the Lions won a playoff game.
Yeah. Oh no, 2026, 2028. We'll keep going, right?
Well, I'm talking about as far as next year. Like next year when we're here.
Okay.
Instead of 91, 92 or whatever it was, 90,
91.
That's a long time.
You're willing to move on from being one of those people like I was the last guy to win like you're ready to give that up.
Yeah, I mean that is one that we actually need to get off our back, because we as an organization, as alum, we want to talk about the success not only that we had, but the success that our team is still enduring and still having, and our fan base being number one, and so on and so forth. Not about another opportunity that slipped away, another opportunity. I mean, everything is aligning really good for this team right now.
Yeah.
You look at their schedule. Teams are getting better, so I'm not jaded. Some of the teams that I think we would have said they could walk over early on, they now have an opportunity to play later. But these teams are getting better, so the Lions are going to have to continue to get better. They can't rest on what they've done.
Yeah. Think about this. We've all heard of the Bobby Lane curse. Could it be the Herman Moore blessing? When you get into the Hall of Fame, we get the big win again. I feel like that's it. Back to the championship. And that's what it is, right? For a team to get into the playoffs is exactly what it takes to get to win a championship. That's the first step. Win a playoff game is the second step. But once you get there, and I keep using the New York Giants, that 9-7 team, as the example. Just get in. They barely got in. They were the wild card, barely stumbled in, and came out with a Super Bowl champion at the end. This team, the grit, the way that they're built is so much in that mold where they could do it. Just get them in and give them a chance, and they will play their hearts out and do whatever it takes to get to that point. But I'm so excited to see what they have. I'll talk about a similarity, I think, between Coach Campbell and Coach Fonts. I want to see what you think. It's the heart of those coaches. They wore it a little bit differently. Coach Campbell wears his. You'll see him in tears. It's a different time back in the 90s, the way men were, right? You didn't show tears, right? But I think there was tears on the inside for Coach Fonts. He loved you guys. He loved his players, and he loved his team, and he loved what you guys gave, and it meant a lot to him. And I feel Coach Campbell is very, very much the same way. And I think that's very, they come from the same mold in that way. Do you agree? Is that something you see in those guys?
I think you're spot on there. He is part of the team. He's part of the locker room, but he knows his position in that of the leader of that team, that especially the one that takes to the field. There's an accountability and responsibility that he doesn't shy away from, because he knows if something's broken, he's got to be the one to help get it fixed. He's accepting if there's a failure, that he's a part of that failure. He's not throwing it on the players only, because he knows it takes a collective. It takes the team to get it done. So, yeah.
That makes sense. We have a question.
Let me ask you,
go ahead, Riz.
I want to go on a follow-up on that real fast. Is how fast can you, as a player, pick that out from your coach and see that it's sincere? The way Wayne was clearly, Coach Fonts was always, you always knew where you stood with him, good, bad, and that it was coming from an honest and open place. And you see that with Dan. How quickly can you guys in the locker room figure out when that's not going to happen?
I can tell you this. For Coach Campbell, here's what you can trust. He came in, first two seasons were not very good. They started to claw their way back in the second half of the second year. You've seen him at his worst. You know what his worst looks like. His worst looks like commitment. His worst looks like dedication, loyalty, having that lion in him, and that grit that we talk about is there. So we've seen that. Sometimes it takes a coach coming into a winning situation before they hit chaos and failure, before you truly understand who they are, and if they're willing to be that ride or die, if they're really there for you as a coach. But they had the blessing, believe it or not, of him coming into a situation that wasn't the best of things. He's taken over a regime that had massive failure. And then to come in, and expectations were probably at the lowest of lows. And then even starting off on a bad foot with, biting kneecaps and all this stuff that people thought was joking, and he was the butt of all the jokes, right?
Yeah.
And that he was underqualified and all these things. The team has seen that. So now you know who you're dealing with. so you can deal with the upside. So that's what I see. That's what I like about him. That's why I know it can be trusted. The others, when they come in and they start talking about their system, they start talking about their way, they start talking about the pedigree and the trees that they come from and the coaches that they've come from and the systems they've helped make successful and all that, they're talking about they're bigger than you. And if the failure happens, it's not because of them, it's because of you. And players see through that right away. We've been around the block too many times to know if you're in it with us or not. And if you've already started to create dissension or division in just the words that you use, because your words are powerful.
Yeah. And you talk about a pendulum swing. It feels like we went from one to the other in the previous regime to Coach Campbell. And a lot of that, it feels like that's a little person, because they've already submitted themselves to that tree. They've already said that this defines me, not I define myself or I define my strategy. And that's where I think that means that the players are defined by something that isn't even the coach. So I get what you're saying there. I just feel like it's a real tough, you have an uphill battle as a leader trying to come through as all these other things are more important than what as a player. You just can't get there. Let me really quick, I got to hit. We're doing this for St. Jude. Herman's here to help us raise some money for St. Jude. stjude.org/DLP. Get your dollars in there. Help us out. Help us raise some money for some families, some sick kids and their families that never pay a dime when they get that help. There's some great research that they do that helps people that don't even leverage St. Jude or St. Jude services. The research and the stuff that's come out of them and the medicines that have come out of their research have helped people throughout the world. It's great money spent on a great cause, they spend very, very little on marketing or anything else. All that money goes to the patients and the people that need the help. Big thanks to Lions Bay, $500 in 2 different donations. Thanks for putting this time in for a great cause. Go Lions. Garrett, $50. Thank you. Jousting Mouse, love the show. What's Jeff's favorite Coheed and Cambria song? We'll come back to that in a little bit.
We'll get to that.
But I have for you really quick, Frosty Cakes has a question. Dear Herman, do you have any interest in wide receiver coaching? And what do you think you could do to help JMO out? Obviously, JMO is a polarizing character. For everything we've seen, here's a guy that could just blow the roof off of the wide receiver position in the NFL. He has all the traits, physical traits to do this. We're not seeing it. What would you do to help him get to that point where we all really believe we know he could be?
Well, one, I say this all the time, and I've tried in the past to, apply and try and become part of coaching and being asked to come over, and I've offered that. Other regimes just they didn't want that. They it is what it is. But I would love the opportunity to be a part of that, be a part of speaking to especially the young athletes, but even the veterans, about what it takes to really be successful at that level. And there's some things I've learned, especially as I've gotten older, I've been able to reflect back to understand how to kind of do it even better. And some of the mistakes, even though I had success, that I could do a little bit differently, that I could pass along. So when I look at JMO, here's what I get. And I was going to say this on our on Lions Nation Unite, but I'm going to give it to you guys first, kind of my view, because I haven't given anyone my overview. Yeah. And for all of you that are here, first and foremost for this cause, St. Jude's is an outstanding place. The research they do is impeccable. It's important. The patient care services that are provided and the family support services that are there, you don't know the difference that it makes. So I'm encouraging everyone to really, if you have the means and the resources, this is a place you're going to feel really good about what is going to happen with your fund. So I'm encouraging everyone who's listening to really reach in a little bit deeper and do whatever you can. You don't have to overextend, but just do what you can. It will go a long way. But with JMO is this. I think he can be fixed not quickly, but I think it'd be done very methodically. And here's what I would do if it were me. I would get him involved. I would move him into the slot. I'd take him from the outside. He's too easy to defend as an outside guy. Bring him into the slot occasionally. I don't think he's going to find his thing. If you put him and St. Brown both in the slot, even if you go split sets and you go 2 receiver sets on each side and you mirror your routes, you have a person I think will defeat the 101. I think he needs to get shorter routes where you're getting the ball in his hands very quickly. If you look at Mara St. Brown, as he kind of runs and he finds holes in the zones, I think getting J-Mo those type, you're asking him to come out of his shell, to come out of the kind of flatness that he's in, only on big routes, big plays. That is the lowest percentage completion that you're going to have. You're not going to build his confidence. You're going to continue to destroy it. Put the ball in his hands, give him opportunity to make some moves in the open like he did when he was in college. But also he's going to get some catches under his belt. He's got to touch the ball. If you're not going to let him touch the ball right now and be a part of beating one-on-one or having really quick routes where he can get in and out of cuts, he's going to be destroyed. And I'm saying that because I'm telling you, I can see where he's lacking in his confidence. His confidence is only going to grow from catching deep balls and touchdowns. That's awful. That's not who he is. So that's what I would be doing right now. Treat him like I would treat a St. Brown. And I think the effectiveness that we've seen with St. Brown, you'd get another person who's just as good, who's faster, and who can make those type of plays happen. And I would love to see what a combination like that would look like.
Wow. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Here's one. For the kids, Mr. Moore, my dad taught me how to catch a football by having me watch you catch the football. One of my heroes growing up. DLP has always had the best content around. Thank you, Pat D, for that very, very much.
Thank you, Pat.
Herman, it brings up a good question. You have this role as an athlete. I mean, we sit here, I tell you how impactful you were in some of my formative younger years watching you play and how much it kind of, I mean, I'm doing this, right? I mean, part of that is just because of you playing ball. You didn't know me. We never met right back then, but you've had an effect on a number of people just by doing what you do for a living. What does that do for a person throughout? I mean, in the moment, do you understand what your effect is? And in time, what do you think about that kind of legacy and the things that you brought to so many people in the lives you've touched that you have never even met?
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes from upbringing. It comes from the values that my mother instilled in me. Even as a single parent, she didn't allow me to make excuses. She said, if you're not going to do it right, don't do it at all. And a lot of people think that these coined statements and these things don't have value. Sometimes the most simplistic things that you say are the most powerful. When you try and shape it up and put big words and put it in fancy spins and all that stuff, the message gets lost. Right. And for me, it's to leave it better than where I got it, to be better than I was the day before, to see where can I get better every day in every way. To be kind and polite. People smile at you, smile back. It's like it's not that difficult. And for me, is what less lasting impression can I leave? When you start understanding that you think professional athletes and these rich people and all that are only people who can have a legacy. No, everyone can have a legacy. Right. Each of us can have a legacy. What is that legacy we're going to commit to being? Mine is to continue to educate, take lessons that I've learned, share what I've learned, and take those lessons that I've learned and pass them along to other people and not hold them so close to my vest that I'm the only one who can benefit from it. So when I talk to kids and I talk to them about, how to become better people, be men of character, women of character, be people of character, how to make sure people understand who you are coming and then make sure they have the right impression when you're leaving. You never have to worry about who's saying what behind your back. And if you give your best, truly, if you give your best, think of it. You couldn't have done any more. That's the simplest thing you can give. I want to leave you this one last piece. And I was telling someone this the other day. I was listening to a podcast and a person said, if I gave you $50 million, would you take it? And everyone raised their hand. Yes, we take it. They say, okay, if I told you I'm going to give you $50 million, but you can't wake up tomorrow. You won't wake up tomorrow. Will you still take that money? And they were like, no, I wouldn't do that. But every day we wake up and it's worth more than we think is worth more than $50 million. So when we wake up, think of the value of just getting up and having the opportunity to do something, anything. And if you put it in that perspective, we are priceless. We are special people and individuals that are blessed every day. So I say to that, I'm thankful to just be here to be able to share that with the audience. I'm here thankful being able to say, please contribute and support this cause. Do something for someone else that you don't know. You're going to feel a lot better. I'm telling you, you're going to feel good about it. And it's going to show the character that you have, that you can make an effect on people that you never meet, you don't know, just like you just mentioned. but you did something that you set an example for. This is the right thing to do, and that's how I live my life. And every day is a challenge. I have my challenges, and life happens like everyone else. But I don't let that be the excuse for me not being a good person or getting things done. That's all I can leave them.
I think we'll leave it with this comment from the chat. Herman Moore is an absolute legend, and I don't think there's anything else that can be said. Herman, you are an exemplary human being, and we can all learn from you. And I appreciate you joining us. I mean, you are, again, the conversations we have, you're just such a fantastic person, and you deserve everything you've gotten. You deserve that Hall of Fame spot. We're going to make it our mission. We're going to make it the mission to get you into the Hall of Fame this year. And we're going to get word out there. I don't care. I'll show up at some doorsteps of some ballot holders. We're going to do some stuff to get you in if we have to. We're going to muscle our way in there. Can you just really quick, I saw a little thing that you were doing with Lomas, and you guys have a quick thing, something you guys are putting together. I'd love for you to share it with everybody really quick before we call it an interview here, because I think it's going to be something special.
Yeah, absolutely. First, on the thing on the jacket, I still got a canary yellow jacket. It may not be the Hall of Fame yellow. Maybe I'll get a patch from someone and put my own patch on the jacket, and we call it a day. But Lomas and I have been friends for 20 plus years. He's someone that when I came in, I considered him like a mentor and a big brother. And through my career, he's been the hardest on me, but he's also been the guy that's been strongest in my corner when it comes to just doing the right things and setting the example. Great person. So I wanted to celebrate my relationship with him and my friendship with him and brotherhood over the years. I created something I worked on for the last 2 years called Herman Low. And it is artwork that I had a guy commissioned to do and work with me to come up with the different themes to celebrate all 32 teams. They are absolutely beautiful. And when we roll those out, we're rolling them out as stretch canvases, as blankets, puzzles, and all kind of other things that people can have access to. They're collectible, limited edition items, but I guarantee you will not be disappointed. And we're going to roll them out for Christmas. So stay tuned with us. I'll make sure you guys get the links when we have it. Yeah, and then part of the portion of the proceeds that we raise will always go back to some type of a cause. So that's what it is. I won't throw out too much and break what it is, sure, but you will be 100% happy. And I promise you, please support us and show some love.
Give us as soon as you can, get us the information.
Yeah,
we will get it out there.
We will 100%. Definitely help you. You and Lomas, we will do anything for Lomas.
Anything.
Real quick, how awesome was it to see Lomas get inducted into the Ring of Honor last weekend?
No, it was great to see him do that. And I did tell him this, and I'll tell this to all the fans. I mean, if you don't know Lomas is a class guy. He is by far one of the greatest human beings I've ever met. And I think he should have been there even before me and in those things, because he's that great of a player. Hopefully he gets into the Hall of Fame. If he goes before me, I will not be unhappy. I'll feel blessed to know another Hall of Famer for the Lions. But it's great seeing him get his due, and it's great seeing the things that he's doing in broadcast. It's not what he started with, but it's what he's finishing with. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tougher road for those trench guys, but he definitely deserves it. He's a special person too. It's true. I keep saying it across this organization, from person to person to person I met. They are character individuals, people that I would walk away and say I would be happy to be friends with this person. Just really great people associated with this organization. The Detroit Lions have done a good job throughout the years. That look, the Super Bowl rings may not be there, but more importantly, the character people are. And I think the rings will come. And I think we're at a precipice of a very good space. But I'd rather get the ring surrounded by great people than show up and we got a bunch of thugs, grabbing at the rings or whatever. So this is a great thing. So Herman, I appreciate your time. Thank you for putting up with all the stuff, B. We'll get it done. Great to have you. And thank Chrissy and all the team over there. You guys do great stuff.
Always.
Nation Unite. Say hi to Mike for us. He's a good kid. We like him a lot. He's great. Does good stuff for you guys too. So thank you, man. Appreciate you.
We'll do that. Keep up the great work, and thank you so much, and go Lions Nation.
All right. Thank you, man. We'll see you. All right. Herman Moore. Lions great.
Herman Moore.
Oh, he's so awesome, man.
So can I tell you a little secret here?
Yeah.
Chris, I don't get starstruck, but it just, like, as we're sitting there doing that, it dawned on me, like, holy crap, I'm talking to Herman Moore. So I took a little screenshot of it and I posted it to my Instagram. Oh my God. Like, tell me, like back when he was actively playing, and that was my college years primarily. The mid '90s was his heyday. If you would have told me that I was like, I can like, and I've texted with him before, like that's so freaking cool. Like I fanned out for a little bit, and that's
I totally did.
The fact that he is who he is. I just love it, man.
I have no problem.
1,000% class individual.
I have no problem fanning out for Herman Moore. He is such a great.
I really don't get that way very often, and I've had dinner with Herman before, and I wasn't like it, but just that's really cool. Thank you all, the Detroit Lions podcast family, for helping that dream stay, because that's pretty damn cool to me. Can't thank you all enough for that.
He's a great individual. He was a great player. He was impactful to me, and like, look, we talk about it. Billy Sims was where I started with the Lions, right? It was the guy that got me in. But Wayne and Herman and Lomas and Brett and Barry, all those guys, right? Those are the guys that they instilled and put this damn team in my blood and made me ride or die Lions 100% of the time. And to see, again, I've told you this for years, I keep coming across new people associated with the Lions and the Lions organization, and they're all just high class. And you talk to them and it reminds you, just be a good person, man. Good things happen to good people. Just be a good person. These guys are just, with all the pressures that come with what they've done in sport and the crazy stuff around them, when things go good, when things go bad, and then, you know, the going on in life afterward, just the pressure. Anything you do is magnified. To be that gracious and that wonderful of a human being it says a lot. It says a lot about people. So
yeah, and I will. So on the Hall of Fame front, I am not Detroit's Hall of Fame rep. Dave Burkett is. I know Dave, because I've had this conversation with him, has advocated for Herman. It's not easy to get in when you don't have playoff pelts on the wall, when you don't have the longevity.
Yeah.
But as I've said, and I told this to Dave, Herman's 3 best years are the best 3 years of any wide receiver ever. That should count for something.
Yes.
And I know Dave will advocate for him. There are 2 people that are not actually Lomas. I could make a good case for Lomas as well, and I will attempt to do that at some point. 2 of my favorite players of all time are guys that are like Herman's one of them. Clay Matthews, the elder, is the other. That are both criminally overlooked because they didn't have a lot of postseason success and didn't taste that and don't get thought of that way. And Herman should be thought of that way because he was amazing. And the fact that he took time to talk to us and give us what he did. And by the way, what he said about JMO, it's what a lot of people have said about JMO. Like, it's interesting that seems to be, you know, what happens with it, that you move him around, get him easier catches, get him to something in rhythm. I'm happy that Herman shares that viewpoint, because that validates my thought process when somebody who's done it a hell of a lot better than I ever could thinks the same thing. I'm with that. So you will see that at Lions Wire tomorrow or Sunday.
I'm just going to share one line. I said, much love, Herman. Thanks. You're the best, as we were setting this up. And he was like, the feeling's mutual. I sincerely mean it. Speak soon. Such just a wonderful person, man. Like,
he is
respectful to people he doesn't need to be, and just genuinely builds friends everywhere he goes. It's really, really something. All right. A lot going on here. I'll tell you, at the beginning of that, I may have looked slightly panicked. I was feeling slightly panicked because I smelt like something electrical burning. And my wife, I was texting with her, and she's like, yeah, it's all over the upstairs. We smell. And then it as we were going, it disappeared. And it was like, okay. Now what? So I may at one point here just do a quick investigation, but whatever it is burned out already. No fuses blew, so okay.
So,
I think it might be my
are
fan.
you in a weather situation at
No.
all?
No.
Okay. Because a lot of times that metallic burning smell can be the predecessor of severe weather. I say that as somebody with a climatology degree.
Okay.
My guy Tom just drove by. Oh, he's getting out.
We might have a bus driver.
The
on
bus
the
is
show.
here. The bus is here.
I turned off a fan and it stopped smelling, but the fan doesn't smell like
Good.
anything. So, we'll see. We'll see. In my next break, I'll take a look and do some inspection. But as of now, everything looks all right. So,
Man. God bless the school bus drivers. They do a thankless job, and he's a very good one. The kids love him. Yeah, thanks,
Mike Kimber is in the chat. He's like, my boss needs to get in. I'm like, what? Your boss? What are you talking about? Like, is he trying to get in does he need to call? And he's like, Herman Moore. I'm like, oh, into the hall, duh.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
it. Mike, seriously, let's do it. Not just a hashtag. Let's make this a thing. Everybody we talk to, let's just get on this and drive this home for anyone that'll listen. Herman for the hall. That's it. And we got till Thanksgiving. We've got till
Mike,
Thanksgiving.
Certainly, I know you will. I know you will take that flag and run with it, Mike, and we will be happy to carry it with you.
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's get loud. Let's find out who the Hall of Fame people are. Let's get them on as guests on the show. Let's tweet at them. Let's get people. Let's put the pressure on and let them know how much support there is for Herman Moore out there to get into the Hall of Fame. Because our guy, there's just by numbers alone, regardless of how cool of a person he is, just by his career, he deserves it. Done.
He does.
Right? Let's force feed this. This is what we will do.
If I get a chance to interact with Peter King, who he sort of is the moderator for the Hall of Fame thing. Oh, there you go. I will lean on Peter for that as well. And full disclosure, I will also lobby for Clay Matthews, the elder, because I think he was really damn good for a very long time. It's interesting. They're different in that way. Herman didn't play forever, but was incredibly impactful and awesome when he played, for the 7, 8 years, 9 years that he played. And his peak was unreal. Clay Matthews, the elder, and I know him from his Browns days, but he also played for the Falcons for a long time, was a guy who was like a B+ player for like 20 years. And he had some NFL records. And the one that gets me for him, make his case very quickly, he went from being an off-ball linebacker, and the Browns went to him one year. It was like, hey, you're going to be a pass rusher this year. He went and got 16 sacks, never doing it before. Then he went back to being an all-pro or a Pro Bowl off-ball linebacker 2 years later for the Falcons. Like that's pretty good. So there's a lot of people from the 80s and 90s that probably should be in at some point, and Herman is at the top of that list. And I'm glad that I gave him a platform to do that.
We crossed the 5,000 mark.
All right.
We're talking to Herman. This is Chris Eats a Bean Until It's Bad. I mean, I want to get like 5 good ones and then a bad one. You know what I mean? So the good ones are stuck in my teeth as like a base.
So I would rather get the bad one first and get it out of the way.
Well, no, because then I'm done, right? And then it's stuck in my teeth. If I got like 5 good ones,
you want to be done.
But no, if you get good ones, they get in your teeth. They stick in your teeth, right? So that means then the bad one won't stick there. And you got some. I'm trying. I'm thinking, right? All right, got it. But first, how did we get here? It was through the great help of using the wrong mouse. Got to go back to where were we? Okay, first, Jousting Mouse. Love the show. What's Jeff's favorite Coheed and Cambria song?
I like The Gutter, but The Running Free is a personal one. Gravemakers and Gunslingers, but my favorite is probably Old Flames. Just from so I'll do a little story on that. My daughter is a big Coheed fan as well. She's a child of the fence. Took her to her first concert. She was in 4th or 5th grade. And they played that song, and the entire place, the intersection in Grand Rapids, was singing along to it. The na 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 na, and that memory for her is like incredible. And so I share that. I love that song. There's a lot of good ones.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. This is
I
the year
guess
to
that's
push our
easy.
Lions players for the Hall of Fame. We are our way to being America's team. I totally agree. I totally agree.
Yes.
Coach of the year, defensive player of the year, Hall of Fame player, deep playoff
Give
run,
it
if
all.
not the Super Bowl. This is it. Take it all. Take it all. All right. I did the spin. The first one I came up with: toasted marshmallow or stink bug. Your favorite. We'll get through a couple chats here really quick, and I'll eat this first one. Herman, I met you as a dorky kid outside the Silverdome, and you were so gracious with your time stopping and taking a picture with me. Thank you so much. You're awesome. If you donate to the YouTube app, does that contribute to St. Jude tally? Thank you, William, for asking. No, it does not. So what we do with this is a great time. I try to tell this a couple like every other hour. The way to donate for 100% and the tax deduction and all that, go to stjude.org/DLP. That's the cleanest way. It all goes done. If you donate through YouTube through the super chat, people asked us to do this. They said, hey, what if we want to give you guys money, buy you a pizza or whatever while you're doing the show just to keep you fed and doing that. And it was like, that's weird, sort of, but I understand that people want to support us too, and we appreciate it. We'd prefer you give all the money to the St. Jude. So what we did is we said everything that we get on Super Chat, first off, just so you know, YouTube takes 30% off the top on Super Chat. So if you give 100, only $70 comes through. That's just how it works, okay?
Wow.
And so, yeah, oh yeah. So there's that going on. And then what we'll do is the money that we get on the other side, we're going to give 50% of that to St. Jude. And then so we'll still buy a pizza or whatever, but it's just our way of honoring what people have asked us to do, but also being able to still get money going to St. Jude. So all the money, 100% and a tax deduction and all that goes stjude.org/DLP. You get a receipt, the whole thing. So there's that. Thank you for asking and reminding me, William, for that. That's a great question. I really want to make sure that's clear, and I don't want any confusion on that. Right?
We will cover what's given to YouTube. We will personally take that and give it to St. Jude.
So then I want to get to, let's see, we had Bridger Klassen. I'm bad with 2 A's and S's. I'm not Dutch. I'm German. Sorry. Thank you guys for putting this on every year. I'm glad I found this podcast, and I'm proud to be a part of the Lions fan base all the way in Iowa. One pride. Thank you, Bridger. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate you and everything that you've got going on in supporting this. It means a lot. It really does. Dave and Kathy, $50. Thank you both. Thank you very much. Mike Hodges, brother, thank you. You've been around forever. You've been a great supporter. Love you. Another $40 to St. Jude. Gary, Naomi, and Fiona, I thought maybe I'm going to look. This is Gary Luke's family. That's who this is. I want to make sure I get all their names. As soon as I have to see it in the little scroll because it doesn't show up on the big screen. It gets cut off. We'll have to talk to them about that. But $40. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much to the Luke family. You guys, fantastic human beings. Really appreciate the support for the show, for St. Jude, all the stuff you guys do. You are a very, very class family. And I say class. Why? Because they're straight from the Emerald Isle. They're class, baby. All right. Smoothie King needs to sponsor us both because I need coupons.
What are you having?
Time. Caribbean Wave.
I had that yesterday.
Every time we pick up my son at UF, University of Florida, Alex Anzalone. Oh, by the way, we get to 15,000. You'll see me do my Alex Anzalone impression. You guys will absolutely love that. Yeah, it's a good one. This we go to Smoothie King. They have absolutely fantastic stuff, and what a great way to hold yourself. It fills you up. It does give you some. It's caloric. It's good ones, but it's awesome. Here we go. It's Gary, Naomi, Faith, Bethany, and Autumn. Yep, Gary, Luke, the Luke family. Love you all. Thank you guys. You're the fantastic five.
Really appreciate the support. You do not know how much it means to us. It's great.
Even beyond just St. Jude. They're just really
absolutely.
Wholesome.
Again, you thank Mike Hodges. Mike has been interacting with me before I joined this podcast.
Yeah.
And I always appreciate his feedback and support, even when he tells me I'm wrong, because he's probably right.
All right. Here it is. Toasted marshmallow or stink bug. Come on, marshmallow. Give me some good bass in my teeth to keep the ugly stuff out.
I don't like toasted marshmallow either. There's no win in this one for me.
I think it's toasted marshmallow.
All right. You would know pretty quickly on that. All right.
Good. Well, I got it in both teeth. Both sets of molars have to
I'm not a fan of toasted marshmallows either. So I remember getting that one on the spinner. I'm like, can I respin?
Maybe you did get toasted marshmallow and you thought it was stink bug because you hated it so much.
Maybe. I don't know.
That was good. The problem is now that's probably the only good one left in this bin of all these beans, because we know they're 5-1 horrible. But all right, next spin. At 10,000, what's the $10,000 one? Let me look here at our 10,000 milestone.
Is that my banana?
That is the Will Levis banana. Eats the peel, the banana, the whole thing.
Great.
We have here juicy pear or booger. Oh God. Juicy pear or booger?
Just why? Just why?
Who tested? Who was the booger supplier for testing? There's so many questions. Just
I know.
Please, you pear.
We need to do more research on this.
It's pear. It's pear.
All right. Wow. So now I would think
I've
that
never had 2
pear
winners in a row.
and marshmallow don't necessarily go well together. But you're not griping about that.
No. As it is in boogers. I've never had 2 in a row, man. I've never had 2 in a row. This is awesome.
There you go.
I'm going to get sugar sick now from candy because I don't eat much candy. I get all my sugar from
You
alcohol.
almost need the bad one now just so you're not eating the flavored sugar.
I get all my sugar from alcohol. I wound up not feeling good on Halloween night, so we weren't able to do the whole giveaway stuff. So we just threw all the stuff in the freezer, right? So now it's like, what am I going to do with all that? Here we go. Berry blue or toothpaste? Berry blue or toothpaste? Let's see.
What's wrong with toothpaste?
Nah, I don't know. It's extra minty. All right. Here we go. Berry blue or
I love
toothpaste?
toothpaste.
Oh, I'm supposed to flick the bean first.
Oh.
Berry blue. 3 in a row, dude.
Wow.
Now the problem is all the rest are going to be bad. This is crazy. I can't believe this. Any auction items yet? We did have some Lions tickets go to Diabetic War Slug.
Yes.
Our favorite band name of the week.
Yes.
So that's good. Let's see.
This should open for Mustard Plug.
Mustard Plug. That's a good one too. What do we get here?
Yeah. Not my band.
Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks?
Oh. So as the parent of teenage athletes, I really hope you don't get stinky socks because that smell lingers.
Just hoping I have the right amount. Plugging up my molars right now. So that this stuff doesn't stick around. Here we go. Stinky Socks. I mean, Tutti Frutti. I hope it's Tutti Frutti because I love Tutti Frutti. It's a fun flavor.
Tutti Frutti?
I'm a child like that. Oh, God, no.
No. It's the sock. I had this one once. This is not pleasant.
Oh, God.
This is one of those that, like, there's very specific sock odors. Like there's a difference between, like, a wrestling shoe and a baseball shoe. And,
stop talking.
Oh, boy.
I don't want to hear it while I'm tasting it. It's going to make me puke. Oh,
Not great. All right. Well, burp and settle.
Oh,
That's my mantra.
oh my God. It
It's
was
bad, isn't it?
it was like
I can
it
empathize.
tasted exactly like the smell. Oh,
Yeah. Again, I don't know how they do that. I would, if anybody watching has heard of a podcast or an origin story of how they create these things, point me to it, because I'm morbidly fascinated by the entire concept of the bean boozled. Who came up with this crap? How they test the flavors? How they come up with the flavorings? Like, what do they get it from? You know, all that stuff. I'm
so
morbidly fascinated by that.
I visited, and maybe my wife, if she's still listening, could pull out a picture because we have some. Oh God, it doesn't go away. We visited. So my dad lived in California for a while, and we went and visited him when I was like, we were like dating. We were still dating, I think. I don't know though. Maybe we were married. I don't know. It's somewhere right around there. And we visited. He was working in Silicon Valley at the time. And so we visited him, and he was off at work one day. We went off and we did this tour through Napa and then up to Yosemite, and did this whole, like, it was like about a 16 hour day trip down through the redwoods, like a driving journey and a couple stops and the whole thing. So we went through Napa, and rather than doing the wine tour, because like I said, I mean, we were young. We were like young. The two tours we did while we were there, one is we stopped off at a Bud brewery. We're in Napa and we visit Bud. It's like, what are we doing? In retrospect, it was like we were dumb and young. But we went through and we got free beers. That was nice. And then we stopped and we toured the Jelly Belly factory. And it was really crazy. It was really impressive to see. I mean, we just saw it. We're like, let's see if they have tours. It's like, I don't know why, right? So we went in and did it. And it was fascinating watching them make them. I don't remember anything except the free Jelly Bellies. We were driving along after, driving through the mountains. It was funny. But I see them and I don't remember anything. That's the reality of my dumb brain.
It happens.
Martin Roble.
We got a super chat.
$50. Thank you. Let's go for St. Jude. This sock taste is still here. Just under $5,500, folks. Thank you so much for helping us. We're 7 hours in. 7 hours into the broadcast. That's pretty good. Less than 17 hours to go. We've got John Ledyard coming up in about half an hour. That'll be awesome. And then after that, we'll have Russell Brown and Dr. Jimmy Lau coming, and Tony Ortiz, Doug Farrar. We got Kyle Krabs in the morning, likely, working on that timing. And then potentially we have somebody else, depending how he feels. He's not in great shape right now. Otherwise, he would be with us. He's also traveling. More to come. Super chat, Tampa Detroit Lion. Thank you, sir, for your super chat. Hey, Jeff, quick question. What was your opinion Broderick Martin's first game? Didn't hear much after the game.
Yeah, it's a good question. So I did the film study yesterday morning. Didn't actually write it yet. My bad. got tied up with some other things yesterday.
Write it for a
trying to coordinate some for today. But I thought he looked like a rookie making his first start. And I don't want to make that as like a cop-out. I think he did some things well. I think he surprised himself a couple of times in the game with like, oh, crap, I beat that guy. Now what do I do? I think that's where he's got to string it together, because I thought he played fairly well. There were a couple times where he wound up getting pushed out of the way, where you don't necessarily want him to get pushed out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he worked. They did a couple of line gimmicks, like to try to get some pass rush going while he was in. I thought he executed his role well. And there's some promise there, but there's also a lot of like, he's green. And it's going to take some time before he settles into that. But I would be encouraged, as a Lions fan, to see what he did well and to see how that can be used and how he can build off of that. Like, we know he's a very eager, very he wants to be great, and he will do whatever he can to make it happen. And I think now that he's gotten a little bit of a taste, I think he will come back in the next game and be a little bit more patient. He kind of played with his hair on fire a little bit. And that's great when, you're the fire and you run into the other guy and they catch on fire too. But there were times when he ran right up the fire exit. And that's got to get cleaned up. And I know that John Scott, the defensive line coach, is probably going to find those things too. Okay, you did this really well on this play, but now the next step for you is to, you got off the block, great. Now you got to find the ball just a little bit quicker. And you've got to position your body and angle just a little bit more optimally to go make the play. The play where he like won instantly on a play, and then they sidestepped him and he grabbed air. Like he'll make that play in time. He will, and that's encouraging. So all in all, it was like I want to say he played 29 snaps. I'm doing this off memory, and I think I gave him 4 pluses and 5 minuses when I do the thing where it's my little version of PFF. Like if you do what you're supposed to do well on a play, you get a plus. If you don't, on a minus. Not every play gets a plus or minus. I really need to write that up.
Yeah.
But that's bye week catches you. So I was encouraged, but not enough to think like, oh, we got to keep